for this game! Up to the plate, trying to drill down the players, and he's got himself two more. Ridiculous round from the pole, and he goes in for another one. A 4K for Diha. Oh, the triple spray. time, 3 kills to his name. Nika knows with a hell of a shot.
It's been so long, long hard days. They don't say God's changed my ways, changed my ways, evil ways. But I can't hide. And I won't hide.
Refresh for redemption. First found, lot more and progressing.
Refresh! That is disgusting! 4 members of Na'Vi collapse and Refresh stands up. Committing through, that's a gift. Church cracks open the side, booming, sprays down 3. Na'Vi say no! This is their site, and they make that clear.
But I found out their hate grow cold. Let God rise up.
It's still a problem, but the bomb is down.
Damn my soul.
2v4 demanded. Boiled down to just Tessus.
Change my.
Trying to activate. Oh my God! Tessus in Antwerp, no less. Some people lose themselves here, but he fights himself on the stage.
But here it is again, Perfecto.
Evil ways. But I can't hide. Whoa. And I won't hide. Whoa.
Heroic, putting it all on the line for this. It's just Refresh and Stown. They don't have a kit. Time is ticking. Simple to come up clutch 1v2. Spraying bodies. Now he needs to spray them on the 10-second defuse. That'll do nicely. Mission accomplished.
My evil ways.
History in the making and legacies being forged. Today, a step closer to the coveted title and trophy as it is semi-final Saturday here at the PGL Antwerp Major. 4 teams must be sliced in half as we move forward to our spectacle of the grand final tomorrow. But here to dive into all the action with myself, Freya Spears, I've got Devil, I've got Maniac up here on the desk. Gentlemen, I am so hyped for the games we have on the card today. This has just been delivering in spades so far.
Everyone in the green room was pacing today. We come here, we did all the tests. We were here 2 hours before, and then everyone was just walking around back and forth. And I think there's this general understanding, the general feeling that something incredible is about to happen today and tomorrow, and we're all filled with the same excitement.
Yeah, and watching that intro video, it just gets you so pumped up, recapping all the beautiful moments of yesterday. So yeah, I'm psyched to get this going.
Well, to truly get the hype and energy underway, we of course have to see exactly what's going on in the crowd, and we've got Frankie down on the stage to show us what's happening.
Very much, Freya. Oh, quite a lot is happening in the crowd. Sports balloons. Can I confess something? Because I feel like we've got to know each other over the past few days. You're kind of giving me some goosebumps right now. You're making it hard for me to do my job because I'm so excited to see you all here for the semi-finals. In the industry, we do something called a temperature check. We like to see how hot it's getting in the arena. We like to see who is here cheering for who. So, if you like the team I say, then say their name. Just make some noise if you're feeling things of spirit today. What about their opponents? I see a sign for them in front of me right now. FaZe! I've got to say this one. I've been saving up this line. Is it going to be easy for ENCE? You had to think about that one, Sports Fillet. Shame on you. Okay, and finally, what about Na'Vi? This audience, if you believe it or not, Freya, is just getting warmed up. So while we kind of have some hot cocoa and get to know each other, let's head back to the panel.
Man, the atmosphere is absolutely electric down there, just how I like it. I mean, we were sitting in the crowd yesterday watching the games as well, and it's only going to get bigger and badder as we head into these semi-finals, Matthew.
Yeah, the vibes are great. The vibes are great. I think people are truly reactive to the plays. And when you have FaZe on one hand and Na'Vi on the other, you know people are about to cheer. And it's not going to be easy for ENCE or Spirit. I feel like you're in an uphill battle when it comes to the public.
Yes, absolutely, but they are no slouches. They're not to be underestimated, either side of them, Spirit or ENCE. I think they do have a small margin of opportunity here to blow everyone out of their seats.
Well, speaking of vibes, Maniac, let's get a vibe check from Harry and Hugo down there in the arena, casting our first semi-final of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. This is going to be mad. This is going to be electric in the Sports Palace. I can't believe the matchup we have to open up our semi-final. FaZe, the #1 team in the world, maybe even arguable favorites to lift this trophy behind us in the arena, but they've got to break through. They've got to take down these young, hungry underdogs of Team Spirit who have cracked their way through every single stage of this major so far.
Dude, it doesn't feel real, does it? I can't believe we're here. This is a semi-final. We're going to know our first grand finalist in a couple of hours' time. It's all to play for it. I mean, man, you sound ready. I sound ready. I guess the only question I have left is Antwerp. Are you ready? I think we can go louder. I think we can go louder. I'll do it one more time. Antwerp, are you ready? All right, then, yeah, take it back on the desk. Let's get out of here.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, man. So exciting to see how hyped the atmosphere is down there. Great to see them looking so dapper as well. Maniac, I know you were giving them some suit checks before going live.
I think
I did a little bit of pointers, but you did take the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, these two gentlemen, how good they look right now.
Your own handiwork,
fire.
did you?
I don't want to take credit for it.
No, it was all that.
The ingredients were here. I just made the recipe.
The mixology class, yeah. Well, maybe we should take a quick recap of what has been going down thus far in the competition, how some of these teams got here as well. We can take a look at the bracket, see exactly what has been going down. Of course, yesterday we were rounding out those quarter-final matchups. ENCE taking on Copenhagen Flames, first of all. ENCE just looking pretty confident there, along with the starman himself, Spinks, really catapulting himself to success.
Brilliant once again, Freya. Brilliant once again. You know what really strikes me? Is how similar you can look at both these sides of this graphic. Of course, you have on one hand ENCE and Spirit, who dispatched their opponent quite easily, I want to say. The 2-0 versus Furia, the 2-0 against Copenhagen Flames, but then you think about Na'Vi and FaZe, and they both met the same destiny. A second map where they have to fight back, and then completely steamrolling on the third map, just enough to instill a little bit of fear in their next opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of these matches are just going to be amazing to watch. We get to watch the Na'Vi ENCE game later. I'm gonna be a little bit biased.
Just be. Just
yeah,
you know,
yeah. I'm gonna be cheering for ENCE in that one. With my good mate Pavle in playing for ENCE there, Madden. So yeah, I'm going to be holding my thumbs for him.
Devil, I want to get your takeaways from the matchup yesterday of Na'Vi taking on Heroic, because of course me and Matthew were breaking it down up here on the desk. But what were your takeaways from that series? Because I feel like it delivered on so many levels, maybe until we got to that nuke and that old Na'Vi was kind of unlocked.
I was really impressed by Heroic. You know, they have everything going against them in that series. You know, the audience, you know, everyone watching were you know, Na'Vi were huge favorites going into it, and they managed to clinch the map, and they could have actually brought Ancient to overtime and actually taken it. So you have to give props to the mentality and everything they put in. Heroic as the team, the players, the coaching staff. I think they did an amazing job, because it's not easy going against a firepower-heavy Na'Vi.
I know it's not easy, but it's also a very harsh reminder of what it is to play against a team like FaZe or a team like Na'Vi for that matter, right? When you have that opportunity, when you're 1-0 up, and suddenly the game is 14-14 on the second map, don't think 1 second that you can let it sleep and go to a third map. Both team, NIP on one hand, Heroic on the other, met the same fate. It's just missing that opportunity and then completely liquefying on the third map. That's the effect of a team that actually scares the hell out of everyone.
Well, speaking of opportunity, Spirit do have another chance to be making a huge upset in this tournament. They're going to be taking on FaZe in our first semi-final matchup here in Antwerp. And this is a huge one coming into it. A lot of similarities, but a lot of differences coming in, particularly when we're looking at just the experience on paper for both these rosters, Matthew. It's kind of crazy to see the veterans are on the side of FaZe, or at least a handful of them, whereas Spirit, all of them new to the playoffs.
It's completely night and day. It's absolutely night and day if we just consider the experience and the tenure of these players. On the side of FaZe, you have 3 players, Rain, Kerrigan, and Twist, who individually have more maps played on LAN than the entire Spirit squad. Kerrigan as an individual has more than double the amount of the Spirit Squad's LAN on map. It's not even close. It's not even close. You can look at these numbers as well. 900 plus, almost 800 for Rain. You can almost look at the LAN trophies as well. All of these have actually lifted LAN trophies. None for the side of Spirit yet. If we just think about experience, it's not even David versus Goliath. We have to come up with something else.
Yeah, it's literally unmatched coming into this. And maybe we should take a little bit of a look at how exactly they got to this stage as well. Of course, we were saying the FaZe versus NIP game. That was kind of surprising in terms of how close NIP were making things. It was good for the storyline, the narrative we were coming in. We wanted to see a bit more from the Ninjas coming into this. But Devil, what were your takeaways from FaZe after that first quarterfinal series?
I think the NIP started super well. You know, they had a really good game plan. You could see it, how they did their plays and how they set each other up. But FaZe have that stardom, that star player in almost every category. And that's what makes the difference in these big stage games. They made a 2v5 clutch to really turn the game around. Brookie did some insane stuff on the server, especially with that Tech 9 to save them from breaking their economy completely. So I think these types of players, and especially, you know, with Kerrigan leading the way, making the players sitting there enjoy the moment, you know, flourish in that excitement. They're an incredibly tough team to play against when that things go for them.
Oh yeah, incredibly tough. I think what FaZe had that NIP kind of missed is multiple individuals who could kind of pull them out of a bad spot. It was Rain and Kerrigan who actually led the way on the first map. Remember, they had vintage performances, cooled down just a little bit, and then Robs actually shines on map number 3. You know, we're here on the main stage. It's really hard to say everyone is going to show up. That's just a dream. That's not reality. It's like ether. And the truth is, 1 or 2 players usually show up and they buy time for the rest of the squad. And on the side of FaZe, there are so many candidates that can actually do that.
Yeah, and it's really impressive just to see, you know, we were pinning those veterans to be coming out strong, being used to those land stages as well. But it was, you know, players like Breaky, players like Robs that were gradually warming up into things. And over that course of best of 3 series, completely changed the tides for FaZe.
Yeah, I think they're warm in their clothes now. They've had a game, they enjoyed it, everyone had their moments. So I don't think that they will come into this game with the same kind of nerves that we saw in the first one, because they have a good memory now of that. So I think they just keep that rolling and keep calm and continue delivering.
I like your confidence, but you're right mentioning, you know, a little bit of the nerves. It's a storyline that we shouldn't forget. Brokey, he's a playoff debutant at the Major. That's the first time he's going to be in a semi-final. Same for Robs. He made it once to the playoff. He stopped at quarter-final. So just as much as we take these players out granted, right, they're established, they've been here around the block for the longest time, this scene, that stage, that's kind of a new proving ground for them. If there is anything to prove when you're Robs and Brokey, I believe there is.
And when we're talking about Spirit as well, obviously they were taking on Furia in their first quarterfinal matchup here, which we thought, you know, will they withstand the chaos of the Brazilians? They did, and they reveled in it. The first time on the stage for all of those guys at the major playoffs, and they looked incredible.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see them. And you read in an interview, they talked about it. They said, listen, when they said we were lucky last time, we didn't like it. We didn't like it at all. In fact, we were going to go and send the message and put it out there. We've had so many revelations at this major. Obviously, Patsy and Siren will be people we have to talk about. Dexter is just confirming, but it's so crazy to imagine Spirit being here. The path they've had.
Yeah, and I have to say I love Siren's attitude to that art interview, that he got kind of boiled up, fired up, riled up to prove them wrong, that it wasn't luck, it wasn't a one-off thing. And, you know, I think there's so many great individuals and pieces that kind of, they fit together so well, I think. But they'd have this, you know, craziness of Dexter and Patsy, and then the young guns like Siren and Magic's kind of securing the rounds, playing more positionally based and calming that. So they have those two very distinct differences in their team.
It's just an incredible story. It truly is. I mean, you could draw parallels to ENCE in the Pro League finals and how they kind of came up, but you feel like it's been a long time coming. For Spirit, if someone tells me before the major, man, I knew it was going to happen, I'd say bullshit. I would call bullshit on that one. The path to being here was so long and full of obstacles for Spirit. They failed in the first open qualifier to make it here. They lost to OG. They had to qualify through the second one. Then at the RMR, it's game number 5 against Anonymous. They are one map one, and then they make it 3-1. And finally 3-0 Legend stage. It's a ramp up that was almost impossible to foresee. And now we have to respect them, give them the chance.
Well, it's our chance to give them our respects as they are ready to be walking out on the stage. So let's welcome the teams with Frankie Ward.
They were the unexpected challengers. They then shocked us all by going 3-0 in the Legends stage. And after an incredible victory over Furia in the quarterfinals, they're now semi-finalists. It's time to see if Spirit can take it to the top 2. Antwerp, show some appreciation for Spirit. When FaZe get into the server and on the big stage, they never fail to raise the bar. But this could be an interesting test for them. They haven't faced an underdog like Spirit before. Can they take it all the way to the final? Give it up for FaZe! I'm going to take Twist over to this center spot with me, and I'm also going to take Patsy. Patsy, what's the sunglasses about?
What?
Why are you wearing these sunglasses, sir?
Because crowd is shining today.
The crowd is shining. He's trying to chat up the crowd. What do you think of this audience here at the Sports Palace?
It's unbelievable, boys.
Why should they get behind you today?
Because we are underdogs, and we need your support, boys.
He needs your energy, Sport Palace. Twist, you've played on a few stages like this one before. You know you've got the love of this audience, but how are you going to get the best of Spirit?
We're just going to play our game, and I really hope the crowd cheers for some amazing CS today. No one deserves to be booed, and we're going to put on a great game today for the crowd.
Well, those are such lovely words. I think I should get you two to shake hands so we can get this party started. Gentlemen, please return to your booths, and we're going to head back to the desk.
Man, they truly are raising the roof down there in the Sports Palais. An absolute credible storyline coming into this one. Spirit, the underdogs of the entire competition, coming into this Champions Stage phase. We have been pitting Karrigan. He has been tantalizingly close to claiming a major trophy before. Maniac, in your own words, it's now or never for Karrigan to do this.
It truly is now or never. And now that they have survived the scare of NIP, now that they have kind of put the seed out there that they are a dangerous team, you truly feel like Spirit should not even be a game. They should be that much stronger. But it is extremely complicated to step into a semi-final in front of the stage with everyone's mind thinking, well, how many rounds are they going to lose? That's a horrifying feeling to have, right? Because you can only disappoint if you're faced. So Karrigan, he's got his work cut out for him right now.
Yeah, but I'm going to try to play a little bit of a Devilbox advocate going into this game.
Go ahead.
I do actually think there is, I understand, obviously, FaZe are major favorites coming into this game, but I do see a potential map pool advantage for Spirit. They could get a Dust 2 early on because of FaZe's Inferno veto. And if they go for that slight change in their veto plan to veto Dust 2 instead of their Vertigo, I think Spirit can do a really good job on Vertigo. We've seen them pick it in the past and play it. And there's also 3 picks I could see FaZe going for. It's the Mirage, Nuke, or Ancient for me. Ancient I see as the most risky pick. Because they don't pick it very often or at all, really. And then Nuke, if Spirit get that first map rolling, start on that CT side, I could see a game here happening, but I believe that Spirit needs to 2-0 FaZe. Otherwise, it's going to be really tough, and I see FaZe taking it.
I love the fact that you talk about that potential Dust 2 veto, because I think it's a Karrigan special to throw a curveball in a veto that you might think is completely obvious. Remember, he did it in the final of the Pro League as well. He left through a map they never really played against Spirit as well. He once removed that Dust 2 without Vertigo to get in. If you're Spirit, how much of that have you prepared? Do you think the Dust 2 pick is a given? Do you think a curveball is coming your way? I am going to be quite excited to see this veto, whether or not Karrigan takes it.
Yeah, mind games upon mind games coming into this one, truly. Let's continue to talk about FaZe a little bit more and what we've seen of them thus far, why we're kind of pitting them as one of the favorites, if not the favorite, coming into this major as well, because I do want to talk about Rain. It was tough not seeing him, you know, being able to attend Katowice, but I just want to bring up a quote from him. All these people saying minus Rain plus whatever, that was the motivation for me to play better, and we truly have seen that much.
I told you he had a message to get out there. He truly had a message, disregarding the fact that, yes, FaZe won Pro League with an average playing Rain. That wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough to just put to bed all the doubters and all the people that might think that with JKS things would work better out for FaZe. He had to send a message, and he is doing it quite so. He's currently playing his best major since 2018. No, I don't want to spook the ghost of Boston. I'm really sorry to put it out there, but that was the last time he played that great if you look at the numbers. Rain is on fire. He's fulfilling such a hard role for FaZe Clan, and he has been a win condition. Not exactly the one that we would go to initially.
But I also want to point out, even when he had bad games, he made perfect decisions. We were talking about it on that Inferno against the NIP. He constantly made the right decisions, even in the last map when he had a terrible start. He was like 112 or something, but brought it back, and he made super good decisions for his teammates to be able to get the frags and shine.
Yeah, that round number 12, that really just echoes in my mind. That was literally the turning point. NIP didn't get any more rounds after that.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I want to get technical for a second, if you allow me, right? We're going to talk about the CT side and Rain's position specifically. In 32.7 of their CT rounds, Rain is the man that is tested first on the defense. He's got 32.7% of the opening kill. He succeeds 72% of the time.
That's great.
It is an actually mind-blowing number. What it basically means in terms of layman is that whoever is first out the door for Spirit is dead. That's it. You're gonna peek Rain, you're dead. There's 7 chances out of 10 that you're not gonna survive your first engagement. That is how solid he is as a first line of defense. He's been an absolute rock, and that's not even a pun to how freaking muscular he is right now. No joke intended. He's been an absolute rock.
And that's incredible as well, because we were coming into the quarterfinal series as well, praising his T-sides. It's the all-round star that Rain really can be coming into this. And there is a really interesting comparison to also be drawing when we're taking Patsy from the other side of the server.
Yeah, Patsy is a little bit of a different breed. He does take more opening duels, and as you can see it right there, he's quite tested. But I do feel like his opponent is more on the T side. He's the man that's going to go out there, take so many risks, not always following the conventions of Counter-Strike, but you need that a little bit.
But look at this. Patsy, he sometimes picks up the AWP, but Rain is a pure breed rifler. there is nothing about that number that makes sense to me, because it is incredibly difficult to do that as a rifler. It is absolutely astonishing. They need that.
Yeah, let's continue our talk about the CT sides and focus on another player, this time from the side of Team Spirit. I want to throw Siren into the equation, because during the Legend stage, during the Challenger stage, a lot of our attention was been focusing on Dexter and Patsy for very good reason. But Siren, super instrumental in terms of that series against Furier as well.
You know that before the RMR, I had no idea who he was. I literally did not know who Siren was.
Me neither.
And this is absolutely not a diss. If anything, it's a statement to how much of an improvement and an impressive player he's been. He was in no one's radar. I had no clue. And suddenly he's rolling here in the semi-final as the highest rated CT player we have in the event. In his anchoring position, he's providing so much safety for Chopper and his teammates in Spirit. It's incredible the amount of work he's been able to put in. He's very rarely caught off guard. He's obviously got an incredible multi-kill ability. And again, I had no idea that he would display such Counter-Strike.
And he reminds me of Crims, of someone that could hold the bomb
fair enough. I can see it.
Yeah. Very calm, collected. He kind of cleans up those rounds. He can play solo. He doesn't need that much support, and he makes the right decision. And it's been doing it time and time again. And it's really, really unique to have a player of that caliber, with that decision making, that young.
Look, Spirit, out of the 4 teams that we currently have in the semifinals, have by far the best CT side. They win 73% of their rounds on the CT side. But I know we are in a meta that obviously privileges the defense right now. I'm aware of that. But the number is so high. 84% of the 5v4, 50% of the 4v5. That's thanks to performances like Siren's, and that's why we put him under the spot.
And I think just another thing to add on the cards for the side of Team Spirit, the fact that out of the the top 5 players currently at the major, 2 of them are from Spirit. We got to, I mean, I said we mentioned Dexter and Patsy, we have to do it once again, just the fluidity, the movement from these guys. And Maui was bringing up an interesting point about Dexter. It's not just the firepower, it's his game sense as well, his awareness of a map too. It's just incredible to be watching Devil.
Yeah, I'm just staring at this veto screen right now, so I'm not even going to respond to that, because this is what I am super interested in. Inferno
so the Vertigo's gone.
The Vertigo is gone. Yeah, the curveball hasn't been thrown.
Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Mirage, can we just pick that?
They go for the Mirage pick, which I thought was the safest choice for FaZe.
Yeah, it's a strong T-side for Kerrigan as well. You don't want to get locked out of a bad, I don't know, T-side Ancient, T-side Nuke, for example. Dust 2 pick coming on for Spirit. Now, I want to take the counteract to what you just said, Devin, when we pre-faced this game. You said Dust 2 is right for the taking. I know that Spirit is a good team on Dust 2. I'm aware of that. But do you really want to challenge FaZe on Dust 2? Isn't it the map that we usually coin as the skill map, the puck map, the map where individuals can shine, the map where Rain set records on his CT side? I don't know, man. I just feel like when your orientation, when you weigh into this semifinal is picking Dust 2 against FaZe, then you better have something ready. You better have something ready.
Listen. We have continuously underestimated Spirit going through this tournament. No matter who they face, they deserve to be here. They've proved themselves that they can handle the pressure, and I think they might have a good chance right now to do it again.
So we're coming into this Mirage as the first map of this best-of-3 semi-final series. What are we particularly looking out for, in your opinion, Maniac? Is it simply those individuals coming out of FaZe, or is there more to offer from them?
Look, I'll resist the urge of mentioning Rain again, because I feel like we've covered it quite well. There is a matchup that's quite interesting in this game as well between the 2 AWPs, between Brokey and Dexter. The modern sniper right now is not one that just goes in first out the door and makes a difference. Both of these players are one that we have to keep an eye on for late stages of the round. We're talking the last 40 to 50 seconds. These are clutchers. You talked about game sense. I think this is going to be a key point. Who actually gets the better of each other in the clutches? If this is experience related, which I might think it is, FaZe obviously have a huge advantage. But we've been praising the calmness of Spirit, how they've been cold-handed and cold-blooded in these situations. Do you think they can get the better of FaZe in clutch situations?
I think they have the potential to. I'm not gonna just throw everything out there and go all in, but I think there's a scenario where they actually can surprise us all again. And I'm excited to see that part of Spirit because they have impressed me throughout this tournament.
Well, let's see if the upsets can continue. We are ready to get into the first map of this semi-final series. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
Oh my God, it's happening. FaZe taking on Team Spirit in our first semi-final. Oh, If you believe in destiny, if you believe in fate, you'd be looking at this one and you'd say it's got FaZe written all over it. This is a team that's on a roll of winning tournaments right now. This is one where, for someone like Carrigan, it means a hell of a lot to him. Now, this is a chance to make amends for majors gone by, for chances that fell through the cracks last time around.
And on the other side, Chopper, man, this is his 6th major with a 4th different roster, right? We talk about the legendary story of Carrigan, but this guy is no newbie to the block. His team may be, though, the youngest team in the top 30 right now, and they've got to take on the Titans of FaZe. Harry, it is a trial by fire, but as I said on the desk, we've doubted them every step of the way. Do we still doubt? Can we still doubt Spirit?
That's the big question, man. I mean, these guys, they came through the Legend Days 3-0. It's legit. Let's get into this one, though. Spirit taking on FaZe Clan. First semi-final. And we're right away into Mirage.
No waiting around in the Sports Palace. FaZe on the T side. Want to start rip-roaring. Drops in the middle. He's going to be the guy taking that first engagement, but backed out immediately. The pressure's on. The shots are missing. And Drops can't connect. It's Dexter finding first blood.
Yeah, still floating around over here in middle. They don't want to tempt fate again and face him early. Instead, they try go running into this B site. Batsy with the double up. And trying to sneak underneath. Broky's cut down.
There's knives out, Harry. Knives.
That's a weird start to the game. FaZe trying to play mind games to open up.
Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel Spirit starting strong? A pistol round in the pocket, and one of the best CT-sided teams we have at this entire tournament, right? We can hype up Rain. We can talk about his entry capabilities. His numbers through the roof. Unprecedented for a rifler. But Spirit sneaked the pistol, and FaZe have to eco.
Yeah, just got to bite the bullet on this one early, right? So Spirit looking to get off to this real clean start. Chance to keep it very clean indeed. FaZe Clan just going to be talking it over in this one, trying to get anything they can out of the round, but it's very unlikely. Ooh, that's a little tag onto Twist as he's running back through the apartments. I mean, yeah, they're already wounded. They're stuck in top mid. There's no doing damage in this round. There's no getting away with anything here.
I just love the confidence of Dexter already in this stage matchup, right? First time on a stage for this guy, and we always wondered if, you know, not only young players, but inexperienced players would feel pressure, would feel nerves, and they're rushing top mid and pistol and second round. Spirit are here to play. They're here to stay, and they're here for a second round. No way back in for Brokey.
I mean, you know, you touched upon Chopper coming into this. This is where having him in this team is pretty huge, right? He's been around the block. He's been to majors. And he's going to be able to keep the rest of the gang in check. So here's the good start. But this is where things are really going to get interesting. FaZe Clan with their first buy round coming up. Won't have that AWP in play just yet, but they're going to have everything else they could possibly dream of, Hugo.
It's a fan favorite map, pool Mirage, Dust into Nuke, the best tactical map we have in the pool right now to close. I certainly hope we get all three. FaZe, maybe not warmed on Mirage, haven't seen them touch this one since the RMR, and it didn't go well for them there. Let's see what they got on this T side. Carrigan at the helm, straight into middle. Patsy will meet them under. And lots of room taken. FaZe are not scared.
Dexter, dead over in middle, right? For himself in these early fights, but he's cut down. There's a response. Rain doubles up over in middle. It's clean openers. It's exactly what FaZe wanted, and it's Rain putting them all on the board, starting strong. As has been the case with this guy throughout the major so far.
There's a reason we're marveled by his opening kill stats, right? And FaZe, they're not shy of him. It's not just one guy. It's a superstar roster, and Rain with a tap. 4 kills and no response. Rain will fall, but that should be the last casualty for FaZe.
Beautiful start, man. Beautiful from Rain. Sirens left saving a Famus, which is far from ideal. And FaZe, they're even playing around like this dropped gun over in jungle. They don't want anything to get taken out of this round. It's a really dominant way to arrive on the board, right? You're up against the bonus here, so you were expecting it to be a FaZe round. You were expecting them to do damage. My God, that is clean.
Yeah, 30% of rounds played, Rain's finding opening kills. 70% success in the fights he takes first. He's a rifler, Harry. It makes no sense.
Take a look at the old wallet on this one, Hugo. A little bit nerve-wracking. You would love to see that AWP come out early, right? Dexter's already been so involved in these opening mid-fights, and we're only a couple of rounds in. Not always the guy that you see throwing himself into those opening engagements, right? But he's burdened with this composition.
Oh, he's done it.
And he will have the AWP in play. No armor behind it. He's taking it glass cannon into this round.
Of course.
And he's looking to get involved early. Dexter's really wanting to lock FaZe out of middle. Now, Molly smoke combo going to force a bit of respect out of him. Now FaZe have their eyes set out into the mid area. As you would expect, Rain is that tip of the spear, the man at the front of the pack. Rest of FaZe moving in behind him. Carrigan's waiting for ramp aggression here in Spirit. They look like they want to come in with it. Oh my goodness.
How far do you
standoff? Oh. No, they're going in. Carrigan's waiting for this exact move! A bomb site belongs to him. He's dealt with the ramp push, and the rest of FaZe are going to start to move in now.
Yeah, no armor, like you said, but is that going to be a problem? Is he going to hold this AWP back? He's got support. CT's moving in from the spawn. Open line of sight and a missed shot. FaZe control it now. They don't know about the tuck player, but Rain flashed in for a fight. AWP off the angle. He delays his peak, and Patsy is a problem. Backstab, bomb down. Patsy fights, but FaZe won't give him the time of day. Or Night twist with another, and it's looking like a shutout. Dexter can't hit a finishing kill, and FaZe, they're already here to cut off the escape routes.
Hunting it every step of the way. Brokey wanted that AWP, and he's going to take it with him out of the round. Man, that's got to feel good for Carrigan, right? There's a big mental aspect to this, and with him already getting reads off, like waiting at ramp for that doubled up aggro out of Team Spirit. They threw that in super early in the game, right? They try to take real estate, they try to punish FaZe, and Carrigan's just one step ahead.
Oh, he begs him to get anti, right? He just sits and lulls in the pressure and waits for Spirit to make the mistake, so they shall. Dexter really tried to get involved there. Even that smoking connector, it bounced on top of the Molotov, but it didn't put it out. It completely cut him out of fighting for middle, which FaZe have already made a mainstay of their T side in these 4 rounds gone far. They've had full control. And Spirit now have nothing of the sort, just pistols. Flashbang to pop him in. Could just throw everyone through connector, jump him out the window, try and get involved. And you know they'll meet FaZe there if they do.
Rain wants to add something to the highlight reel. It's only one. Molly burns out the window, man, and Carrigan with the spray control is good for the kills in mid. The pistols brushed aside by the captain of FaZe.
Even just that pacing for Rain, right? He just beats him to the punch. They're lining up flashes. They're trying to get ready in connector. He's already up on the catwalk before they've set that flash over the top. 2 kills from it. And exits is your only hope. Don't give away the knife, folks.
Nah.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
It's checked every day of the week. You could feel the suspense building. You know, they could feel it too. They knew something was going down. All right, FaZe Clan, 3-2 up. We're going to have that AWP in Dexter's hands. I really think he's like the key piece of the puzzle here, right? He really is that guy who's going to have to make all the difference, because if FaZe have made one thing clear, it's that they're coming for mid. They are chasing you out of there. So now that he's got that AWP back in play, you're hoping he can hit the ground running here.
It's a read for Spirit. It's a triple B start. They're going to aggress. Catwalk boosts are always an option towards this position. Capture player going fast con. Carrigan's done it. His smoke down does cover the ladder room, though. This is a quick exec for FaZe.
Yeah, they want to go fast on this one. Now that they've lost Carrigan, he's going to call from beyond the grave. Nah, pull out. We're not committing. We're not going. Oh, drops. All right, with the taps, 4-on-4. Give him back over. It's clean. However, Spirit, they've spotted a bit of a gap here. Siren getting very aggressive all the way up through middle. And so right now, FaZe don't know it, but they're boxed in, and Spirit have the bulk of this information. There is a real asymmetry of info in this round.
Yeah, the only problem is they haven't cleared apps, so Dexter's AWP is still stuck down on a dead angle. It's going to be the last person in play right now. It will have to be a retake AWP. Those smokes are coming in, and Chopper's the only man to stop it.
Yeah, Molly doubt he'll give this up. He's going to try and lend some time to his teammate on the wrap round. It's Siren moving in quietly on this flank. FaZe is still committed to executing on the site, and eventually they're going to need to wisen up. to this flank. Siren strikes. Chopper waiting for the push. He's good for that first man. There's the trade. Rain tucked in, but they're out of ramp. They're all around him, and he's going to get spammed out. It's left to Brokey. 1v3, but this guy is a clutch AWP player. He's rerouted around to the ramp side. Smoke goes in, he's got a peek ahead of it. They're still on the bomb. It's the 10-second stick, and Dexter providing the overwatch.
Perfect smoke for Dexter. He held that all damn round, and that forced Brokey's hand. He wanted to play it slow and steady. He wanted to play it calculated. He had to just run through and get involved. Not just the smoke, but the shot to stop the clutch. Spirit hold on. Nice flank for Siren. Didn't rush that one as well, right? Knew he had FaZe boxed in, was scared of a lurker, was scared of playing, going back to check spawn. Nothing worse when you know that the flank is coming in. FaZe can slow down. But Siren gets a lot of value out of the backstab, and Spirit win a rifle round.
Yeah, that might slow down these T sides a bit for FaZe, right? It's clear that Spirit have been able to find the gap now. You know all about it, and that flank just tore the round apart. Util going over towards B, destined to be a fake here, but Dexter's already ahead of it. With Carrigan now dead, and Chopper aggro in top mid. Spirit are building a very clear picture as to where this is meant to end up. They might have a clear picture right now. Twists up through the con side, trying to make artwork of his own. It's only one. Okay, gone after the fact. Rain's made it over the stairs. Bombs out at T-ramp.
They're everywhere.
They are all over the map right now. Moving through the apartments is about to clear out B. Do they want to try and lend time to this flank? The spam connects, but Rain's gotten out. And Rops is still coming in on this round. Oh dear! He's gotten away. Rops, you need this kill. You have to get it, and he will. Dexter now dead. The flank activated. But there's another one from Siren. Oh, can you hear it? The Siren's calling, luring FaZe onto the rocks. He's out through ramp, but Brokey's going to check for it. Not again. Not again. Rops on that B site, living rent-free in the minds of Spirit.
Oh, it's so perfect. You can see FaZe piecing together the rounds, figuring it out, not falling for flanks. Even that backup to plant default just gives no way in for Siren. You go again for a triple plant or reverse default, he's going to catch you in the animation. He's surely going to get another kill and spark up that retake round, but FaZe deny it again. And a second pause called by Spirit. This one's not gone to plan to start. It may be FaZe is picking the series. But Spirit, the one thing they've proven in these upsets, in this brutal run from open qualifier to major semi-final, is they come in prepped, man. They anti-strat. They pick a surprising map. They catch you with your pants down.
Yeah, if one thing was clear, especially from that Furia matchup in the quarterfinal, it's exactly what you're saying, man. They do their research. They know how to figure you out. Carrigan is knowing to move away from the standard playbook. If the situation calls for it, this guy's more than comfortable coming up with them on the fly.
Oh, he loves loosey-goosey, fast CS. Right, despite the entry capabilities on this team, Carrigan is no fearful player to throw himself in the front line, take those opening duels himself. We've already seen it. And FaZe again, they play these anti-ecos to perfection. Slow default, the entire map blanketed with T players. Trying to figure out where this stack is. Shh, no one tell.
They're being super methodical on this one, man. They're going to discover the B site soon enough. They might just go into, oh, hang on a moment.
Hello.
Hang on a moment. They're going up short. They're going into the stack right now. Oh my goodness, this could be a head-on collision inside, up against the pistols. They're moving in. It should be controllable. Should, as Rain wrestles with the AK. USP's getting brushed aside, and there we go. It's a done deal now. Just Dexter left standing, 5-7 in a dream, and they're skirting on out of there.
They just don't let them save guns, right? They don't let them get away with anything, even though they can completely up and leave. You kill 4 on a bomb site, you know there's a 5th, but with Rain's gun down, FaZe deny a save again. Dexter's got the money at least. Big Green will be coming in to this next rifle round for Spirit. They called a pause prior to the eco. They've discussed it. They know that what they want to do. But can Carrigan keep it fresh?
Oh my God. Patsy's got a P90.
All right.
A P90.
All right.
up here in a major semi-final.
Ballsy.
His first major at that, so let's see what he's going to try and do with it.
Okay, buddy. At least he's got the ammo for this position. He can go for days. An ode to Furia, whom Spirit eliminated just 2 days ago.
Twist has been really keen on these lower tunnels pushes. And with Rain, the man coming from top mid, it's a pretty terrifying twosome over here working this con control. Dexter's trying to fight for middle. Our P90 hero, Patsy, still lying in wait. And I kind of hope they test him. The bomb is leaning towards A. I want to see what this P90 can do. I mean, you got more than enough bullets to just let it rip.
Oh. Again, that AWP out of position. Dex has not been fortunate other than that first rifle round that Spirit picked up on a retake on the A site. He has been out of sight, out of mind for FaZe. They've got to crunch this double site setup. 35 seconds now, up the connector through the palace. Here come FaZe.
Yeah, triple con split. It's going to be tricky. It has to be contained here. Chopper up close.
Oh,
right now. They run at him. They run him down. Ray with the opener.
Bye-bye.
And moving in. Everyone inside of this A site is cut down. Barely a point of damage done the other way. That is ludicrous on the openers, man. Robson, Rain, kills a piece, and that's the round. It's done. Spirit barely even got a chance to play.
Yeah, Patsy, the impatience come back to bite, didn't it? He was hiding Firebox the entire round, moved up on the balcony right as that Palace pop comes through. Here's the hunt. Openers forget it. Rain's on about the closers. Orb got to fight its way out of this round if Dexter wants to try and have impact. And they've got him boxed in, locked in a cage. They let the time tick right down.
Oh my God, yeah, this is terrifying.
Oh,
he's trying to fight his way back into the side. Oh, dropping in, and Carrigan not gonna let that AWP get out of there. You touched on it a few rounds ago, and it still remains the case. FaZe, they will not let you save. They will not let you have these hero guns, these hero investments. When you're broke, you're broke. There's no silver lining. There ain't even copper for scrap.
FaZe putting up all the rare metals, more clean rifle rounds, more 5 alive T-sides. So their bank account already swelling out of control. And hey, Dex is not feeling the pressure at least, trying to get the crowd back on his side. He'll need it today. Deep breath, Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the true test of team spirit, right? Like, this is the biggest game you're ever going to play in. And if you win this one, then the biggest game you'll ever play in is actually tomorrow. So it's a real uphill battle. And they've got to get past some of the best in the world. But boy, do they know how to get a crowd going. All right, let's kind of take stock of this one so far. We've had a lights out start from FaZe Clan, man. This is subdued a lot of the worries that maybe folks had after some of the streaky matches, some of the streaky, problems that were creeping up in that NIP game. There was a moment where it felt like NIP could have won that, right? But
There were a couple.
They course corrected, they got back on top of it, and now they've showed up in this Spirit one in a very clean fashion to open, right? We're getting Rain in his prime, looking so good, keeping up that consistency he's had really up until we got to the big stage where he went a little quiet in that third map versus NIP. Well, he's on form right now, topping the charts, providing these openers. Rops alongside it. Carrigan's just looking out into the crowd.
Ice cold, baby.
Look at this. He's been here before.
Yeah, the one consistency of these stage games is, we've had underdogs put up a show, we've had them put up a fight, but once we hit those third maps, Harry, that's when the favorite just slams. We saw it yesterday in that Na'Vi Heroic matchup. We've definitely got all the makings of a 3-mapper with the pool coming through in this series, as Devilwalk said. There was a way even for Spirit to 2-0 this one. A very comfortable map pool it could have been. But FaZe don't want to let it get that far. For Carrigan, we talk about his major curse, we talk about his histories on these stages, but man, this is the furthest we've seen FaZe and Carrigan specifically in a major since that famed Boston final. It's been quarters with Mouse and FaZe. It's been legend stage only. And yeah, Spirit may be an underdog up for the task, but this can't be a game FaZe fall in.
Yeah, you know, we used the word fate coming into this. I mean, ever since the famed FaZe Boston Major where they end up falling short, you know, it felt like it took a while for Carrigan to rebuild his brand, to build himself back up to this point. Now he's got this team that feels hand-picked around him, right? And you know, it's just that part of you that says if there ever was a time, it's now. It's here. It's in Antwerp that he's looking to win a major. All right, we're back into this one. Bit of a delay, but here we go. FaZe taking on Team Spirit. Let's get back into this one, shall we?
Pistols galore for Spirit. It's never fun. And it's never slow. Not with the ROPS at the front, but that smoke will cool them off just for a moment. FaZe go back to the classic, the mid-control, the taps for rain, but no connection. Spirit get out for now. No stacks either, but Spirit are trying to pull one into play.
Yeah, the thing that's scary, FaZe haven't really cared what site is stacked or not. They've just battled their way in regardless of the circumstances. This is looking to be another one of those kind of rounds right now as Rain trying to trickle his way up through the connector. ROPS out on the ramp side. The openers are starting to flood in. It's Carrigan and Rain on the mid-lug. The Pistols locked out of this one.
Bye-bye.
No damage for Spirit. And a flawless round for FaZe up against the Pistols.
I mean, we don't have a player below 10K coming into that next round. We've even got ROPS almost at 16. This is going to be one hell of a comeback needed for Spirit just to break the money, just to get rounds on the board, to give them those free ecos. They may never get a taste of it in this first half. Really, I'm looking to Dexter. I'm looking to this guy to throw himself into a gunfight, right? He's been very passive, very tapered on the AWP, and very out of position, but maybe pushing himself up into the front line is the only way to go to get warmed back in. Brokey's not really needed to do a lot. It's been the ROPS and Rain show. Good to see the former starting stronger. His first stage game, he went very cold on Nuke. He did take that 30 kills from Carrigan and Rain combined just to push them over the finish line. ROPS can't wait for a third map activation. Here come FaZe with another execute.
Yeah, Smokes are going to lock this AWP off as best they can. So right now, there's one guy under Palace. The AWP's trying to play into it as well. Over at ramp, the molly slowed them right down, and Patsy in middle has finally dealt with this lurker of Rain. Right now, the round rests on ROPS' shoulders. Out through Market, needs to catch this. Siren waits patiently, and the kill rings out. Siren's name all over it. This one has not gone according to plan. This is not as Carrigan described it would go. Twists and Brokey in the 2v5.
Yeah, Chopper's crept under. A single step made will be information to Spirit. The map quiet. No knowledge of FaZe's positions, but Chopper's getting antsy, he's getting curious, and he's only centimeters away from a headshot to Twist. He finds it. It might be a flawless round. That's exactly what Spirit need to get the juices flowing, to get the blood pumping yet again. Brokey gonna hunt this kill, trying to make it a little more expensive, and that's a nice headshot.
Yeah, we say he's a clutch AWPer, but he can't win this one, can he? 1v5 was just looking to get out of there, just looking to save that AWP and make it expensive on the way out the door.
We don't see Spirit grab a second AWP despite seeing you know, some really good double opening prowess from some of the youngsters on this squad. Right now with FaZe running so many executes, so many splits into this A-bomb site, it can be really difficult to get value out of a double AWP on Mirage. They'll lean away for it, just leave Dexter in the pressure.
That's more like it for Spirit though, right? Out of all the ways to win a round, 4 alive, dealing with the mid component, that thing that's been stifling you all game, that's a feel-good round for the Spirit squad. Is it just gonna be a flash in the pan, a one and done? Or can they keep the good times rolling? We'll find out. Mid control taken again. FaZe, they won't let you get comfortable here. They want to fight for it every damn time. AK's moving up the connector.
That was a double ding.
They secure that opening kill. Carrigan even tapping out. Patsy on the short side. And making his way up into the window. He might not be over this one yet. Still in with more. Never knowing when to quit. Carrigan lighting up the scoreboard right now. 3 in the round. And it still isn't stopping him. He might be low on health, but he wants all the glory. And it's a FaZe Clan round through and through. They'll respond with a flawless one of their own.
Reality check coming right back in. You can't get comfortable, can you? And it's not like Spirit had that frag and IGL component. Chopper off in the bottom of the team, relying on his stars right now, silent in this series. And Carrigan just doing things his own way. If you want something done right, do it yourself, he says. Perfect entry round, 8-4. Another rebuy, only allowed by the flawless rifle round. Spirit drop under, quick control getting taken back, but Rain, talk of it, he is there, right up on the short side. Dodges death from that con. It's going to be smoke that he walks below, looking for this pick down lower.
Oh, Rain seems aware. And now the problems start to occur. Equalizer found. Magic's. Fresh Prince all hidden underneath the Palace side. Brokey over here in middle, starting to get warmed up with this AWP. All the guns roaring to life now, though. Spirit drop the bomb in middle. Carrigan closes the gap and drops. Well, Rain rather closes the net. Chopper left up in this one. As the IGL of FaZe, Carrigan to pop off with a big round in the one prior. Now it's Chopper's turn. His shot at revenge. Into the crosshair first. Twist is fighting him, but he's getting wrapped. If he tries to go back, he's a dead man. Carrigan is one step ahead, and here he is in the back line. Anti-air as he brings Chopper to his knees. It's FaZe Clan in with a knife.
He felt that coming. He knew it was moving in, but knowledge isn't enough. Not at this point. FaZe are making quick work of this T side. And Spirit have only had troubles on the attacking half. I'm a little worried right now. Can they keep their cool? Will FaZe run them over in this series, in this semi, straight to the final? Little buy for Dexter, pistols on the others. Again back to under, but FaZe have been here every step of the way, coming for the stairs this time. Nice headshot, run and gun for Chopper. Pistol does it, Carrigan can't control, nor contain, Chopper's got 2.
This is all starting to spiral. They can feel this one getting out of hand, and sometimes one round can make all the difference. FaZe, they need to hold on here.
Feels like these rounds have been 5 alive no matter how you slice it, no matter who picks it up, right? Will that tendency continue? Can Spirit keep it clean?
Okay. Robs has seen one. Rain spotted a man over towards the B side of the map. Right now, Rob starting to get stuck in. Out through Palace. And coming for the throne. This round destined to go the way of FaZe. It might have been a nice start on that lower tunnels push. The going might have looked good. The FaZe Clan, though, when the going gets tough, that's where Rops is going to answer the call. Him and Rain, 2 kills apiece to make that one happen.
Oh, nice try, buddy. Rain, he's got that stage experience, trying to clear corners with the crowd. Not today. Will this finally be a save allowed by FaZe? I mean, they don't need to worry about the money. They're more scared of a ninja, a late player sneaking through Palace. Dex is nothing of the sort. He's just thankful he can live around. A luxury that's not been afforded to Spirit as FaZe finally leave one standing. They'll take 10. As a result, it's a worthy trade. It's double digits on the T side for FaZe.
All right, desperate times calling for desperate measures. Spirit going to bring out that double law. Patsy and Dexter.
About time.
Donning it now, round 15. They've waited the whole half to show their hand with this one. Gave them credit for it earlier on. Well, let's see if it can deliver. Patsy wants to try his hand at the mid-fight. Rain has seen him, though.
Again.
Oh, my goodness. This has been such a consistent source of opening kills. And it will still come through. Rain with the opener. There's that second AWP getting stuck in. But the A play is moving in now. It's getting wild in the mid-round. Chopper skirts on out of there. A 3v3. Spirit setting up to go for a bit of a retake here. They're all grouping over on the jungle side. FaZe Still yet to get situated inside of the site, but they are moving in.
Yeah, deep smokes, that second one's so important to allow for an open bomb plant. Robs might just stick it default, play for that CT spawn, but FaZe have all the room in the world right now. Cut out our Spirit, slinking back into the night of FaZe, but this ramp post plant could limit them, especially with that last molly already used. Brokey's got to at least frag out from the open, but Chopper comes over the top and puts Brokey to a stop.
Out from the stairs, they do the twist. It's only Robs left. He knows where they're all coming from. He's looked the beast in the eye, but he's still left in this clutch. Up through ramp, with the fight, but he can't connect it. Deagle from Dexter will provide a round. It's 5 at the end of this one for Team Spirit. They at least deliver on round 15.
Yeah, a bit of a shame to see default plant there for FaZe. Kind of gives up any chance of playing a post plant, passively trying to play that clock. They were all just stuck in open positions, fighting for the control, and Spirit finally win it out. They got the pistol, they converted, but they barely taste rifle rounds in that CT side. 10-5, FaZe are feeling fantastic, and Spirit need help. Pistol round could certainly change the game.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot though, man. These T-sides have been a little more problematic for Spirit. Right? Oftentimes it's CT where they're doing their best work, where they're getting the most mileage. So it's going to take a lot from Chopper and the rest of the gang to get everyone believing in this one.
But does he still bring his identity, right? This guy wrote the strat book in terms of fast T-sides on Mirage. He made majors gone by with Vega rushing those B apartments. Spirit can't get quiet, can't get cautious now. They've got to fall back to what they know, what they love. And they're ready to go.
FaZe have got 3 ready to respond to this A play. It's just a standard little exec smoke coming in over the top. And Ray makes contact first. This guy with a pistol can be a lethal thing indeed. Brokey out from behind triple, tapping them out. Brokey! Come on, lad. 2 to his name right now, but he's got so much more to give. Dinked by the Glock, and he will get silenced. Rain over in CT is flushed out of the round. Chopper's going back.
Oh my goodness!
Right now, Patsy's left to fight all alone. And he's making it happen. He's making us believe. Carrigan in the clutch. Chopper up and leaving. Patsy, what does he want to do here?
Nice.
Doesn't want to give Carrigan the 1v1. He's going to go back and hold the escape route. But Carrigan's seen this one before. He knows your tricks. Patsy still domes him though. And it's a huge round for the young gun to open up.
Yeah. Give them your energy, folks. They need it. Sick round out of Patsy, and even with that rotate called Carrigan, he may have their head on his shoulders, but Patsy takes it right off. Can't get ahead of that rotate out from Chopper. Pistol round now for Spirit. They got both of them in this map. But the FaZe chants go on.
FaZe have forced this. They don't want to let Spirit build that belief back up. They don't want to let them. They want to seize their moment and deliver on this force buy. Brokey with the scout. Already Rops has taken room over towards ramp, and at this point FaZe, they're situated in a spot where they can look to lean more bodies over towards B. That's where it looks like Spirit are heading right now. They're up catwalk, they've smoked off Con. They're moving in towards this B side of the map. FaZe have got 3 here. Scouts and pistols to try and hold back the tide of Spirit.
If anything, that smoke, it's scary, right? You're worried that Spirit are going to read away, try and move from this stack. Or it could just be a late commit through the apps. Back and spawn grouping. That will be the case for Spirit. FaZe just have to hold their nerve, not panic, not move a muscle. Rop still has ramp info. Rain spotting mid. Brokey could get left high and dry unless Carrigan multi-kills from this position, but the CZ is not what it once was.
Lovely opener. End of the line for Twist, but this is where Carrigan's waiting. CZ in with the first, but that's the end of him.
Nope.
And Brokey's gone as well. The pistol, the stack, it's all broken apart here. Spirit able to navigate it, and that is in spite of Twist's landing that incredible opener with the Deeg. They don't let it fluster them, they don't let it get to them. They trade each and every one of those kills, and they get out of this one with a 7th round intact. Rops in the apartments is looking for nothing more than damage on players attempting to leave.
Yeah, often you just want to exit the way you came, right? The path that you know is safe, or at least so you think. Spirit might have to fall back that way, and that could give guns to Rops. It could give upgrades indeed, but the more the merrier for Spirit. And they come, 3-on-1. Rops looking to churn up Tees. He's got the first two, and there's the trade, but it's a very expensive second round. It's a dud.
It would be wild. It's not invaluable, but it's a world where, you know, FaZe could justify trying to throw more money. I don't think they're going to, with the lead so established, with Spirit being the ones feeling the pressure. They certainly could, but it looks like, oh, hello, Robs has thrown some extra cash in.
He made money, 600 a kill.
But yeah, it's pretty tapered. They're still looking to keep Spirit on the back foot in terms of the money. And so if they can get out of this round with a couple of kills to their name, going to set them up real nicely for the first. Robs fast dropping under. All right, they're setting up util currently.
I love that he doesn't rush this. Once he hears them commit, they're going for a little delayed B-pop. Robs is going to be able to backstab. Chopper's still at the forefront. He's broken his way into the bomb site, but they go back to check the flank. Robs has been heard. He's been rumbled. So has the site. Overwhelmed as Robs gets peeked from the top of the stairs, and FaZe just don't have the weaponry to consider this round. It's Spirit converting, stopping the force, and a little bit more for FaZe. Rain going to sell it for Carrigan, but there's no win in this one.
Ooh. All right. Any more, Rain? Any more? Just the one. 8-10. All right. 2 rounds between these two squads. FaZe are going to be coming in with that purchase we promised you now. They've got the AWP in Brokey's hands. They're bringing that one out right away. No delay like Dexter faced in that first half. He's also got his AWP, so there's a chance we get a clash of these AWPs right here, right now, to open up the second half of Mirage.
Was it worth the wait? Fast out mid for Spirit. Not much util though, the window smoke's the only cover. Rops runs through and Chopper, blinded, just fires in and finds that pick. Twist keeps this round enabled for Dinkin dead and spam through the smoke. This one's a mess. It's murder on both sides. FaZe will give it up and go slow as Spirit try and play out the 3-on-3.
Patsy's seen Rain going up, going over. He's now out of the round. Over in the apartments, you've been sent packing. With Siren dead, Dexter's got to go all the way back to A with this bomb. It falls to a 2v2. Things get scary now. Brokey's posted with the AWP. Carrigan's using this time to move his way in, but it might never be needed. Brokey, keen as ever to get involved. Dexter with the bomb out, was never ready for a second man. And Carrigan's speed, his greatest ally there.
We don't have to wait long, do we? It's not much of a streak, it's only the conversions. That's all Spirit have had in this entire map right now. FaZe have run away with rifle round after rifle round. And everyone's had their moments. Can Spirit yet to be seen? Broken already. Deagle on Chopper. Set up Dexter with a big green at least. Some blocking going on in spawn. Will send FaZe a little bit late. That might give pace to Spirit in the middle. It's only this all posting up. Rain going to boost up into ladder. Double short side. Rops now has a lot of things to watch with his teammate all the way back in CT. Smoked out a con. A weird one for him there. It doesn't bounce how he wants it to. But it will keep Spirit's eyes on the prize as they come out late from under, clearing middle. Rain's not in a rush. It's Patsy who has to force fights, and they're just not getting given.
He wants this opener, man. This is like the two balls clashing horns over in middle. Both want these early fights. Both often win these early fights. And this time, might just end in a stalemate. Patsy's lobbing util out. What does he want to do with this space in middle? Trying to work the connector, maybe? Oh, spotted by the short side AWP. Twist falling back into this side. Carrigan here with an SMG. They got to hold off against this onslaught of Spirit, but they do have support in the ladder room. Rain boosted there at the start of the round. The question now is, are they ready for it? Magix will find that opener, however. Rain arrives, and it's a downpour. FaZe Clan locking Spirit out of the sight. Magic's trapped, and Rain's there to close.
They look muted right now, man. They look terrified. FaZe, they're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. As soon as you think you cleared a bomb site, a third man appears out of nowhere. Rain's getting shots through smoke. Spirit slow T-sides aren't offering them many opening opportunities. And you talked about that opening fight, we never even get it. We never even get Patsy given the chance to frag out on that T-half. Him and Rain, like you said, they're the top 2 performing players in terms of the opening duels in this entire tournament. Man, Patsy came into the playoffs as the 4th highest rated player in his first major. Unprecedented at 18 years of age. That pistol may have been nice, but it might be all they've got. FaZe up against pistols again. And they can just breathe, live in the moment. Spirit have nothing to show here.
All right, pistols running out the ramp side. How far can they make it? Bomb plant here would be lovely, but it's pretty optimistic with Rain laying down the pain from CT. Out with the burst and in with the kills. It's around for FaZe Clan. They keep it flawless. And they're establishing themselves here to be the victors on their map pick. We're going to kickstart this series off the right way if you're a FaZe fan.
Yeah, we may have had some quiet performances early in the tournament for FaZe, right? Robs and Brokey beginning the playoffs, a bit quiet twists in this one as well, but a rising tide lifts all boats. Rain is on a tear, 24 and 13. Drowning Spirit in rounds right now. Top mid push, FaZe are feeling it. There's already a player scrimming out A. Magix can't molly that player. Twist takes him out on the default. Magix will get one, but it's all Spirit have right now. FaZe showing face and going back to that A site, but that leaves a gap. And Siren sneaks through in the dead of night.
If you listen closely, you can hear him beckoning Twists onto the rocks, in through lower tunnels right now. Chopper does have his eye on this. Twists is low, but Chopper has just left this position. Going back, he's got the info. Twist is stuck.
Wow.
And will get caught out. Pinson with Siren.
They don't know.
They don't know about him. Oh, he's in with that first kill. They're going to try and chase him. The Molly's pushed them forward, but Siren holds the line. FaZe are up on the rock, shipwrecked in this one.
Unless
up through the short side, it's all on Rain, topping the charts right now for FaZe. He's going to have to go even bigger. But Chopper gets him back under control, puts him back on a leash. That's a Spirit. They do put a round up on this T side.
Wow, what a save for Siren, right? It has been him and Patsy pretty much saving the game in some of these rounds, right? Whether it was a T-side pistol for Patsy on the A site, Siren with the realization that not only did Brokey beat his molly, but he was full sending. He was committing. I'm still a little concerned. The only time we see Chopper top frag is when Spirit lose. It still shows these stars are yet to shine. There's more rounds. There's more chances for Spirit. They broke this streak of 3 for FaZe. They're back on. Can they get double digits as well?
That's the problem, right? You can't afford to go stone cold here. You can't afford to be a one and done. You need to keep these rounds building up. You need to start chaining them together. So out they come. It's a fast A play. No respect on this one. Rain waits with patience inside of the site. First kill from this A1S, and now traded, now gone. A site crumbles. And Spirit are in with a chance at a bomb plant and a 4v4 post plant. Time to get set up, time to move in. Oh my. He's taking risks and taking fights that maybe he didn't need to take. Giving over that man advantage. Chopper tries to trade it out. FaZe are now coming through. Dexter with this AWP, haven't had a clutch round out of him yet. No bomb. This would be the time. Bombs over towards ramp, and Brokey can catch it on the cross. Dexter might need to help here. Oh, he's just left the angle. The bomb's going back. The bomb's starting to turn away.
It's the pistol all over again.
Magic's just checking. Gonna rejoin Dexter here. Oh my goodness. It's balancing on a knife's edge.
The question for Karrigan is, does he want to stop the plant? Does he want to try and fight for it? Will he take that risk? Or will he play a retake in a man-up position? He hears steps, he hears the stick, but Dexter's not covering.
Oh my goodness, Karrigan. Oh, Dexter opens, and there's the turnaround. All right, still got legs on it, Twists. Up through ramp, 1v2, big round ahead of someone who's had a rough start to this game. They don't know about the flank, they don't know about it yet. Twists moving in, silent, quiet as a mouse, now leaping to action. First kill found, just Dexter left to beat. Clutch AWP player. Twists moving in, going up, going over. Feeling hot, feeling the pressure. Out with a jiggle, trying to bait this shot, but Dexter holds his nerve. And now going back in for this bomb, he's just baiting it. Oh, the shot sails by him, but he runs out of ammo. Dexter locks in the round.
Does it right back. We were waiting all game, but better late than never. Back-to-back for Spirit, rifle rounds, 2v3 in the pre-part, and what a fake out as well. FaZe try and peek together, both players trying to take fights on that A-bomb site, and Dexter and Magic stop them from even getting involved. 6 shots out of Dexter. The leg into the Glock, he was feeling it. Twist out of ammo, that one's got a sting. Full eco now. And Spirit, they've already closed it. Consider this 11, folks. Nothing FaZe can do.
It's a very quick round. It's literally already over. Not getting your money's worth out of this one. Spirit are closing this gap, though, Hugo. You can feel it, right? You can feel that things are changing a little bit.
We almost need a 2-0, right? If Spirit were ever going to run through with this one, especially given not only the favorites rocking 3-map series in arenas, but also the fact that FaZe are flawless on Nuke. They look light out. And so Spirit, there's still hope, there's still a way in. Magic's, he's just going for the creep, he's going for the walk, he wants the multi-kill. One is not enough, and he takes it late. Got to clear a couple out of middle. These pistols getting churned up, chewed and spat out, but Rain will hold on. Not much to say for FaZe, but Face has Spirit find 11.
All right, this is the round you've got to be paying attention to. This is the one where we're really going to get a sense. Do we have to be worried for FaZe, or is it all still under control? If they lose this, Team Spirit should be tying this up, should be equalizing this out. So this is really a round that shapes this series, that shapes this semi-final matchup. M4s across the board for FaZe Clan. Rain left alone to anchor down this A-bomb site. Chopper exploding out into middle. That is a lot of damage out of the MAC-10. And now Robs, he is stuck. He is trapped down in low, and no safe way out of this one. The rest of Team Spirit starting to show their hand, starting to play the cards they're dealt here on the ramp side. They're moving out, but Rain delivers that opener, chases the AWP down, and is in with this double. Even taking it one step further, Rain does not know when to quit. Oh my, Spirit. Oh, they're gonna catch him.
Nice shot.
It's left to Carrigan, the captain of FaZe Clan. A 1v3 and the bomb at his feet.
He doesn't know. Oh, he turned his back. Is it on the map? Is there any realization? Carrigan anchors down, he's here, he's committed. But he's questioning, where are Spirit? They could be anywhere. And in fact, they are already through the back line, climbing into the window as Chopper. It's a clash of the in-game leaders. Carrigan goes one step too far behind.
Hang on a moment, this is actually pretty smart, I think. He knows the bomb's down there. Carrigan doesn't want to be sat on the bomb, that's too obvious, and they're leaving themselves in no time. He wants to play for the 1v3. Oh, there's a surprise, out from behind triple. Carrigan knows they've got to come to him. He's the man to do the damage. From the swing! Carrigan!
Fins in the water! And these Sharks bite back. It's not just Dragons today. Carrigan on the big stage puts up 14.
That's experience right there, Hugo. He didn't want to play around the bomb. He wanted to fight on his terms in the 1v3. Oh my God!
That's going to shatter you. This has been a slow crawl back for Spirit. A comeback on the T side. They're weaker half, but not today. But can you really pick yourself up, brush yourself off after Carrigan collapses upon you like that? I don't know. 6 shots, line up to close. Carrigan keeps his cool in the clutch.
Oh my God, and it's no big celebration, it's nothing wild, it's actually very measured for Carrigan. The adrenaline must be pumping after that one. He almost couldn't even believe it happened in the fashion that it just did. FaZe are now poised to close this out, and it's all spearheaded by the IGL, the man with so much to lose, so much to gain, a legacy to fulfill.
a trophy to lift.
Spirit can't let one round define them. They're trying to pick up the pieces, trying to rise from the ashes. Out they come into this A site. Opener secured over in middle. Ops on the receiving end of Dexter's peak. And right now, Patsy is far deeper than they're ready for. There's so many fights ready to go down all across the map. This one hinging on a few key engagements, and Patsy putting up bodies. Not out of the woods yet, though. If last round was anything to go by, anything to remember, it's never over till it's over.
Oh, but it might be already, Harry FaZe. They've realized wrong. They've rumbled as they have to run back into the B-bomb site. Karrigan doesn't want to concede. Brokey on the cross, and Karrigan follows up. It's Dexter in the clutch. A 1v2, 2 to his name already. It's just the AWP.
Brokey is the clutcher, is the Iceman. Dexter, the same within his ranks. It's a battle of clutches. Who will be crowned king? Brokey up the short side. Dexter looking for him, cannot find him anywhere. The whole map is fog of war, the whole map is dark, and over on short, Brokey still yet to play his hand. Dexter swinging out, spots it, and there it is! Rising from the ashes, Dexter with the clutch. Team Spirit are not out of this one yet.
How do they keep holding on? Karrigan and Brokey in a 2v3, make it a 2v1. They can't close. And somehow, someway, Dexter does it right back. You have a clutch from the leader of FaZe, but Spirit don't fall quiet. This game is so close, on a knife's edge right now. Either team playing with a crowd, playing with their hearts and minds.
Difference is, though, man, when Karrigan won his round, Spirit were able to reinvest. They were able to arrive back in the server right away. Not the case for FaZe. They kind of have to give a bit of room here. They have to let Spirit get even closer.
And man, how good have these reads been from Chopper and Anti-Ecos, right? FaZe on their T side, they ran into every stack, but they just destroyed it. Spirit, they avoided every single pistol play for FaZe. They do not run into a 5-man hold. They will just get clean, range shots and hit every single one. Magix has found that first man. Karrigan comes through, but it's only a traded kill. Spirit should still keep this clean, but Twist snaps the head off too.
Deagle's walked out. Deagle in the picture, swinging out from CT. Twist, can he get any more? The reload. Oh, they're both reloading.
Not again.
It's so close. The smoke spam does not quite connect. Spirit, they need to calm down. Their nerves are shot right now. It's Chopper and Siren. Back to back. All they've got is each other. They've split up. Oh no! Brokey coordinates out over in jungle. That might save the day. Twist with this double opener. It was him to get this round interesting. Him to get it moving. Now he's got to close it, and he can't.
Woo! From a clean anti-eco, supposedly. Twist, he throws in a little bit of dirt, but the mop's out. Spirit, they get it over the line. They get rid of another scary round for FaZe, another potential clutch today, but it's 13-14. What looked like a one-sided map, the pocket pick of FaZe and Mirage. And they've got to fight for it every single second. All or nothing. Lose here, and you're giving Spirit map point.
Yeah, they might be in the lead, but the pressure is definitely on FaZe. Neither team's doing too great economically, though. There's so much riding actually just on this round. Whoever wins this gets shunted into pole position in a very real way. So essentially, that last hour that we've just spent watching, it's all hinging on winning this round. First map of this semi-final relies on the outcome of this one. It's slow, it's measured. Spirit leaving nothing to chance. FaZe has shown respect. They're letting them have middle. You can take it, they say. We're more than ready. We're waiting for you. The carpet's rolled out over at the A site. And does Spirit want to come moving in?
Up through the smoke, Rops the first line of defense. The spray's good. He has to back out, scared of a backstab. It's Rops with a double. Chopper comes over the top, but Rops won't stop. Popping noggins. 3 kills off the A1S, and Spirit must confess that this round might slip by the wayside unless that molly can force Twist out. He can't get the kill. The flash saves Twist's life. There's still a man in the site. They haven't cleared it. Brokey behind lines, and Dexter might just have to save. Devastation, FaZe find 15.
That is salt in the wound for Carrigan, man. He even strips that AWP away right at the very end.
Something's
right as the
never
doors
changed.
close. And for Spirit, it doesn't matter how close you've made this, how much fight you've had. You've now got to do it with pistols.
Yeah. They've had some great reads on this T side. They've really brought the A game today, have Spirit. A recovery from what was a very slow start. But right now, they've got to make their own luck. Pistols out. An ode to Vegas Squadron. Tech 9s on the ramp. Do or die. Dust 2 waiting in the wings.
Yeah, here's the pistol play. A Chopper specialty as they pick up the pace on the A play. Running it back one last time. Flash is going out. Loki dead. Still a chance here. Bomb now getting planted. Rob's flashed off. They're taking CT. One man here to keep them at bay, to hold the line. Siren's got the AWP. He's plucked that one out of the round. Somehow got his hands back on it, but now he's got to pick an angle. Now he's got to pick a fight. Flash through CT. First kill for FaZe. Oh, and another. Siren with the reply. 2 kills, and he just about gets out. Oh, could get caught with nades, but he's still. No way! Siren! Oh, man! Up close, cut down. Robs 1v1, and it's all on this defuse. Taps it. Swings it. Nails it. FaZe! It's so close, and they've just got it.
He's so cool. Robin cool with the clutch, with the closer, and not a second to spare. Calculated to a T. FaZe get it over the line, but they had to fight for every second of that map. 4 kills from Siren, and it matters not.
I do not believe that last round. I don't believe what we just saw. Man, Rops, you gotta give him credit for keeping himself composed there. For FaZe, this is massive. They recover it, they keep it under control. It was spearheaded by clutches from Carrigan. It closes with a clutch from Rops. And in spite of Siren's best efforts, that could have damn well been player of the tournament, player of the major, if he pulled it off. But he just falls short. No one remembers the ifs or maybes. They're going to remember this one as a FaZe Clan map in the books.
Unbelievable, and I'm so glad that closes up. We have quite a competition here in the semi-finals. Nothing is sacred, nothing is guaranteed. FaZe Clan just about closed their pick, but that's theirs. There's still dust, there's still more questions. And Spirit have come prepped for today. I don't know what the hell we've got in store, but it's going to be a banger, eh, Freya?
Man, that map delivered even more than I thought possible. Spirit test FaZe to the absolute limit. It was a game of clutches towards that very end. Mystical keeping it ice cold. Matthew, that was absolutely incredible. My heart is still racing witnessing that.
Look, when I said that the clutches were going to matter, I had no idea how right I was going to be. I had no clue. I mean, I knew it was going to be a key point of that game, but oh my God, so many rounds towards the very end that just got decided on a millisecond, a millimeter. It's Rob's faking towards the very end. Can you imagine how hectic the communication must have been at that point, trying to pinpoint where everyone is, and then he just fakes it, destroys him in last freaking second.
Yeah, amazing from FaZe, but it felt like they let Spirit into this game. And you have to give props because I think Spirit had probably the worst start you could possibly have in a series against FaZe here. They got completely demolished on the T side, or when FaZe were the T side. They constantly got reset every time they got anything going. And to make it back after FaZe gets 10 rounds on the T side, that is impressive.
Yeah, I don't even think we should say FaZe gave it back to Spirit. I think Spirit, they went and took it.
Yeah.
They took it back. We're going to touch on the carrying clutch, of course, but the fact that after that, after this 1v3 that should have been soul-breaking for any team, just dissolving, they actually back-to-back win incredible clutches, a 2v3, Dexter as well against Brokey. How can they stay that composed? A team with so little experience, so little time on that stage, how can they be so composed in that moment? I'm speechless.
Yeah, I'm speechless too. It's absolutely magnificent to see them having that mental fortitude, that audacity to not just roll on over, they get back into things as well. And Devil, as you were saying, we look back at that T side of things for FaZe. Rarely, if ever, was Spirit able to string 2 rounds together. It was literally those 2 opening rounds, then it was just a string of rounds for FaZe, another string of rounds for FaZe. Huge props to Spirit for trying to claw their way back into that.
Yeah, and I have to say this about Spirit because they have this super, like, uncanny ability to kind of have a terrible start. They look really like bad at times. So many things going wrong. And then all of a sudden, everything clicks. They play some amazing Counter-Strike. They out-rotate, they out-call FaZe in this map. And that's the spirit we want every single time.
I still think that Kerrigan did a beautiful job on this.
Yes,
100%.
I think he had all the pieces exactly where he wanted. We can talk about round 12 if we want. I think it's a great example of how the pressure applied by Kerrigan and his teammates, right, allowed for great openings to come through. We'll see here, that's Kerrigan with the opening. A man that, of course, we're going to mention quite a lot. First one onto Chopper and then straight up punishing that peek from Patsy. Right behind it, it's like basically a castle card. Everyone gets positioned. Kerrigan very aptly, silently into the window, onto Siren, and this is it. The round is done. He had this possibility in this game to set the pieces exactly where he wanted them. And when the entries were needed, boy, they were delivering.
Well, and somebody else, when we're talking of entries, we've got to talk about Rain. We set it up coming into this. He was going to be instrumental in terms of that space-making ability. Comes out, I actually don't even know what it ended up being. What was it, 8-0 in terms of it? 9-1. Damn. And then it was in their first 8 rounds. Half of those, Rain managed to convert in opening wins. We were talking about the fact that that's exactly what Spirit are going to be facing up again. That's the first face you're going to be seeing a FaZe, and then that's it. You kind of lights out.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play with how FaZe approached this T side because they applied so much pressure going up A ramp constantly, and it made Spirit get into this awkward position. Should we help our A anchor or should we re-clear mid? Those are usually the two decisions that you have to make in that scenario. But FaZe always had the majority of their people in mid. They were ready for the punish if that decision came in. Otherwise, they would have taken ground based on the information of that guy, pushed up A ramp and putting pressure on Magisk.
MVP-like numbers again, coming out of Rain, and so reminiscent of that first series against NIP. For the fact that it's actually the experienced boys out there, Kerrigan and Rain, making the difference with 29 and 26 kills. But we have to give it credit to Robs. Robs, a man that, you know, came quietly into the playoffs, took a little bit of time to find his footage. The third map against NIP is the best he's got, and he right now, he steps up. He's got that multi-kill ability. He sealed a couple of rounds on the CT side where he was exactly where he needed to be, and such a great omen for FaZe.
And finally, that clutch at the end to be sealing things out. Mr. Cool kept it literally ice cold coming into that one, and it's amazing to see from Robs continue that momentum, as Maniac was just saying, off of that incredible final map against NIP.
I mean, he basically saved them there because Siren, he was on something right there. He had some incredible play in a round that we just thought were done and dusted all over before it even began. And to make this, it was so close. I thought Siren would get that kill at the end with the dink as well. It's almost
it's almost an illustration for Spirit. The fact that Siren starts this round with 12 kills. Like, he's definitely not having the game that we painted him he would have. Like, we painted him as a win condition. We said he's going to step up massively on the CT side. Didn't do it. Yet, round 29, he almost gets the ace. He's literally a shot away from writing history in his career in the Major. And that is the resilience that Spirit showed in this game. At so many points, so many turning points, I thought Spirit could just give up. That's it. Throw in the towel. We're not going to win this map. It's never going to happen. And yet they kept fighting. They never give up.
Yeah. And that's the spirit that we keep getting surprised by time and time again. So yeah, huge respect for what Spirit gave in this map. Can't wait for the next one.
Let's continue to talk about the clutch factor in this game. We've got round 25, a huge one from Kerrigan coming into this one that I don't think anybody thought he would manage to pull off. A few mistakes from Spirit coming into that one, but we can't take it away from Finn himself. Huge plays.
Yeah, the captain of his own ship. The captain of his own ship in that 1 versus 3. The positioning, the fact that he realizes he can't stay in the same position. So what he's got to do, he's got to make sure that no one is flanking him. He's going to quickly have a look towards CT spawn. Once that is done, he can more freely focus on the A side here. Slight mistake on the side of Spirit. I don't think Chopper should be the first one in to find information because they're not in a position to trade. Surprises him, then changes his position. Very important here. The last 3 seconds before they peaked, and then he just goes wide swinging. Of course, Patsy just kind of blocks the vision of Magisk for a second. A good clutch needs a little bit of success, but that was a soul-breaking moment for Spirit.
Yeah, but they still crawled back a little bit after that, and I can't believe that FaZe needed these clutches with how strong they opened this map and how good it looked for them. I thought it was like, okay, it's over this 10-5 half, but yeah. Spirit is not going to give up.
And that's the incredible thing about Spirit, the fact that they have, that valiant effort coming into things, the ability to be going into this one, even when they're down in terms of the rounds, just huge mental fortitude for them. And things are looking up for Spirit as we are moving on to their map pick next up in this series. It is going to be Dust 2 and a chance for them to potentially bounce back and push us to a third. We're heading to a break, but we'll be breaking it down after this.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
Dust 2 up next after an absolute nail-biter on Mirage and a chance for Spirit to be clawing things back. But no guarantees even on their own map pick as Maniac coming into this. We were saying probably we were prefacing the map veto. FaZe are definitely no slouches on this ground either.
If you're going to make a comeback, picking Dust 2 against FaZe is definitely choosing the scenic route. Let's put it this way. And listen, it doesn't matter to me if Spirit were to go out 0-2 against FaZe. I could not care less. I would still respect the hell out of the run they had at this major. But now they are faced with the biggest challenge they've ever had. Come back against FaZe on the main stage.
Yeah, but Spirit, there are no slouches on Dust 2 either. It's a pick they usually go for every time. If the team lets them get it, they will pick it. And we've seen only one loss from Spirit on that map, and that was against G2, who had a phenomenal CT side. I think they were up 12-3 at one point, and Spirit clawed their way back. So they are extremely good on that map, and the massive danger for FaZe is the double op setup from Spirit with Patsy and Dexter.
Well, things are certainly hotting up as we're getting ready to get into our second map of this semi-final. But I imagine things are fiery down in that arena, Frankie.
Really are, Freya. Thank you so much, first of all, to everyone in the Sports Palais for making the atmosphere absolutely electric during that first map. But right now, I want to talk to Bruna. She's come all the way from Brazil, and she was actually a pro back in the 1.6 days. So Bruna, being here right now, can you believe how far Counter-Strike has come?
Actually, no. Like, this is my first time watching Counter-Strike, this big stage, and the screen, like, we were like, the skins look so good, because, like, when we play, we use, like, a lower resolution, so we get more FPS, and we're like, whoa, does it look really this good all the time? Like, we have been missing this out, so it's been like this best experience of my life.
Oh, and how have you found it now that we don't have any Brazilian teams in the playoffs? What keeps you coming to the arena?
Well, the energy, we are in love with the G2 guys. Also, the Vitality supporters. I cannot believe they're awesome. So the energy, also all the Brazilians that are here, like we have been having a blast. That's what keeps us coming, and of course, Kerrigan. We love Kerrigan. We love Kerrigan.
Now, what's the one thing you want for Kerrigan?
I'm sorry?
What's the thing that you want most for Kerrigan?
I think he deserves a major.
I think he might do too. What do you think, Sports Palais? Does Kerrigan deserve a major? We've definitely got a few Kerrigan stands in the room, but right now we're going to head back to the desk.
Man, the atmosphere down there, absolutely unmatched. We all joined them in the crowd as well for that first map of the semi-final. Absolutely incredible energy down there, and it's only going to be hotting up as we move on into Dust 2. How are we kind of framing up both these squads as we move into this map, considering that it is Spirit's map pick?
Look, I think David will hit the nail on the head when we talked about the game against G2. I think this was the moment where Spirit turned a lot of heads. That first half, very, very bleak. We thought G2 would just run away with it, and then suddenly the second half is the comeback. It's almost a revealing moment for Patsy with the secondary sniper. But is it fair from us to expect the same kind of incredible performance from him? Remember, he didn't exactly show up on Mirage. You still believe in him for Dust 2?
I believe in both Patsy and Dexter. They've been incredible, and you have that resilience from Patsy, you know, going for those picks, going for those entries constantly. And Dexter is more cleaning up, but he's very explosive once he gets into position. We've seen him do incredible things, staying on long. I thought he was like completely dead in one of the rounds against G2 earlier in the tournament, and he just made that work. So he has that, you know, explosiveness and star potential that he just shows every single time he plays.
And I love the fact that we're coming into an all-purpose playground when we're coming into the ground of Dust 2 as well. Particularly looking at Brokey coming into this, he was somebody that we had question marks about in terms of the actual context of where he would be performing on this beautiful stage up here, first time at a major playoffs. I'm really impressed with what we've seen so far, considering the circumstances from him.
Well, you know what? I think our doubts were warranted. So far, I haven't really seen Brokey steal the show. If we look at the game against NIP, he took a little while to warm up as well. Sure, he had that incredible moment on Inferno. I think we are kind of in a Abyss Repetita scenario right here. He didn't really have to do much on Mirage. He was in the backpack, very comfortably installed, with all his teammates leading the charge. Now on Dust 2, I think it's a good ground for him to actually make a statement, take over a game, show to his teammates that he can, and he's not just going to be closing rounds.
Yeah, I think Spirit just needs to go all out swinging here. They need to play to their comfort, keep playing like they do. They have some great calling on the T side. We have to respect Chopper in that department, because bringing a young squad like this to a semi-final in the arena here at Antwerp is an incredible achievement. And he keeps delivering on the calling side. So if that continues, Dexter, Patsy bringing some entries, I think they have a chance here.
I mean, look at the game we just had on Dust 2. How many better teams have completely disappeared, melted like sun on ice, or ice under the sun against FaZe? Kerrigan just put nothing in his pocket many times. We've seen teams like Cloud9, formerly Gambit, not being able to stand the test of force that FaZe is on the stage. And Spirit gave them a run for the money in the first map. They've done enough
for us to give them the benefit of the doubt moving into Dust 2.
FaZe are going to be starting on the CT side of Dust 2, so in terms of what we should be expecting from that defense, what exactly are you looking forward to, Maniacs? You got a cheeky smile on your face.
Yeah, I got a smile on my face because as we were in the break, I dived a little bit into the history of Counter-Strike, the stats of Counter-Strike, and I found Reigns last Dust 2 during a major, and unfortunately for the Spirits fan of the world, he had a 2.22 rating. He made a dish out of Evil Geniuses. Granted, maybe not the hardest of a position, we'll put it out there, but still, have so many memories of Rain taking over the CT side of Dust 2 with that rotating positions, sometimes on the A side, sometimes CT spawns, multi-kills galore, and based on what we have seen on Mirage, I have reasons to believe we might see it again.
Yeah, but I think because of how well they clawed back Spirit on that Mirage, if they just play 90-80% of that, I think they got this Dust 2 in the
Hell
bag.
no! Hell no!
Yes!
If
I
they play 120%, they might have it. Not 80%.
No. Don't underestimate these young guns. They've been crushing it so far, and I expect even more from them.
I'm going to separate the fisticuffs here because I believe we are ready to be diving into this map. It is Dust 2, it is Spirit's pick coming back into things, and we're going to see if they can claw this back to a third and final decider in the semi-finals. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
Oh my God, how on earth are we meant to top that? I have no idea. That was one hell of a game to open up this semi-final.
You having fun, Harry?
I'm having a lot of fun. Now we get ready to go to Dust 2, Hugo. Can you try and give me some inspiring words, maybe a chance as to how this one goes the distance?
Yeah, right. It's a great map for Spirit. 5 out of the last 6 picking up W's on this map. It's you know, at least we had some life out of Spirit at the end. At the start of that map, it looked like FaZe were going to roll over them. The nerves came out from some of the young guns. We had some sickening rounds at the end from Siren and Patsy. It wasn't enough to take that first map in the series, but in terms of coming back in and making it a 3-mapper, sending us to Nuke, I think Spirit can do it.
All right, then let's find out. Will Spirit bounce back, or is this FaZe going into that grand final? Antwerp, let me hear you!
No waiting around. Map 2, T side, Spirit. They are feeling it. Fast out long, the pop's in, Brokey, he's going to get flashed back by Carrigan, looking for more fights. Spirit won't take them, they tuck in behind the boxes. No mollies, it's a pistol round. Brokey, he's got to fight his way out of position, jumping up and jumping down, dodging death. And Spirit are just waiting. Magic's finally picked, Brokey can actually get out.
Yeah, Magic's hung out to dry, man, left over at the long side. Now a man down, Spirit gonna have to try and crawl back into this one, out through middle, up onto shore. Full faith in Chopper. Moving up with this bomb, looking destined to be the A play. They've got 1 smoke, 2 flashes to try and make this work, to try and make it happen. Fast activation available from Brokey in mid, and a 2-man hold. Rain and Carrigan here. It's the 2 all-boys of FaZe Clan to hold the line down on this A-bomb site.
Oh.
Carrigan's dead right away, so it's all eyes on Rain, all hopes on Rain. And there's the first, and there's the second, and he's laid to rest. Oh, but Brokey with the wraparound. FaZe, lovely pistol to kickstart Dust 2.
Shot at the back of the head by Brokey, and that's what we needed, right? This guy was quiet in that first map. He was the bottom performer for FaZe, and that's not normal to see. This guy's a clutcher, but he's not been in those positions in the major so far. He's won his 1v1, but mostly Brokey not needed to be put in those positions, or now more than ever, FaZe thank him for that pistol. Starts and ends it. And this one should be even quicker.
All right, Rain, make that money. Make that money. Make it rain, baby. Out on the long side, Carrigan's here helping out. And they deal with the pistols with ease. They keep it nice and clean.
No problems. Only the MP9 loss, so FaZe are more than happy. Laughing all the way to the bank, in fact, as Spirit buy back in and show us their first rifle round. And this is the question. What have they got? How are you really going to catch FaZe off guard on a map where it feels like we've seen everything? Where the meta is established, where there's no real questions on what Tees can get away with. Chopper needs something special. Dex is going to scout mid and almost hit that headshot. Micro adjustment just a little bit too far, but no one makes it lower, and Spirit have that info. However, that smoke puts a blanket, puts a question mark in, and Rain plays off the back of it. While eyes are drawn to double doors, Rain picks up the first.
Yeah, Robson, Rain, magic duo, art of misdirection over in middle, allows Rain to get that opener. Spirit now, a wounded animal in this one, just looking for a way out. They'll take anything. Moving in through middle, re-swing. Brokey wants to get involved. Does leave him out on a bit of an island here. Twist is helping, but it will make matters worse. They've lost one of these B defenders. Spam almost connects, close behind the doors. They check for Rops. The trade's immediate. Brokey has to go reinforce B, but they're already in. He doesn't know about Siren. He doesn't know that someone's already made it past. That molly will give it away. Now the alarm bells are going off. Now the siren's been sounded. 3v3. And FaZe grouping for a retake at this side of the map.
Yeah, for such an inexperienced player, Siren is so good at finding these gaps. He did it all Mirage on that T side, breaking out into B as well. It's a repeat. But we need more results for Spirit. Stuck back in tunnels is Magic's. FaZe all coming from the mid side. Brokey fakes it out lower. We've not got a flashbang primed and ready. It's going to have to be dry fights. FaZe in from the top. It's Robs. First contact, waiting on that door. Smoke fade. No one's fighting. No one's facing. Carrigan with a kill. Traded. Rain gets another. And it's all on Siren again. He's got to finish what he started. 1v1. Rain over the top. And he rains down death. But Siren wins the round. Cool as a cucumber. First T-side round for Spirit. And it's all Siren, baby.
A 1v3, absolutely huge, man. Even the flick up to find Rain.
How does he save it?
He should have been a dead man. That should have been a FaZe Clan round, but look at this. Just perfect, every peak so clean, so much intention. Had the read on the last man.
Oh, Dexter, these have been close connections, but not quite. Carrigan's taken all the way up top middle.
Carrigan does 2 scout, should I say more? This guy's a menace with this gun here.
Yeah, he's actually cleared out the top and middle, so those long players can relax. Carrigan can't. Oh, Eyes was on the prize, but Spirit sneak underneath the scope. Carrigan's gone back to reinforce the B site along the Rops. That's Spirit's intention. As they direct themselves out middle contact. The smoke's on the fly. Twist can do nothing about it.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Not quite the kill, but it's going to soften them up for this scout on Carrigan. Oh, he's painting them up even more so. Now looking up into the window. They're trying to make their way in. These SMGs are doing so much damage in middle. Chopper will hold on. The rest of the gang still grouped in the tunnels. They haven't committed yet. They don't have to go. They've still got 55 seconds left to play with here. Util now going in. Oh, here. Rops isn't burning yet. Rops is still alive in the back of the site.
He's moving so much.
They might assume it's clear. Spirit, if they do want to change their mind, they've got to be quick. They're running out of time here, going in through the lower tunnels. Brokey holding for it. There's the lineup. Brokey with 3. Oh, Dexter down in the upper tunnels. FaZe, they collapse on them.
Crushed. And it's Mirage all over again. Spirit, they take rounds, they drip them in here and there, but it's FaZe to always break the money, break the hearts, and never let these teams streak together anything. Already a fantastic, oppressive start for FaZe, not scared of getting involved, throwing themselves up middle, Rain fighting catwalking rifle rounds, pushing lower tunnels. You're not going to contain FaZe right now, not when they're feeling like this. And they know, Spirit may have a game plan, man. They may have tricks up their sleeve. But if FaZe cut those sleeves off, Spirit aren't going to be able to show us anything.
One thing that Spirit always have at their back pocket here are these B leans, or these B rushes, right? Maybe they don't go right away, but it's very explosive. It's very pacey once they get moving. And I think if FaZe have shown us anything to open this one up, it's that they're prepared for that. They're willing to overstack that B side of the map. They've got faith in the 2 players holding it, Twist and Rops. Brokey leading mid. And right now, all the openers going the way of FaZe. It's a good start, good look. Chopper's the Eagle, ringing out with 1, inspires a bit of hope, but only for a second. He manages to make it over. Oh, but his teammate's not so lucky.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Spirit. FaZe will give them a second to relax. But Brokey is the only guy fighting here, the only guy needed. Scoped up, down mid, bomb in his sights. Carrigan's activating, they're holding for it, but range game gonna favor him. And right now it's only Chopper who's making footy steps right around in middle. Brokey gets a wallbang, Carrigan's closed the net, and Chopper gets collapsed upon again. It's FaZe 4-1. No respect gameplay right now. They don't want it to get close. They don't want it to ease up. They just want to roll over Spirit as quick as they can.
All right, Spirit, this is where they have to show us. You know, they got what it takes. They've got the mentality of a champion.
Oh, baby.
They're going to go back to the tried and tested chopper B push. Everyone in the tunnels.
It's the perfect round to do it.
Right now, only Twists here. One man, the entire site to hold on to, and a Spirit that are exploding in. Twists up and over, but dead right away. Over in mid, Rops tries to respond. They're moving in. He's brought it back to even odds, but what does Rops want to do here? He doesn't want to sit on his laurels, doesn't want to let other people fight his battles for him. He's looking to be a hero with the wall banks. These are so close.
Double AWP retake, I don't need to tell you how difficult.
Carrigan in through the tunnels, dead right away. And now with the numbers starting to dwindle, FaZe decide they want no part in it. Chopper, he goes back to what he does best, a little B-pop. And Spirit are in with the second round.
Yeah, this site is his castle. Chopper's the king of it. FaZe, even the save is not guaranteed. Brokey watches Sport, it's the right read. Quick shot, he's feeling it, man. Brokey, I just called him out. Coming into this second map, the quietest guy in the server in that first, but boy, oh boy, does that not seem to repeat itself, not rear its head again. 10 and 2 on the main AWP. Rops has even brought out a second still. Surely we're going to have this mid fight, right? CTs don't often peek down these middle doors anymore, but Dex has been going for it so much. Do FaZe want to challenge it, or would they rather smoke nade the cross, get that safe guaranteed path? Dexter looks, and so does Rops. Oh!
Patsy never knew what hit him. Was not ready for that. The disrespect from Rops to go peeking down mid while they're scoped up on the angle. Magic's boosted, way taller than Carrigan's ready for. He's fighting a giant.
This favors Carrigan. If Magic's peeks too deep, that barrel's going to show. Give Carrigan an inch, he'll take a mile. Keeping that conditioning clear, Spirit smoke the B site, making FaZe worry, making them wonder. Flash into middle, all the makings of what FaZe's worst nightmare is. The chopper B hit. But is it just a nightmare, or is it reality? Spirit double back to the tons, bomb in tow as well.
This time, though, it's succinctly different, man. There's a difference here. It's not Rops leaning in middle, it's Twists there instead, and he's going to be able to quickly reroute into the site if needed. Rops can watch that smoke. It's nothing more than a ruse out of Team Spirit. This bomb is poised on the short side. They've still got Magic's boosted. Remember, we commented on that right at the start. He's still over here at long, locked in this fight with Carrigan. This is building to be an A hit. And right now, Brokey and Carrigan are the only defenders here. Rain is slowly starting to make his way over. That smoke in the tunnels has faded. Suddenly, FaZe say something is not right here. There's no contact at B, and so with 12 seconds, Spirit, they've got to be fast, they've got to be furious.
They're saving.
And they're running out of this one. They don't go for it. Oh no, that's pressure right there. They look this round dead in the face and they say, no, we'll play next.
A full start, man. On the sprint, they fall right over. Spirit don't even get to see that finish line. They don't even get out on the catwalk. And sadly, it might just be the right call, right? That realization, 15 seconds, it's not happening. We don't have the kill. And you know if you lose the first man on that execute, it is done. But that is not the Spirit that we know and love. That is not the Spirit that we need right now in this semi-final. FaZe win just by staying alive. Krieg now for Magix. He wants to go mad. Patsy's out the madhouse, through the long doors, blinded, and finds Carrigan, but it doesn't matter, he's got two. Orb's still here. Brokey's tucked in car side, but Spirit have Molotovs to clear this position. More than enough, they wait for a reflash, they wait for a reaction. It's a round that Spirit cannot afford to lose. Not if they play their cards right. Rops, bad timing, he's gonna get cleared. And bit by bit, down FaZe drip, 1v5. And this should be Spirit's.
Yeah, Twist is just looking to save, man. There's an open upper tunnels. He wants to get his hands on it, wants to take it out of this round if he can. And thankfully, Siren's given him that respect. Twist will be allowed to grab the AWP, but that is That's nothing more than a token of gratitude, really. Going to have that in play in the next round, and Spirit are in with the third. Very nice to see them, right? Yeah, you know, they kind of have that non-starter in the last round. They end up saving 4, but they immediately pick it up, and perhaps most importantly, it is clean. It is 5 alive at the end of this one.
Yeah, the question is, did FaZe let that go unpunished, right? Every time it felt like on Mirage, the Spirit would finally break the streak and get in. FaZe always had a response. That's a very aggressive CT rounds. That was their undoing here, right? The long flash plays, going through smokes, hunting trade kills. Spirit denied it on every step. Twist's probably going to go back for this warp if he knows it's in play. The last second grab. Set up Roki, who certainly come in clutch to start this map, 10-3 still.
Yeah, it all started with this, man. Patsy just did this whole thing single-handedly. Like, he gets 3 openers on A, that's the round. He hits us with the eyebrows, and everybody's doing it. Double AWP, still a factor for FaZe. That saved one, helps soften the blow. This AWP fight in mid, and it's won by Rops.
You could see that one coming together. Dexter had no angle over the smoke. On the wrong side, Rops finally puts it to use for an opening kill. Magix is back to his dirty tricks that Karrigan hasn't quite figured out, but he's also not played into the palm of this player. Spirit, if they want to do what they couldn't the other round, they've got to do it quicker. Plenty of time at least. You've got to get this AWP off the angle. No Molotov down yet. There it is. Perfect timing. Brokey forced to retreat. And that set Patsy up instead. With Dexter's AWP, he's going to have to be the one cracking open this bomb site.
I mean, fundamentally, they're very different AWP players, man. Patsy's someone who likes to get involved, likes to be in the fight. That's why you always see him on these rifles. So with him donning that gun, he's going to try and be an AWPer at the forefront of Team Spirit.
They know what's going on. Twist has heard all of this.
Yeah, Robs is even pushing the upper tons right now, about to get that info. Phaser building a picture as to what is meant to happen in this round. Over on short, there's a swing. Karrigan up close, swing hits. A miss on the second. Now they're out spilling over. Brokey here with this AWP. Waiting patiently, waiting for a chance. That was almost the lineup. First man gone. Dropping down is Chopper. Fighting up in the face, but they're wrapping the short side. FaZe one step ahead. And Chopper's cancelled out.
It's a beautiful round for Twist and Robs, right? They combine so effectively. Twist waits so patiently in middle until Robs clears the entirety of tunnels, knows he only needs to watch one side, and with every footstep made, every molly thrown, every smoke set up for Spirit, FaZe put together a picture of where that round's ending. Robs began it all, and he closes it as well. Lovely flank through the smoke for Twists. FaZe still ferocious. And Robs, unforgiving as ever.
All right, aggro warp, front of the pack. Robs, they baited it out of it, and it's up on short. It's a dud. Brokey's there to get the trade.
Damn good entry for Patsy, man. The fact that he even gets away with it is impressive enough, but it will fall shortly after into the favor of FaZe yet again. 4 on 3. Bomb tucked in on Chopper. He's got to escape, and Twist wants to continue to press the issue. Push up.
Mate, this is relentless. These are not risks he has to take, but he wants to add insult to injury. Pushing in. He might find this timing. Oh my goodness, Twist.
No idea.
He is threading the needle right now. Walking the knife's edge. And on this backstab, it's all Twists. The round is in the palm of his hands. Is the timing there? Yes, it is. Taps Magic's out.
Saw the bomb.
Now with the info, they know that bomb was destined to go A. This might have to be another save out of Spirit 1 that they don't want to call.
Yeah, and
but objectively, it's the only call left.
And even then, it's not guaranteed. Brokey still peeking deep angles. And he might catch this retreat from Chopper. Good flash, perfectly placed to get Spirit out, but that's all it's going to allow, Harry. Like you said, the save at 30 seconds, a haunting call to have to make, but Spirit have been just pulled out, the rug pulled out from underneath them in so many of these T rounds with FaZe's non-stop aggression. Be it Rops in lower, Twists in upper, Brokey in middle, Karrigan on long, everyone's had their chance. Rain, he was the guy who absolutely blitzed through that first map as well. He's just anchoring down A, barely getting to play these rounds. And what a recovery arc for Rain, right? In a team of superstars. We even heard that quote, they brought it up on the desk prior to the first map, right? All these questions, all these considerations of cutting a player, cutting Rain, replacing him with whoever. It only gave him confidence. It only gave him motivation to play better, as he said himself. And boy, has that much materialized in this major. Is it FaZe's major? Is still the question. Or can underdogs rear their head again?
Well, all this round is going to have to come down to those saved guns. It's the AWP on Dexter, it's the AK for Chopper. They've got to do all the heavy lifting here, and Chopper will provide the opener. Now the B rush is in. Rain up close, talk about the devil, and he shall appear. They're running in. Rain, dead after one, flashes through the door. Rops wants to come through, fighting. Oh, he's out on an island.
Double
cut
dinked.
Down by the Glocks. Oh dear, this one's getting out of control. FaZe were not expecting this. And with the hero guns, with the little pistols, they've offered up a big round. Spirit in with a fourth.
Chopper makes a mountain out of a molehill on that one, right? Just the hero AK charging through, and FaZe take one peek, and it's the end of the round. That's what Dust 2 can come down to, folks. Oh, no guarantees on that save either. Carrigan will at least keep the pressure on to get the AWP out for now, but Dexter has to retreat, and Spirit just want to save their weaponry. They came in with pistols, they leave with a bounty.
This might have been a dire start, Hugo, but after winning that round, after picking it up with a hero AWP and AK and the Glocks even getting involved, now the sky's the limit for Team Spirit. If they win this follow-up, if they win this round, they break FaZe's money. Even now, it's in a weird spot. The buy is only facilitated thanks to that saved AWP. FaZe, their money is on the edge. And so if Spirit gets to 5, a 6th is going to follow. Suddenly, this is a very close game of Dust 2. And Spirit still have their best side to come. All right, it's back to the B play. Right, Y-Ray around, here they go. They go running in first. Siren leads the charge. The response is immediate. They were spurred on, man. They wanted that to be the opener, but instead it's a whole new can of worms.
How many of these rounds have just been cancelled by FaZe, right? Spirit may have the game plan. They may have come in with the biggest strat book in their pocket, but FaZe are tearing out the pages, inking over the letters. A B rush denied. That was all 5 there. Spirit have no map control. They've got to reset T-spawn just to regain that. And again, it's about the mid-rounding. It's something that Chopper's not known for. Something that FaZe, their in-game leader, more than apt, more than ready for. 5-on-4. Flash peek for Rops, for Rain rather. He takes Patsy. Brokey still up on the angle as well. Where there's one, there's often more for FaZe. 5-on-3. You don't want to call a save. Outsiders would. Does Chopper.
Usually no, but under the pressure, it's certainly running through their mind. They're certainly considering it. They're going to try and tempt fate by moving back into B late in the round. Twists up close. Will he be checked? Oh, it comes down to this. Will they pick it right? He just turns away. That's an opener. Now they're moving in. Up in the window, Rops is brought down low. They've got to concede. They've got to fight from the double doors. They've at least kept FaZe looking pretty in the 4v2. Oh, spam on the bomb. Not a kill yet. Magix wins his tunnels fight. This is starting to spiral out of control for FaZe. Still got the man advantage, but at what cost? Rops is low. He's tapered. He can't lead the charge on this one. It's going to have to be someone else. Rain out through the doors. Brokey alongside him. Magix swinging and winning. 1v1. Rain can't find him in time. He's got him back into the tunnels, but the bomb's not for him. Oh, Magix, you've got to be quick here. 10 seconds. No kit. And Magix wins the round.
Ace. All 5 in a 2v5 to get it done. That should not be doable. Unbelievable for Magix. And he reminds us it's not just the young guns of Siren and Patsy here on their first big stage. It's his chance to shine as well. Why save when you can win the round? And Magix does it solo. That's all it takes, Harry. You said it was coming back. You said Spirit were warming, were waking up. Well, they've broken the money.
That round, that ace from Magix could mean it all. They've just got to stave away the pistols. They've just got to deny some crazy eco win.
A no-kill Kalat. That one's going to hurt. They denied the AWP pickup, though. Molly's at the top and bottom of middle. Spirit just keep these pistols out. FaZe get cocky off that first kill, but they can't do anything with it. Twist, hey, you may as well walk in the smoke or shoot up over. Siren just dodges him, but again, it's realization for FaZe where this round is ending up. Patsy makes steps. Deagle for Rain, but it's only one. And Spirit should break their way through, but Twist taps out another, and this almost got awkward. Magix puts it to rest. These ecos for FaZe make us scared. But Chopper with a smile on his face puts up 6 for Spirit. Sweaty stuff.
Man, Magix is coming alive right now. This guy is so quietly consistent within this team. He's always this kind of, at a bare minimum, middle of the pack player, right? He will give you consistent performances, but right now he's going above and beyond. Channeling something greater, hoping that he can be the one to bring Spirit back to life. Out through the long doors, opening kill goes the way of Rain, but Siren slipped the net, slipped on through. They want to go fight him, they want to go deal with him, and so they will make it happen. Carrigan and Rain both winning their fights on the long side. Over in the doors again, Rain spams out the AWP, and in the blink of an eye, it's just Magix left. Now he aced last time. He won a clutch, but he didn't win the 1v5 clutch ace. This is something greater. There's that first from the AWP, but getting wrapped in through spawn. Rops is up in his face and is there to seal the deal. FaZe Clan right back on the board.
Yeah, foot on the gas, man. Rops even ran through upper tunnels to get that pick in the first place while the long play was coming in. FaZe have been relentless in taking back tunnels, even when they know Spirit are there. But far better when we have another long pop that FaZe are able to contain. Spirit have only won 1 round on that long A position, but they got a double entry from Patsy. Otherwise, he's 5 and 12. It's been a lot harder to keep up with the pace that FaZe is setting. More mollies for long. Spirit want a late pop. They smoke it right through. Carrigan swings with no flash, no need, and no Siren now as he backs out in a 5-on-4. FaZe hold on to advantages yet again.
Dexter does survive the crossing into the pit. Right now, Rain is trapped, boxed into a corner. Spirit gonna pump the brakes. Gonna give Dexter time to work this AWP. Molly at Rain, smoked by Carrigan. He's not about to let his teammate die like that.
Chances, but double scoped up on the top side. Dexter has to change angle, and there's not even a guarantee that Rain is still here. Got to consider it. Rain's crossing out. He just gets back to safety, and Dexter's on the angle wrong again. The timings have eluded the T-side AWP. The picks down mid, they haven't materialized for Brokey. It's been quite the opposite affair. Molly at 40 seconds. Spirit have to go back to maybe what's been working. That crunch, that late tunnels connect. Dexter's alone. Does he want to regroup or sell a fake? He can't do the latter without util. It's a full reset. It's a wrap round. His team have to go without him. It's yet again on twists.
Just one player, one man to defy it all! Oh, what a round, what a hold! Twist carries FaZe up onto a 9th. No more B rushes today, not in that first half.
Yeah, it may have been 10-5 in Mirage, and that one still got close, but this doesn't feel the same, Harry. 1 round the difference, but still FaZe feel far more in control. However, again, I get ahead of myself. This CT side for Spirit is where they do their best work. We saw them against G2 pull a massive comeback all the way to overtime off the back of an 11-4 on CT side. They couldn't close it. They've got to now. Tournament lifelines on the line. FaZe Clan looking for glory, looking for the finals.
And only Spirit stand in their way. Composed from the start, nothing pacey, not from FaZe anyway. In through the lower tunnels, Patsy and Dexter, both with dual Berettas. Getting up in the face of FaZe Clan. Twists waiting patiently, even calling for Rain to join him. They know about these tunnels players, they've heard them. I don't want to deal with that.
How long does Twist wait? Because he's kind of tucked in now. He's in for the ride. They're going to reset. FaZe are coming in. Double Julies, 4 guns. Is it enough? That's the question. Rain's got the range, and he's going to tap afar, but Dex is still taking these fights. He doesn't need to. He has tunnels on lock. Now at least Rain and FaZe know they have to go back to the other side of the map with the bomb.
At a bare minimum, they've got 2 smokes, right? They've got enough to cross, to get these cross smokes down. Regrouping on the long side means you've got to get past Magix and Siren. Carrigan walking up. Is he going to check the car? Is he going to check this angle? Siren lies in wait, beckoning him in. There's the first from the USP. Turns for the flash. Both players out of ammo. Getting awkward now for Siren. But he will hold on. Will hold them down. And locks them out of this A-bomb site. Rob's in the pit. P250 in a dream. Begging that any shot connects. But he can't find a thing. Spirit have won the pistol.
Flawless. Dexter even stopped Twist lurking through the B site. There is no area no area contained, no area to take for FaZe. They try to fake out that they were resetting B, and Spirit just don't fall for it. Siren hits some immaculate recovery shots off the back of that team flash as well to get him involved, and it's beautiful. Blinded our FaZe and bullied by Spirit with a flawless pistol round. Now we've got a game.
Carrigan in his trusty scout. It's one hell of a sidekick to this guy on this map. Looking down mid, he will land the tag to Dexter.
Already more than Dexter did in that entire first half in terms of mid picks. He never once got a hit, never once got a kill. He even sometimes died to the boost of Robs. But it is only 1 scout, Harry.
Yeah, there's nothing around it, but I've seen this scout do way more than a scout should be able to get away with when it's wielded by Carrigan. I'm always willing to give him the benefit of the doubt here. There's a reason he brought this gun into play. Up through the short side with a man at ramp. He's going to have that headshot angle. Goose swing could just deal with him right now. Could alleviate this problem. Dodges the nade. Still doesn't know about the man at the back of the site. The rest of his teammates pressuring middle and starting to move up the short side. The scout's now gone. Put in the hands of Brokey. It's not an AWP. It's the baby brother of the big green.
The crunch for Spirit. They're moving in the middle.
With the MP9 and mowing them down and making money, baby. And it's just Brokey left. Like a lamb to the slaughter. He's gone in middle.
Well, Chopper's got his wad of hundreds. And he's feeling fine coming into this second half. This is the game closing up before our very eyes. And this is where we wait for Rain to activate, right? He's been super solid in this series, in this entire playoff run for FaZe. He was the reason they were able to keep Nuke in their pocket in that opener. He popped off on Mirage. And now he's got to go back to those entry kills. Him and Patsy, the 2 top performers in opening fights. We did not get that out of Patsy in the first half. Rain has to change that tune.
FaZe 4 strong. Over towards the B lead. Twist is just hoping to catch someone getting aggressive. Very measured early on. It's very patient, just holding on to key real estate, hoping that Spirit get impatient, make a mistake, take 1 step too far. It's not gonna happen yet. Can't wait forever. Time's the enemy of us all. Flash is going in. Carrigan at the front of the pack. It's Mac-10. Oh, he finds the opener. He sees the second. He's foaming at the mouth. He wants it, and the Mac-10's gonna run him down. Carrigan gets FaZe Clan into B.
A rabid rush that might just end the round. Is there really a way back in? That might be it. Carrigan gets dunked on. A long way from home is Dexter. That AWP is on the other side of the map. They need another incentive. They need an enticement, and Twist will not give it away. 2 headshots down and lower. Dexter's out of the round, and FaZe break back, baby.
Dexter was never believing, man. Everyone else was enticed by the nade. He was too far away, and as you said, they were looking for one more sign to give that a go, and they get quite the opposite. Twist late on his flank, late on his lurk, in the lower tunnels. Gets that one over the line and finishes what Carrigan started.
Hey Chopper, I heard you like B rushes. Taste your own medicine here. FaZe find their first on the T side. But was it a flash in the pan like many of Spirit's were, often reset by that CT half? At least the AWP is saved, but he needs to be broke, yes. He needs to be crazy in middle to find these opening kills. Try and thin the herd. Because it's FaZe farming right now.
Yeah, this hero warp for Dexter, man, it's really got to do heavy lifting. The last time it was him and Chopper with hero guns, and they were able to make that round happen, but it's going to be a lot harder this time. Going to require a lot more. Dexter's very much the man at the forefront of that conversation. FaZe know that that AWP is still in play. And so right now, they're scouting the map. They're trying to get a beat on where Dexter is with this AWP.
Dexter can just bait Magics here, right? Peek off his contact, let those Julies rule their life. The question for FaZe is, do they flash closer? Is it over the top? Who's even going to throw it? It has to be Brokey at the back. He's the only one with a util. Twists his contact. Magics could get the headshot. It's only a dink. There's the swing back in. Dexter low on health and low on chances. FaZe will give him no more. They found the AWP and they're going to avoid it.
Yeah, it's instantaneous. The call was the moment we see that AWP, we go away from it. And so they get all the B kills, they get all the progress on that side of the map. And even though they run into that AWP again before all is said and done,
bomb's gonna cross.
Should be done. The bomb's going to make
Surely
it over.
not.
Dexter,
Yes.
one chance, and the jump just sails him over the top of the crosser. And again.
They just swap sides.
That's 11. Hero warp round. Does a bit of damage, but not enough to win it. Spirit just 3 behind. But that gap is growing. That gap is getting bigger.
Hey, say what you want, they've still stayed competitive in this entire series, right? And even though it's easy to doubt out Spirit, and we've said that, yeah, they're coming in as underdogs and they've destroyed everyone they've played and they've impressed everyone that's watched them, this is still a competitive game where FaZe are not guaranteed anything. It was late activation on Mirage. It has to be the same here on Dust. FaZe 11-8. From Hornets to dinosaurs, man, we got them all. For Spirit, will it be the butterfly effect? The first rifle round for FaZe. As Spirit want a response, that's one way to start.
Lovely, lovely opener, right? And that's a real feel-good moment. They couldn't catch damage on the cross in that first half. They dished some out this time to open up their CT side. Carrigan stalling for B while Rain tries to get FaZe a bit of mid-control. They're playing around this smoke. The bomb's still back in spawn on Twist. So Carrigan, even if he gets this, can't follow through with the immediate B hit, and instead he's just fed to the wolves. Left to fend for himself. Robs getting swung, reads it. And has kept this even. They're going to try and cross out.
No.
But you can't get past this Robs AWP, can you? Spirit down to 2. They're so far away. They're so far removed. It might be another save again.
Yeah, FaZe don't even know it, right? There's no guarantees here, but it will start to appear clear in a few seconds. Even Rain can hear footsteps on long. He might have even got a sniff out on one of these Spirit players. And now FaZe want to do what they did best in that T-side of Mirage, the removal. Trying to dumpster the money in the late game to avoid these guns being kept on. Dexter should still have this shot, but he's not really been warmed in, right? FaZe haven't given him a lot of opportunities. Rain, can he hit something ridiculous? A bit of respect from FaZe, but a 12th round and 4 from those finals now.
Spirit need answers. They need to dig deep. The usual things aren't working. The past consistencies are no longer there. Patsy, bottom of the board. Siren just barely above him. Dexter barely involved with his AWP. It's Chopper and Magic's leading the charge. If we get even one more of these usual suspects switched online for Team Spirit, they can very much bounce back. But right now, a two-man army is not enough against the horde of FaZe Clan.
And we said it earlier, right? When Chopper top frags, that's your problem. Not because it's him, but because your stars are silent yet again, right? We had one T-side entry round for Patsy. He's been one of the highest rated players of this entire tournament coming into the playoffs. He didn't let it hold him back on Mirage, but right now on Dust, he's not given the same satisfaction. Now it's FaZe picking up the pace. Rain looking for the pick. That molly bounces back, and Rain has an open angle. It's very scary. Smoke in front and behind, and Rain still wants to double dip. But eventually, nades will force respect, and we slow things down.
They're going to creep middle. They're going to join up with Robs. Still have Rain waiting at long. Doesn't have to be a commitment here as they spread out, but they look invested. They look interested in what mid has in store. Patsy, bottom of the board, so often a big performer for Spirit. There ever was a time, but now he's knocked out. Twists, secures middle, and now they look to go. Moving quickly, charging in, the B-hole down to 2, Chopper removed after the first, Siren's up in the window, Trap isolates that fight, drops the bomb. But he's very much alone in a world of hurt. He's not welcome here. They're trying to flush him out, but he keeps holding on. Brokey and Rain a moment to compose themselves, but there's no real time here to take a breather. They've got to be pretty quick. They've got to be pretty snappy. Time is running out as they move through the tunnels. That bomb out in the open. Siren's still got a beat on it. Swinging, good for the first. Brokey in this clutch. Dexter, one shot. He has to land it. He has to land this if Spirit want to hold on. And the smoke in the door is missed. Brokey has not made this easy. He needs to win the fight, and he knows that. Jumping over, Dexter misses, and Brokey's good for the bomb plant. It's a round of movement, a round of clutching, clash of the clutches. Brokey backing out of there, and out through the window comes Dexter with the swing!
It was about time. Tapered has been Dexter this series, especially in this map, but he steps up when Spirit need him most. Will that reinvigorate them? Will that pummel some energy for Spirit? They don't want their comeback story to be shut out here and now in the semis. The underdogs that keep giving it. Dexter longs out this game.
I think that's so important for Dexter, man. You know, him and Brokey, fairly similar. They both love being alive in those clutches. They both live and thrive in the 1v1s, in the 1vx's.
Oh my. They don't care. They don't even smoke the molly. They just take insta-lower control. Phaser knife out. They're not even considering it. And Patsy finds an opener. It was about time. Orb for cover. FaZe swing out. Dexter won't take the shot. The second one, though, instead. Chopper's pushed up, but Dexter's killed Brokey. It's all coming together.
Dexter needed a push in the right direction, and look at this, that AWP is lighting up middle right now. It's a no-go zone for FaZe Clan. Carrigan, what do you want to do here? Dropping in, and Siren makes it happen. Double digits now for Team Spirit.
No way, if they really just been pumped up off the back of that clutch. I love that they don't even smoke the Molotov, right? That would give it away. That would let FaZe know. They'd realize from the top and middle, they'd see that bloom, they'd make the call, but instead, FaZe run lower without a care in the world, thinking the cover of the Molotov would stop the aggression. And it's about time to see Spirit confident, because that's all FaZe have been showing us all series long, all CT side. They were oppressive, they were aggressive, and Spirit now finally changing tune.
And man, Carrigan is a very tenured in-game leader. This guy's been and done it all. He knows when he's besting the confidence of a team. But suddenly Spirit have had that second win. Now there is this early tag, however, Dexter still gives up the goods with this AWP. Already having more impact in these last few rounds than in the entirety of that first half of play. Patsy with a second AWP, left to hold down this side of the map with a bit of support from Magix. It's going a long way. Nades to soften them up, but the Deagles get ever closer. Missed shot, and Twist will capitalize. This Deagle turning on a dime, but Chopper's on the run and won't let them break through.
It's really been a battle of the in-game leaders today, right, hasn't it? Carrigan had some clutch rounds on Mirage. Literally And Chopper's just trying to carry his team on his backpack. Boys, there's room for all of us. The Chinook cooking up. Another CT round for Spirit. Excellent spray.
Oh, mate, look at this. FaZe leaning towards B. They had a great B spawn for the immediate B hit. Last time they did this, twist lurk long. Nothing changed for FaZe. If they don't get this one over the line, if Spirit tie this game up, this could be a series that goes the distance. FaZe are not in that grand final yet. It's not over till 16's on the board.
It's a read though, to stack. Carrigan bails, he waits for mid. Flashed out from upper tunnels, the AWP in the middle. Dexter finds one, they're trying to trade, but this is the bomb on Brokey. He can't afford to give it away. A reset again. Plans rumbled by Spirit, and FaZe have to figure out something new.
Corridor smokes, Carrigan's trying to work them, pushing through into CT. Oh man, Carrigan, he's jumped the gun, firing off too soon, and now he's stuck out in the open. It is going to force a bit of respect out of these A-site players. No choice but to give it up, to give this room over. Let FaZe get that bomb site and get the bomb down. Then group in a 5v4 retake. They're a man up, but they need to get it over the line. Rob's on short, brings us back to even odds.
Nail biter. Spirit coming in through lower. Nice grenade onto the in-game leader. Brokey on the bomb site. No nades. It's all about the fight. It's all about the finesse. Brokey's flashed off. He can't hit a thing. And Siren will instead twist, decapitating for the cross. But he's gone as well. And Brokey can't clutch today. Spirit are here to play, folks. They want that finals just as much as FaZe. And as you said it yourself, Carrigan knows better than most. It's not done yet.
This is scary, man. If you're Carrigan, you know this is starting to get out of control. Those kind of confident plays, these pushes into the lower tunnels, these fights, the decision to even back out and play a retake and feel comfortable doing that, this is all coming with the territory of a close game. And now it's FaZe looking a little more measured, a little more tapered, a little more respectful.
And bit by bit, it might just be Spirit. Something's in the air. One gun. Spirit won rounds like this before, right? Chopper breaking into that B-bomb site, but Rob's now, it's not really the gun you want. Galil. Or Galal.
There's enough util for the full A play, for a full A exec, just immediately lobbing all these in. They want to try and go. That nade's going to do good damage. One man does make it into CT. Carrigan doesn't live long. Not destined to tell the tale of this round, surely. With him wiped clean, leading now from beyond the grave. The rest of FaZe running it into this A-bomb site. They are given room to plant that bomb. The moment it goes down, Spirit are here to reply. Up in the site, there is a kill to Chopper. This could still get weird. Don't underestimate a Twisted Eagle. Magic certainly won't. The kill's going back the other way now. Starting to lose bodies, starting to lose face. Rain hidden inside of the site smoke, but he's low on health, low on chances. They're spamming him, they can't find him, and they eventually will. They wait for the smoke and mirrors to clear. No magic today.
It's Chopper's Funhouse instead. Clown makeup on right now. And now a round up in the lead. This is 5 in a row on the CT side, Harry. It's all that we expected from Spirit. Strong CT side is what they showed against G2. Back in the previous stage. And even back in Stockholm, in challenges, it was FaZe in the first matchup of the BO1s to defeat Spirit, leaving Spirit 2 and 3. They were shy of Legends before. They want their vengeance. And they might just get it. Quick pick for Patsy. Give him that second AWP, but he roars to life again. In-game leader for FaZe gone. Spirit on fire, all right.
There's more where that came from at long. Tunnels has been cleared by Chopper. Molly out, Patsy gonna have to do something about this. Someone needs to help him. The smoke will come over from inside of the site. Magic's not about to let that Molly be the undoing, but it will force a reposition. Brokey capitalizes. A 4v4 slows down as FaZe creep up long.
I love this call. They're gonna go contact. They won't throw smokes. They won't announce this. The last second one's come down, but Spirit, they could flash through. They could send a rifle right into the picture.
Big gap, Dexter, all the room in the world. First man found crossing. Might need to do a bit more on this orb. Out with the Eagle now in the back line. Dexter doubling.
Hello.
Ooh, can't quite make it a third. Brokey knocks out his Orpin counterpart, but there's more where that came from. Gonna need a farthing around out of Brokey as he's the only guy left standing. 1v3 and it's not meant to be. Spirit, they keep racking them up.
They hang on and they hang FaZe out to dry. This T side getting out of control now, and miss smokes at this point in a major playoff matchup. That can't happen, that can't continue. A huge gap given to Dexter's AWP, and he puts him to bed. Siren as well, with a late activation from Patsy. The stars are aligning for Spirit. FaZe call their first timeout, and that is a sign of the times all right. Spirit used 3 out of 4.
Yeah, you know, you might have been reluctant at first to come to terms with this, and the idea that it was ever going to just slip through your fingers. But they're feeling the pressure now, so a moment to calm down. They can't ride high on successes of old, earlier in this map. They need something fresh, they need something new, they need someone to be that hero player, while Dexter has embarked on this hero's journey and built back into this map.
What an incredible recovery, right? To think Brokey was 10-2, and now it's Dexter, who is almost the opposite. He has risen above them all on the big green. Picks in mid again, Carrigan's tagged. They can't finish him, but they've got him trapped in the corner. Spirit don't want to hold on, they let him escape. Smoke used, but already wastage for FaZe. Expensive start to the round in both health and utility.
2 players in lower tunnels.
They're going to go back late. With this little map control, it's surely got to be the B crunch. And Spirit every time have kept 3 leaning this side.
Yeah. You think Chopper hasn't seen a late B commit before? You think he hasn't encountered one of these? He's been there, he's done that.
Got the t-shirt.
All that and more. Even a third map is now back at the side. Patsy with this orb, they're coming in, they're moving through. The mad dog of Chopper let off the leash and he's lusting for blood, but sent too far. Chopper's gonna hold the line alone. Moving in, it's FaZe with all the openers, with all the glory, and maybe, just maybe, a 13th round. This fight in mid, Carrigan might not ever want it. Oh, he's gonna win it anyway! If he went down there, Spirit might have attempted that. But he holds the line, doesn't give them a way back in, and the streak is broken.
6 in a row, but FaZe are back on the board. Dex is just looking for damage, but he needs his orb. Couple of shots go astray, and FaZe find 13, as much as Spirit brought us all the way to 29. Back last map, FaZe will try and do the same, if not more. They don't want to end it on Nuke. They don't want to have to prove themselves yet again on what has been such a home map. But Spirit have held solid on this CT side. One pause for FaZe, it's worth its weight in gold.
Take it all in. Another pause for FaZe. They need to replicate those successes, man. They've got to keep chaining these together. There aren't really room for mistakes. There's no second chances in this one.
And Spirit have been taking along a lot. It's something that FaZe haven't really exploited on this T side too much, right? When they get it, they've tried to commit into A plays and often failed there, but they keep getting, B side spawns. Again, this round, FaZe don't have a long leaner. They shouldn't go for that pick. So even more map control for Spirit tightens FaZe, the noose around their neck.
Both teams are all in. Everything is put on the back of winning this round. Patsy running the gun down through lower. Holding for a push, for a peek, and he delivers the opener. Now they've got him trapped, now they've got him cornered, dropping in. Madman! Chased down by Rops.
Cool enough to bear the burn of the Molotov. And the last thing Patsy expected, he started so strong, man. He's 7-4 in opening fights right now. After a very slow T side, they've got to put a stop to Rops. Dexter ducks below the scope.
Oh, man. Dexter gonna write this off. Leave mid open. Spirit moving back towards this A side, and FaZe, they're setting up for a cap play. 3 strong right now. Spirit, everybody's here. Right place, right time, no excuses. They've got to close it now, and if they do, they could be taking us to a third. It's all hinging on putting a stop to this A play. Magix and Chopper up at the front. Here come the flashes. There go the guns. They're roaring to life, and it's all coming up. Spirit with the double opener out through long. Twist needs to be the hero, needs to be the man, needs to give them a route back in, but nothing's getting offered up. Spirit duck on out of there.
This is beautiful.
Seeding the site, playing a numbers game, playing the long game on this one.
It's down to them now. Instead of letting FaZe collapse upon them and try and find the perfect time to split this site, if they allow FaZe to plant, they want to play retake. They rely on the 3v2 advantage. But Rops is still here, kicking up a storm. Dead to Magix, and Twist from long without the orb needs to close it with 2.
One up CT, one on the short side. Twist moving back, playing a very long angle. Bomb is planted for platform. He's gonna have a chance here, but not many opportunities. Gotta make every one of them count. With that shot missing, Dexter's orb is dangerous! And Spirit onto 15!
How are we here? How do they hold on? This team has grit. They never give up, they never go down. And they've got one more to send us to a third. FaZe quaking in their boots right now. And Spirit, not the team to surrender. A streak of 6 in the CT side for crying out loud, and even when FaZe broke it with a timeout, it's Spirit to come back in with a perfect call to retake in the 3v2. Don't let FaZe play their game.
This was 12-8 to FaZe Clan. And Spirit are the ones about to take it over the line. FaZe have gone back to what's worked in the past, these B-side leads.
Yeah, Twist is considered wastage right now. It's not like anyone's aggressed long, anyone's made any crazy moves. He's going to try and fake things out and keep Spirit's attention on the wrong side of the map for the first time. They don't have a B stack, but as I say that, Siren peels in. Patsy rather, regrouping with that anchor. But here's the commit.
Yeah, Siren's got to hide, no choice on this one. Flashed out, he needs to just play for time. Here come the Orms to try and bail him out, to try and save the day, and they certainly are. Patsy and Dexter kills a piece. There's another Orm still in the round, still very much in the picture. Dexter at the window, composes himself, takes a breather, takes a moment, knows that this could be the 3v3 that does it for Spirit. To take every one of these opportunities. Grouping now for the retake. They've got flashes, they've got util. There's nothing for a while, nothing but silence, but when they get going, boy will they get going. There's the flashes going in over the top. Here's the push, out through the doors. Brokey with the spray, only good for the first. Rops and Twist need to do it, need to hold on. And Dexter's the The entries! It's all FaZe!
Rops pops off again, and overtime rears its ugly head. It may have let FaZe down in the past, but at this point it's going to pick them back up. Spirit sit on map point, but they can't close this retake, not on the B-bomb site. Another timeout called. But Rops not only cracks open another bomb site for FaZe, where Rain has gone quiet in the T side, but he ends it as well. 4 kills in the second half for Rain after 15 on defense. At least Rops has stepped up to the plate. But dinner's not served yet. 30 rounds. And maybe more. I mean, look at this buy, it's going to be nothing.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, right? They've been all in. They've been all in for these last few rounds. Both teams have. Neither one could sustain a loss. Look at what Spirit are bringing with them. It's 5-7s upon 5-7s. An AWP for Dexter, and that is it.
Is he in the right place? And even then, is it the right time? Stuck in the middle. FaZe show nothing. He goes back to that site.
Oh my
God, the aggression. Rain holding on, and he gets dinked immediately. They're going to chase him down. Can he deny the Molotov? Patsy goes through, and Rain finds the kill. Smoking himself out of the tunnels. He just wants to stay standing, stand tall, and that's what Dexter needs to do. But again, out of position and contact once more for FaZe. Those smokes come in late.
Hey, they're still going into the orb. They're still going right where Spirit want them to go. Everyone is grouped inside of this A-bomb site for Spirit right now. As FaZe send that first man in, Twist, the sacrificial lamb, in with the first. Oh! Makes it a double. He wants overtime. He wants it now. Twist's dead. They deal with the point man. They deal with the man at the front of the pack. But as these smokes fade, it's cutting open sight lines. And there's FaZe into overtime.
Beast mode right now, and Spirit have got to be shaken just that little bit. Call them the comeback team all you want. Would have been easy for FaZe to roll over with no solutions on these T-halves. Those pauses provided all they needed. Stress for Chopper. And more rounds to play. Nuke is not loaded. Bolt pulled back. And the cartridge goes flying out. FaZe find 15. I can't believe it. $10K, MR3. Double orbs a little more dangerous. Spirit just have to rely on Big Deg yet again.
Yeah, Spirit have pushed them to their very limits, right? They push FaZe all the way. The max they can give. That last 10% now getting used up in overtime. Tunnels taken, FaZe starting to move up catwalk, trying to keep Spirit guessing, but this does look like a mid to B play with the territory FaZe have right now. Rain lobbing that util in, Carrigan leading the charge, front of the pack, man with the crown going up, going over, but there's also the burst of ball up close, Siren holds on, they might get in, but Siren's taking them out of the round.
Oh, shotgun orb comes in for Brokey. He's got a trade. Still got one man to deal with. Patsy won't let him through. And it's the Young Guns causing a ruckus in the B site yet again. No orb needed for Patsy. Can he close it? Just Twist to deal with. A 1v1, a temporary one. And Twist can't find this kill. The info's given up. The net's closing. Spirit are leaping in for the fight. Twist goes back and he dies to Chopper. 23 deep for the in-game leader. Spirit get it done in the first. Sold out in the Sports Palace.
All these eyes watching, all these voices crying out, and Spirit have not yet crumbled under all that pressure. A standoff in the tunnels. Who breaks first? Who gives the opener? Moving through the long side, Twist wants to get involved, but he's caught. Double peeked, gets the info that two are deep long. Maybe that's something for FaZe to react to, but that is not the opening opportunity you want. That is dire.
Great save for Patsy, right? It's been a story of recoveries for Spirit, whether that be Dexter on the orb or Patsy in finding these opening kills. Magix will find it, but a couple of offered up bullets to lend in that assist, or Magix was likely dead on the entry. FaZe back to basics. Cat take up. They're going to try and drop potentially a player into the spawn, but it's seen. Full info. Rain's not a surprise. Chopper can come in with a backstab, and he will through the smoke. Brokey needs to quick orb, but he can't get the kills, and FaZe are falling like flies.
Rops is so far removed. The money's on the edge. FaZe are broken. He might just have to save here. This is Spirit teed up for 17. Potential at a flawless first half in OT.
Even though FaZe found back-to-back rounds to even bring us this far, Spirit don't get in their own heads. They hold on. It's their CT sides always and forever. And it might just be looking for 3 in a row. That would poise them perfectly to take this the distance, to give us the 3-mapper that this semi-final deserves. Do FaZe have anything left in the tank? Can they crack open a bomb site?
They are really not going to have a lot to work with. When you look at this buy, you don't like what you see. The save from Robs allows like a bit more to come out here, but it's far from ideal. FaZe are going to have to make the best out of a bad situation, or else Spirit run over them in this first half of overtime. Chopper might have kept Spirit in this. He might have got them to this point, but now we look at the young guns as they roar to life around him. It's almost poetic. It's the grizzled veteran of the Spirit squad.
Yeah,
that got us to this point. And now we look at the new generation to pick it up. Hinge smoke drop. Dexter tries his hand at the wallbang, and again on the wallbang. Is the 3rd time the charm. They're all sailing past right now.
You talk new generation. I mean, it's the unproven for Spirit versus the Rocks, the legends, the rock stars of FaZe. Right now it's Spirit changing their tune, looking for 3 in a row. FaZe try and execute. They're still going to go. That smoke is not a deterrent. It's going to beckon them in.
Dexter's flashed off the angle. Carrigan's burning alive, needs to get out of the fire. Try and cross that off. It's hungry. You hear it rain out with the first, and now you're ready for even more. Chopper flash in for the fight. Left, right, good night onto Raid. Bomb goes down, but FaZe, it's dire. They're trapped in the site with 2. Post plant for sure. Rops is meant to win this round should the situation call for it, but you need the rest of the gang to thin the herd. Rops is out wide, fighting currently. Twists, still waiting for a long peek. So measured for Spirit, so slow until they intend to move in, until they intend to go. And here it is, both players fighting back to back in this site. Roki with 1, Twist follows up. It's a 1v1. Oh man, up close. Twist is gonna do it.
How does he hold on? FaZe find a way. They break back. For the last possible second, the last chance, it felt so calculated for Spirit. Every player peeking together, every trade amassed on the retake, and Twist stands and delivers above it all.
Unreal.
We're not in nuke yet, folks. As much as it felt like FaZe would crumble, that's only going to pump them back up. A taste of blood yet again. Victory on the tip of the tongue for Spirit. They've just got to do it right. 2 rounds in this T side. 1st and 19.
Oh, close on the mid-cross, but close ain't good enough.
Spirit might have played the money game in their first CT round, moving away from what worked so well in regulation with a double orb. FaZe know what they want. Immediately, Rops joins Brokey. Twist tucks into an angle that's given him multi-kill after multi-kill on the B-bomb site, but that's got to happen here, and now yet again.
Chopper classic. Twist needs to hold the line, dead right away. Rops trapped in a corner, boxed in, a caged animal, but the claws are out. Oh! Swinging out with a double. He's kept FaZe in this. Still all to play for, still in with a chance. FaZe now grouping around. They know they have to retake this. B-site's been compromised. Nades go in, they do damage. Magic's just escapes with his life. Still alive, still in play, and still a 3v3. Smoke in the tunnels, smoke in the doors, trying to nullify as many angles as you can as you move in. Flash now going over, this is the push. Carrigan's in the fire, burning alive, but they can't get a beat on FaZe. Dexter will with 1, out through window, Brokey's gone!
An immediate calm down for Chopper. Don't get ahead of yourself, folks. This one's not finished, but Spirit have at least set themselves up again. They could not do it with their last map point, but they've got one more. 18-16. A B explosion through the smoke. Twist falls first, and even with a double up for Robs, it's not enough. Spirit want to try and battle open this long position again. Dexter's got the beauty spawn. But FaZe won't throw themselves into the fire and flames, not yet. After the volley, Dexter with a miss, but he follows up.
Oh, saved by the bell. Smoke goes in and he gets the kill. Massive. He just got saved by Magix, his guardian angel. And it's kept Spirit in pole position at map point, a chance to take us to Nuke, to long out this semi-final. 4 kills is all that separate us from it. Well, FaZe go down without a fight. Doesn't look likely. Rops in middle. Immediately makes it even odds. These orbs finding everything for FaZe. Keeping that little ember of hope burning on long into the night. Here they move. Roki, the 1A side defender, the one man to try and do it all. They drop CT, they flushed out Rops. Now's an opportunity, now's a chance to play around here and start to manipulate these rotates. FaZe are trying to get ahead of it. They've sent Rain out through the long doors, and now he's flanking, but it might not matter. B site's wide open. Patsy catching the jump down onto the Glock, needs to do it with the sidearm, and he can't find it. A 2v2.
Rain's got pace, Rain's got timing, but Broki's not got a flash, he's got to do it dry. 1v1, no one's even looking, and Rain burns through the B-bomb site. It's Dexter in the clutch now.
And he's dead!
FaZe fight on! Double overtime perhaps. Spirit with 4 kills from a 3rd map. And FaZe at 5 from another overtime.
And man, Rain, he might have fallen off a little bit right ever since that second half, but I tell you what, it's him in that moment there that really gets FaZe back into the swing of things. Brokey wins every fight he has to win, but it's Rain's pace, his decision making to up and leave long, fast commit to the B play that bails them out.
Oh, you can see the stress as well, right? Patty put up such a beautiful round in that one. We've already talked so much about his recovery arc, but that drop into spawn, that delay play was dirty. And now he's got immediately frustration stations for Spirit. All hands on deck. Rops wields the 2nd sniper, and he doesn't put them to bed again.
Oh no, you chill out. Brokey had a chance there. Instead, they're boosting in middle. They're trying to keep Spirit away from this B split. Spirit, I'll take that in their stride. They don't want to split B, they want to end B. They're moving in through the tunnels right now. FaZe have got bodies here, 3 strong as they start to move in from middle. Molly's going to slow them down. Twist tries to swing in, but he's gone. It's Rain, holds the line. Oh, Rain! Double overtime!
This game will not end. You will die tired. This is going to take every bit of energy out of every single man on the stage right now. What a whirlwind is this semi-final. Spirit just can't get comfortable. How many map points has this team had? How many chances have Spirit had to close and FaZe fight on? It's not advantages being thrown away, it's a recovery arc for FaZe. Again and again they do it. And now one more time. 1st to 22.
Hey, the fact he's even leaning B, like he felt something was up there. He was not happy with the scenes he's seeing.
He's ready!
Dexter is ready for the boost!
Finally! How long have we waited for Dexter to pick mid on the T side? Been empty of openers here.
Oh, look at this gamble. Flashes just got lobbed over B, a bunch of flashes at that, and FaZe instantly got paranoid. That's the effect of being up against this Spirit. You know at any moment you could get dealt a B play.
Oh, it's close.
Spread the resources and FaZe out right now. You know, they've got a lot in middle, they've got a bit over at A, but it's spread very, very thinly.
I like the Twist is taking the AWP as well, right? Last anchor round on this B-bomb site, he got blinded out by the flashes over the top. He couldn't do anything with the A1S. He can always swap out on a retake, but right now, anchoring down this bomb site, he's got the gun for the job.
Might have set themselves up B early on, and the bomb might be here, but right now Spirit are kind of probing catwalk. They're giving it a bit of a look in. Is this going to be another one of these CT drops? Spirit have got away with that a lot so far. Carrigan pushing up. Needs to get a beat on this. They make it down. And Patsy gets into CT. This is a big problem now for FaZe. It suddenly means these B players have got to hold the line. Twists back at the site. AWP finding all the kills in middle. FaZe step up to the mark. In the blink of an eye, it's a FaZe Clan round.
What a gun swap at the perfect time, the perfect point. Patsy may get spawned, but FaZe shut him out again. That bomb was even dropped up a sexy shot to Twist, and even if he dies, that bomb is so far away. With only 20 seconds, FaZe 19 to 18, they just about get it done. With every round that goes by, FaZe get more pumped up. And Spirit get more cold. Going slow again, moving away from these standard B pops, these flashes through smoke. We've seen none of them. Brokey, they're not going to molly him, and Patsy almost finds that pig. Very dangerous, he's up ahead of it as well. That tick gets hurt, Brokey knows, it's no surprise. Patsy's in his eyesight, moving all the way through. Oh my god, back to it, Patsy gets a chance, and he capitalizes. Brokey's gone, Twist has to save the day, and so he shall for now.
Holds on with that burst, but he's got to do so much more. And each fight, giving Spirit a way in. Rain, what are you going to do here? Oh, there's one! Dropping down, he's caught from middle. And so now it's all on Carrigan. They know he's often the long man. They know he's often the A player. They're going to duck out of there, but as usual, Carrigan's up to speed, up to pace. Moving in through CT. A big clutch is being asked of the man at the helm of FaZe. He's done it before, now he's got to do it again. Finn Anderson up into the B doors. Two players ready to cross, they're banged down on him, but he's good for the first. Smoke in the way, Finn's not out of this one yet. Siren needs to get that bomb down, and Carrigan runs to his death. Outsmarted, outplayed, and Siren win the round.
Spirit needed it, man. They needed it. They couldn't get swept right back the other way, right? It's them with all the leads, all the overtimes, all the map points, but none of the closers. Finally, a clutch comes through the other way. And Carrigan, no respect against the young, and the Spirits show him. You can teach an old dog new tricks. Solid start for Siren. Orbs back to mid, Dexter forced to fire, and FaZe will face, but nothing to be seen. 31 kills for Brokey right now, but he doesn't get that opportunity. He's got to go back to the drawing board, located on the A site.
This is brutal. The gloves are off, man, and it's just a battle to the last man standing. Bloody, bruised, and battered is how this one goes down. Who's got the grit? He's called for a bit of support on the catwalk. Thinks they can find a way in on the A play. Been a revolving door of players trying to hold down this A bomb site, and now it's Rain. Is he up to snuff? Is he up to the mark? Smoked off right now, but eventually Spirit are going to look to come through that.
Drop in again, but it's a bit delayed. Patsy makes it. Is Rain ready? He's run right by. Everyone's blind, and Rain gets the kill. Spirit got to commit. They're double down. They're stuck in the open. Brokey's going to get burned back, but he's still got a chance to fire off. Headshot doesn't connect. One health, and Magix will end it. Chopper even found a pick at the same time onto Rain back in spawn, and while Twist has filled that void, Spirit are making more holes in the head of FaZe. More problems, and Siren follows up, and Rops is left in an undoable clutch. Spirit fight 20. Again, they lead in overtime, but it's let them down before.
Man, oh man, dude, the grit that we're getting. Chopper still topping the board for Team Spirit. 30 kills deep, but now he's got a supporting cast around him. On the other side of things, Carrigan, bottom of FaZe, struggling to live up to some of those huge clutches we got out of him on Mirage.
Yeah, team may only be strong as his weakest player, but at this point, when he's going to the T side where he's able to cool his bread, his butter, it's not just bludgeon B plays through smokes for Chopper. Carrigan can mastercraft something for sure. And we need it now more than ever. If you can't deliver in the frags, you've got to deliver in the cools. And that's what we know Carrigan to do so many times gone by. Brokey, after the molly lands, takes a shot to lower. No one pushes. He's seen so many times Patsy has come in on this lower aggression. FaZe get it for free. It's confirmed.
Such a change of pace for FaZe. Pressure is building. The AWPs ring out in middle, and it's Dexter to open up. FaZe are hot on his trail. They know where he's gotten to, but dealing with him is going to be a tall order indeed. Magix is creeping back in. Magix wants to fight this. Magix wants to go, and that's going to give a kill to FaZe. Do they hit the go button? Dexter's still here, but he's up in their face. That's one of the grave with him. Moving in now to the A play phase. They have themselves a 2-on-3. Bomb getting tossed. Twists the man to plant it.
It's a big flank.
Spirit coming in on the long side. They're going to try and pull the wall over FaZe's eyes. Bomb now planted. Coming in for the short side. It's set up for Brokey to win. Anything from Twist is helpful. Even one kill. Fighting them. He goes to them. Twist comes to you. There's the double. Last bullet in the magazine, and he puts it to use.
Not running dry this time. It's Twist with a nade. And a slam dunk for FaZe. 20 all. They've got to be flawless. They've got to be ruthless. And 2 more will do. Doesn't matter who gets it. This map relies on both.
It just never feels clear-cut, man. Anyone can do it. Anyone can get this over the line.
I can't believe he hunts it.
Man, it's so ballsy, isn't it? And the commitment as well.
Yep.
Just filth. So composed. The nade to close. It's a thing of beauty. And we're right back into this.
Yeah, try and push slower. Just you dare, Spirit. FaZe don't even want to take those mid-fights. They just want info. They just want guarantees that Chopper's not up to his usual tricks. But Carrigan doesn't know. He doesn't clear it. Chopper escapes. Did he really get out? No way. FaZe can't punish the point man of Spirit, the in-game leader, with an opening kill in a must-win round.
That was the clash of the IGLs. Chopper comes out ahead. Spirit now teed up. 5v4 for a moment.
Eyes closed for Ops.
Do they want to go with this? It looks like they want to go. That's their invitation. They've RSVP'd. They're out in the middle. Rain leads the way. On the other side of the smoke, it's Patsy. Flashed in, doubling down and laying the pain in middle. Patsy on this rotate. Siren still holding. It's a rough world in this B site, and FaZe are churned up.
They've got to do it. A third chance. A second overtime. Spirit can't run out of gas. 1 more round. Nuke waits. And Patsy's put us right there.
For FaZe, this is the ultimate test, man. There's no denying this. All guys like Carrigan, they've struggled with having games elude them in the past when we get into these OTs. Same can be said for Twist with his time in Liquid. This is the chance to show the world why this phase is so exciting. And if not now, it's gonna have to happen on Nuke. Spirit, they're primed, they're ready. It's their third chance. They want to get it over the line, and it starts with Patsy in mid.
Oh, he's activated. The balls on this guy. He's woken up after that first half of regulation. FaZe have got to commit. It's so clear. It's so obvious. Every man of Spirit pulled to the front line as FaZe through the smokes. The molly holds them off, and Dexter goes through, but he may have dug his own grave. Down to 1. Siren's low as well. FaZe are just getting flashed, bombarded, abused with utility, but they've got to make it in.
They know they're going into a stack, into the belly of the beast. They've got to slay the dragon somehow. And right now, it's roaring to life. Magic's gone. 2 kills in the blink of an eye. FaZe are still clinging on for dear life. Back at the the side.
What?
Chopper's dead. Dexter and Siren are both so low. And Triple OT is waiting in the wings.
No.
We're going to get there. Siren, last man standing. They peek it together. And FaZe, Triple OT.
There is no end in sight, no time soon. And to think there's more maps after this, oh maybe, baby, but Spirit just can't close. It's been FaZe's undoing before. Right now, it's the only thing holding them together. Comebacks are plenty. And to think it was Spirit down 8-12 who even pushed us into these overtimes in the first place. I just can't believe it. Antwerp, are you having fun? That's what I like to hear. We run it back. Overtime 3, map 2, semi-finals.
Fast through the lower tunnel. Spirit are back to their usual tricks. We've seen it before. FaZe have seen it before. And this time, they'll flash them off the angle. They get that early warning sign. Bombs out towards long. Right now, Robs is getting boosted to try and find a pick over the top of this smoke. Visual eluding the spam. The spam! The AKs are meant to win that! Chopper's in the wraparound in the back line, trying to mop up a B play that's yet to come through. There he is with the backstab, good for the first. Smokes himself off. Right now, Rain is trapped over a B. He needs help, needs assistance, and Twists will provide.
How the hell does he get it? Knife out, recovery for Twists, and Carrigan, the knife in the back of the head. Magix is dead. Patsy will make it through spawn for now, but the orb cuts him down and broke you with the bomb, risked it all in that lower engagement, but FaZe are fragging out. Fights are plenty, bloodlust, and Dexter's done. Like him or not, there's no saving this situation. There's only saving the orb.
Do you reckon they can let him get away with it?
It's not Mirage anymore. Forget the money.
You reckon Carrigan tests the waters on a bit of a hunt here?
He's got his paddle out.
Rain looks up with the job, moving in through CT, trying to take this AWP away, trying to make it very expensive indeed. Around this Spirit never even attempted, and a costly one at that if this AWP goes down. He's getting pincered in, he doesn't know about it yet, but Rain has slipped underneath.
Yeah.
Oh, Dexter seems aware, but it doesn't make it any easier.
Penny pinching our Spirit right now, and you can feel FaZe wake back up again. New tricks in triple overtimes, B smoke boosts. And to think that Siren heard the jump up, he heard the squishy skull. He sprayed through, but somehow Rob's got that opener. Bonkers round, FaZe will take it though. You take what you can get this deep into a matchup.
Eventually the exhaustion sets in, eventually the pressure starts to get to you. Spirit, they've had so many chances now and have failed to capitalize on every opportunity to close this map out. Are the winds of change blowing? Is this FaZe looking to flip the script?
I mean, if they do it on the T side, that's the ridiculous part, right? Because it has been the CT half for Spirit. It's been that way the whole goddamn tournament. Their best half, the best CT team in this event. But FaZe, they've broken through before. They're going to try and do it again.
Walking a solid path right now, out into middle, all alone on this one. Carrigan and Rain pushing and prodding, seeing if they're given any room to play with the corridor smokes down. Twist flashed in, he wants to try and jump CT, and he manages to get down. Now turning his attention back, it's taps for Twists. Palm tree flash, Chopper trying to give them chances. Trying to save the day on this one. The bomb's kind of caught in no man's land here. Dropped up on the catwalk. FaZe have got to get it. They've got 20 seconds. Magic's over at long.
FaZe are feeling it, man. Two sites at the same time. Rain's entering B while they're boosting up on the A side for picks. Magic's. Oh, he gets given one.
Not out of it yet, Hugo.
Don't give it away, FaZe. You got to close this. 4-on-1. Magic's with a third, and he's onto the taps. Rain down in spawn. Orb grab. And Magic's, the Magic Man of Spirit, pulls it out of his hands. FaZe throw it away. And Magic's keeps it cool in the clutch. How'd you like that one, FaZe? It's gonna leave a mark.
There's always a bigger fish, Hugo. Magic's is unreal.
Oh, he's so calm, and the frustration sets in. FaZe were feeling invincible. FaZe were lights out. They were entering both bomb sites. It doesn't matter. A reality check and a mid-rush, surely not. Back to lower.
Yeah.
FaZe don't have the molly for the first time in a while. They are constrained, constricted inside of the tunnels. It's Spirit's home now.
Upper tunnels haunted, the Spirits are there. Rain bleeding holy water as he does send them out of the realm of tunnels, forcing a little more respect here out of Spirit after that damage through the smoke. Magic's is pumped. He must be filled with adrenaline right now, man. Can't imagine how that clutch, what that does to you. His heart racing. And he's been left responsible for this B side of the map alone.
Deep breaths. No frags yet. 60 seconds of spawn side reset. Pull your gun out, Rain. They are right here, but not for long. There's the tap. Magic's is still in position. You've got to clear him, Robs. Coming in through the tunnels, back turn, free kill. There's a first. He's going to try and escape, and he can't get back in time.
They've lost the Magic. Now they need something else. Siren here. The alarm bell's going off as they start to move in. The line's held. The line is held. Carrigan, 1 versus 2.
He's done it before.
30 seconds, but he's dead to middle.
Just when you think the tides are changing, the FaZe are building back on a T side. It's 2-1 yet again. Spirit, the solid defense that never should have been. Not after that Magic's round. But I can't tell you who's going to close it, because I've been wrong every step of the way. Every chance that has been had has been blundered. We've just got to wait and see.
It's always a clutch to spur Team Spirit on. It started all that time ago in regulation with Dexter winning a 1v1 in the first half. That was the first little nudge.
6 in a row off the back of it.
Now we've had Magic's answer the call with that 1v4. That's put a lot of faith in Spirit. That's put a lot of confidence in this squad of youngsters.
This game was made for the stage. The pressure, the hard work, the years of dedication, it all boils down to this. A few rounds separate Spirit from success, but Rops is up in the face and he doesn't want to let them get it yet.
Just 1 kill on a long road to recovery. Patsy up the short side. Carrigan's caught facing that. There is a bit of an overstep from the IGL and FaZe clan. Someone's got to fill his boots, fill the void that's now left inside of A. Brokey will provide the first, but there's so many more bodies seeping out the short side now. Chopper waiting to cut off rotations. Now that becomes a problem if this bomb goes down. If Spirit get into A and FaZe are left retaking, Chopper could tear this round out from underneath them. He's rolled past the arm. What's happening? Robs turns around, flushes him out of middle. Oh my God, that could have been the round right there.
Right below the scope.
Instead, it's a 2v3. Magic's and Dexter need to provide. It's an early dink. Magic's now low. Dexter with the AWP, bomb planted for him. If Magic's can go 1 for 1, maybe there's a chance. But he's dead through the box. Dexter leaping into his death. And FaZe tie this game up.
There might be magic in Spirit, but that is something else for FaZe. You couldn't have called it. You weren't ready for it. Double AWP with a wallbang through the box.
And it all starts with this.
I mean, Chopper had no idea. That wasn't some master plan, some trigger discipline. He didn't even clear the corner. Robs had to look at his toes. And right now, towing the line, looking for 25, FaZe and Spirit. Again, we've been here before. CT aggression.
Rob's got past the AWP. Rob's got past the AWP in mid, and they've seen him. They're reacting. They're going to try and flush him out in the upper tunnels. Twist is dead, so Rob's better deliver here. A 4v4. Twist laid down his life just to get these guys out of lower. Was it all worth it, or was it in vain? The B site now crumbling under the pressure.
Oh, it's beautiful. They've even cut Rain out on the retreat. Robs has to commit, and so he shall. Shooting down Siren, there's a bomb. He's run over it. A tractor all the way to spawn, looking to farm up more, but Robs can't do it again. Magic stopped him in his tracks. 2 on 3. This is getting weird.
Carrigan's going to try now, right? If you remember Mirage, it was all around the bomb. It was Carrigan playing around that bomb that won a must-win round for FaZe. This is much akin to that now. They're coming his way. Carrigan, they line up! And it's only Chopper left. 1v2. Surely this is map point to FaZe.
Their first one. The first time, the first chance. And is it going to be the last? It doesn't matter how hard this game is. It doesn't matter how much you may underperform, how many rounds you let go. All that matters is the ones you win, and Carrigan picks it up for what could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, that is unreal, man. Quiet all game, really quiet from Carrigan. But in that one moment, in that one opportunity, he rises to the occasion.
FaZe have not had a map or a match point in all of these overtimes.
Right now, let this sink in. Right now, FaZe 5 kills away from a grand final appearance here in Antwerp.
I mean, in this form, I would not want to face either of these rosters, but FaZe might have just earned its. Spirit had more than enough opportunity, more than enough chances. They are fighting for 4 overtimes. FaZe are fighting for a final, and Rain wants to end it in style.
Running up mid, no respect. No respect. Rain with the opener. He wants to end it in style. Gets out of there like a light. 5v4, and it's all on the back of Rain. Twists creeping in. Success after success for FaZe Clan.
It's back to regulation. This is what got the streak. This is what started FaZe. Disrespect for their opponent. Pressure at all parts of the map. Pushing in the face. And now 3 kills from the final of the PGL Major.
Spirit moving in. FaZe are here. They're ready for this. This hole decides it all. Carrigan up and over the top. And here in the Diamond City, he's going huge. Going nuclear.
The shiny knife to do it. Stand up, Antwerp! Glory for FaZe Clan. And one more opponent in the way for Spirit. They had their chances, they had their attempts, they had their map points. But it's FaZe to capitalize on their first and last.
Man, oh man, it tested the resilience, it tested the grit. Spirit cannot be disappointed with what they did in this semi-final. They took FaZe the full distance and then some. But in the end, experience shines through. Carrigan wanted to get to that major final, and he made it all happen. Put your hands together. FaZe are going to the grand final, baby.
I have not seen a game quite like that one. Spirit are going to be reeling after that map. That one's going to be hurting. I don't know how you recover mentally. Unfortunately, their lifeline is gone. They go home. FaZe Clan, a final placing. It's all coming together.
Yeah, if you believe in destiny, I mean, it's starting to feel destined, isn't it? Let's give this one back over to the panel. What a game!
That is a battle that will go down in the history books, and FaZe will be the ones to live to tell the tale. This is pitted to be FaZe's major coming into it. This is pitted to be now or never for Karrigan. Now they are potentially just one series away from lifting the trophy after the ultimate test of grit, determination, and stamina from Spirit. What a fashion maniac to be closing that one out in.
That was the best game of the major so far. The best game. Every once in a while, you come across a series that reminds you of why Counter-Strike is as brilliant as it is. And you can't even fault anyone. You can't even fault Spirit. You can't even point your finger, man. It was just about details. Someone getting a double kill instead of one, a flash being late or forward. I can't even begin to comprehend what happened.
No, I can't either, because there's so many moments, there's so many things to break down. I don't know where to start even. I mean, FaZe in the beginning, they were up 7-3. They had a 9-6 scoreline where Spirit brought it back on the T side, won the pistol, and they got to 9-8, and then FaZe 11-8. And then that's where the first time I think Spirit had a lead was at a 12-11 or a 13-12 kind of touchline. And then all of this overtime, it was just amazing.
I think we should hear from them.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely incredible. We do have Karrigan down on the stage with Banks for a few rounds after that marathon of a game.
Thank you very much, Freya. This is a pretty spectacular crowd, Karrigan. You've done it, you've made it to the grand final, but I've just got to ask you, what do you make of this? I know you're a showman.
I know this is insane. I mean, I've been to all different arenas, but this arena is setting the bar really, really high, and it's just awesome. We have the Brazilians, we have the Vitality fans, and we have everyone else. It's insane, man.
No, you mentioned the Brazilian fans there as well. They said the only reason they're staying is to support you guys on FaZe. You happy with that kind of support?
Yeah, of course. This feels like I'm playing home. It just means we're doing something right, and yeah, it just gives me goosebumps. Whatever happens tomorrow, it's gonna be one of my memories to play in this arena. It's so loud, you have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think the stream's going to do it justice. But let's talk about the game quickly as well, right? How hard is it for you to prepare for a team like Spirit? Because that veto, right, that seems to be the most difficult part of this. You're given a map right that can be quite puggy with it. Look how close it got on Mirage. You had such a good start on Mirage, for example, and they can just fight. Their CT side's insane. What do you make of these guys?
I mean, I'm super impressed. To be honest, when I was watching the veto, they picked 4 different maps, 0 respect for the enemies. We talked Astralis, Furia, Heroic. I'm like, okay, are they gonna disrespect us? And they did, and I love it. And then coming to veto, I knew Mirage does too, is puggy maps. Yeah. But I feel like we had a good game plan on especially T-side Mirage. But then they fight back and they kept the composure, and I'm just super impressed with the guys, and they can go home and they can learn a ton from this game, and they will come back even stronger. So, fantastic game.
And I saw, right, just when you were coming on stage, you got a little word with Chopper. You got a lot of respect for what Chopper's been able to do with his team?
Sorry, one more time.
Have you got a lot of respect for what Chopper's done with his team?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember Chopper and Vika Squadson in Boston Major. They beat us, and I was like, who's these guys? And then they changed all the players. They come here with an academy player from 4 months ago. Wow, it's not often I'm impressed, but I want everyone in here to give a big hands to Spirit, please.
Ever the professional, Karrigan, and I'm sure they appreciate that. Now, also, I want to talk a bit about Rain, right? Came under heavy criticism about his performance. This major so far, he stepped up beyond belief. How much of an easier job does it make for you in terms of like maneuvering around and things you want to do with the team when you've got him able to step up like this?
It makes my life very much easier. I haven't been the best opening fragger of this tournament compared to Katowice or Pro League, so having Rain popping off, it just gives me time to sit in the back and analyzing the macro of the round and doing the best calls I can. But man, those two, there was hard to find solutions, but I'm happy we kept the composure after losing that 1-on-4 in overtime. And yeah, everybody in the team played really great today.
And I've got to say, right, about that Dust 2, crazy amount of overtimes. I consider you to be a great mid-rounder, right, when it comes to calling and looking at what you're doing on this Dust 2. What was so hard when you coming against the Spirit guys? What was it kind of causing the effect for it to keep going and going?
I felt everywhere we went, they kind of make multi-kills, all right? So they went in good positions, they kind of read the game really good, but I kind of feel like we had the upper hand in the end of overtime, as I kind of find out that they kind of changed compared to the demos. So yeah, try to find a solution all the time, never giving up, and yeah, like I said, they played really great and they really pushed us to the limit.
Well, now your limits, right, have been pushed into a grand final. You've been here before, Carrigan. The major trophy is in front of you. How are you feeling right now? Is this your one?
We'll have to wait and see. And with this crowd, it's just amazing. And yeah, I'll do everything tomorrow. It doesn't matter who we play. So yeah, whatever happens. But this is a proud moment of mine. And I just want to thank everyone in here.
You're a legend, Carrigan. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Thank you very much. Freya, back to you.
Carrigan, ever the showman and ever the professional. A huge showing from him and the entirety of the FaZe squad with, I want to say, the backing of their sixth man, the crowd right behind them as a furious FaZe came into this one. I am so excited to see what they're going to be delivering in that grand final, but we do have to give some props alongside Carrigan to Team Spirit for delivering such an incredible semi-final.
We truly have to. We truly have to give the flowers to Spirit. They played like a team that had been on the stage on many occasions. That's how we attacked. That's the narrative we took at the beginning of this game. We talked about the difference, the discrepancy of experience between a squad like FaZe and a squad like Spirit. They were supposed to scramble. They were supposed to completely drop the ball, and they didn't. They played all these clutches with great thinking, not a lot of mistakes, individuals shining in crazy moments. It's not what rookies are supposed to do. They're supposed to crumble, and they didn't. They gave us the best show we could have.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to this Magic's clutch, which for me was one of the greatest moments of the major so far. That was absolutely insane. You see here on the scoreboard here, Chopper also stepped up massively for his young boys in the squad.
He did absolutely everything he could. We had on the stats page as well the fact that for the side of FaZe you have 4 players above 33 kills, and that's also a reminder that the quality of the squad brings on the server. It's something quite unique right now. There's not a lot of teams out there that can match the firepower. When Twist pops off, when he's the man we have least talked about, and he has that crazy moment.
The clutch.
This is absolutely incredible because we see FaZe being really cheeky, getting that little boost up onto the A site, and then Magic. I did not expect him to be closing this one out with the AWP at the end as well. Huge stuff from him.
And it's to show that even FaZe can actually make that kind of mistake.
Yeah.
You think impossible, you can't possibly lose the 4v1. But this is when we start to comprehend how much is at stake in these rounds. You can imagine how hectic the communication is. Once they get all these trades, the pace was so fast as well. It's very easy to get ahead of yourself. Suddenly M4, double kill, and then you just start being extremely pressured. That's it. When you come into the 1v2, great headshots, pick up the AWP. I thought that was it. I thought that was the clutch of the major. He'd done it.
Yeah, amazing composure. Like, we cannot, you know, even begin to praise these guys for what they've achieved on the server, Spirit and FaZe included. You know, like, such a beautiful moment on Counter-Strike, back and forth, good decision making. It was really a pleasure to watch it.
And that's something that's so impressive about Team Spirit as well. Even when they did make those mistakes, even when the rounds did slip through their fingers, they were always there with the firepower to be fighting back into this one as well. So yeah, huge props to them. I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing what we'll be seeing throughout the year from them.
Yeah, it's a resilience that I can barely explain. I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to grasp, how can they show such fortitude when they are not supposed to have the experience, when they drop rounds they shouldn't, when they give away weapons they shouldn't. All points or all sides should be pointing towards them disappearing from the server, letting just FaZe run away with it, and they never did. They always had a round right behind where they reacted, they had someone clutching for them or coming in with the multi-kill. It's something that Carrigan mentioned in an interview, the amount of multi-kills they were delivering. It's insane. I still cannot comprehend how Spirit gave us such a good fight. They had so many moments where they could have thrown in the towel.
I mean, you brought up the point, Maniac, the fact that on the side of FaZe, we could almost talk about any one of the players, put them under the spotlight in terms of the highlights and the impact that they were bringing out for that FaZe squad. I do just want to give some huge props to Rain coming into this. He was saying, you know, he wanted to prove those doubters wrong. He wanted to prove those people that were saying minus Rain, plus whoever onto the side of FaZe wrong truly through and through. He did in this match.
Still on route to the MVP road for Rain. We have to say he's playing like an MVP of a major. That's how strong Rain is currently playing. 1.33 rating in that series. He had 94.7 ADR, 65 kills. The man was here on the first map, he was here on the second, although of course overshadowed by all the crazy exploits of the rest of the team because everyone stepped up massively. But man, we should not forget to give him the flowers he deserves.
Yeah, it's just I'm laughing in the background, but it's such a ridiculous stat to have that much ADR in a map that goes over 40 rounds. It is absolutely astonishing that you can deliver this type of performance. It is Mr. Consistent so far, and he's consistent on such a high level.
And it's a dialogue that changes completely for FaZe. Coming on to the Major, when they put this roster together, what did we say? We said, oh my god, Twist, Robs, Brokey, man, that Triumvirate, they can go together forever. It's the future of Counter-Strike. They'll be the one going in first, and then Rain can be a supportive element. Kerrigan with the mind games is going to be in it. Rain said, hold on. We're going to take this triple and we're going to make a quadra. I can also play the music. I can also be the star. And he's delivering a powerful performance.
I do want to roll things back to regulation, which may seem like quite a while ago, gentlemen, considering how deep this map got. But round 28, we thought this was going to be the turning point for Spirit to be closing this one out. Didn't turn out to be in the end. But do you want to walk us through, Maniac, what exactly we're looking at?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back memory lane to figure out what the hell happened. There was Patsy being aggressive here. A good trade coming on from Robs. And this is a beautiful move from Spirit as well. The quick thinking, split decision making to punish that explode towards Catwalk here. Broke it with the trade, Magix as well. And what I absolutely love is the 3v2 and how they left together to come back to fight. Then 1 versus 2. It's Dexter here. And oh, Jesus Christ. We were waiting for that moment. Dexter saving it against Twist. And I thought that was it.
And there's even a round here after where basically FaZe bring it back somehow. Spirit knew exactly what FaZe was doing in this round. They had everything set up for victory, but they lose 2 entries into the site, and they played so well from here.
The issue here right now for Spirit is the fact that they attempt the 3v3.
Yes.
They try to go and retake the bomb site 3 versus 3 without a lot of utility. And after this round, they had absolutely nothing. This was a royal highway for FaZe to get back into the game. And these are the moments I was pointing towards. These are moments that should have broken Spirit mentally. They've just ruined themselves, gifted the round number 15 for FaZe. But next overtime, it's as if never happened. They just played the exact same Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're not shitting on Spirit for that moment there. Not at all. It's the fact that they actually are able to bounce back into this one when we're grimacing almost, looking at it going, oh, why are you going for the retake there in terms of if you lose this, you're going to have literally nothing. Diddly squat, and FaZe are going to be pushing you to OT. Huge resilience from Spirit in that one.
Yes, because again, before this semifinal, what did we say? We looked at the Na'Vi game on the quarterfinal, we looked at the FaZe game on the quarterfinal, and we pointed out there was a moment in these games where they could control of the narrative and the other team just folded. That was it. Just the absolute steamrolling on the side of FaZe and Na'Vi. Here, that was never the case. Never, ever had Spirit given up. It was a game of margins, a game of details, a game of superstars showing up in key moments. But I never saw Spirit give up.
Yeah, and if you think back and you think that this is the biggest mistake they made in this game,
it is a big
that is phenomenal, you know, Counter-Strike, because usually we'll see 5, 6 more moments like this that have a bigger impact, but this was a crucial turning point for FaZe to be able to bring it to overtime, and then all other madness combined with it throughout that overtime to close it out.
Yeah, incredibly high-level Counter-Strike in a map that was an absolute marathon, but contextually, we got to be looking at this FaZe. They're making it through to that grand final. Kerrigan, he has yet another shot to be putting his hands on a major trophy, and you said it, Maniac, it is now or never for him.
It's now or never. It really does feel like the pieces are coming together for Kerrigan. They got tested, they got trialed, they had to survive through that game. Personally, as a player, I can tell you how much it's worth to be able to get out of that game unscathed when you've been tested, tried, you had so many clutches go against you. Spirit were on the brink of forcing map 3, and somehow you make it out alive. Somehow the game ends, you're looking around you and you realize you've made it. You've survived it. And I think it's such a great omen for them to be tested that much before the grand final, because that's going to be the moment where mentally they'll be under the fire.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible series. But we still do have one more semi-final on the cards. To find out who will be joining FaZe in that coveted grand final tomorrow, it's ENCE taking on Na'Vi after this.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
Team Flashbangs and Team Smoky Waters over here, and we are about to pick our players to see which team is going to be better, but Yeki, we already know.
Yeah, we already know the answer.
You say this, boys, but the people who get first pick are the people with the highest seeded player from the PGL Major Antwerp. Who would that be, Yakinda?
I think I know. Does he?
Yeah, I know, I just don't want to say.
Oh, okay.
You're not allowed him to take this one.
In other words, we get first pick.
That's fine, go on then.
Let's attack, you ready?
Right. Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
I think you need an offer, you know, first pick offers.
No, no, I'm good. I'm good on offers.
One that can actually
Because like they don't have offers.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Oh,
we took your boys' things.
My son.
Their boy.
You took my
their
son.
We like a little bit of
don't believe in
dramatic
Sphinx.
tension.
I do believe in him,
Yeah,
but
you don't believe that he's gonna play in final, and that's why you pick him.
I
so,
mean,
you know, he's gonna lose
don't come
semi.
here on your high horse, man. Like we're talking Navi, right? So
We'll allow him to have that. Come on, Yeki, what are we doing for our first one? We got some BNE boys in here, you know, but...
Yeah, I know you want BNE. I want BNE as well. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
And the thing is, we play serious Counter-Strike, right? What map? What map?
I
do we
mean,
play?
I'm gonna be Zeusing some people, maybe using a Negev, so...
Can we clip that and like, if he doesn't Zeus
I will
anyone,
be doing it. Don't worry, I will be doing it.
Okay.
Just go Battles Eagles there, like back on back on attack. I think we go Rigon and Nikodos.
So we're gonna go Nikodos, and then who else did you want?
Rigon.
Rigon. All right, cool.
We
So
go for the
BM
FPL
boys in there.
style, which gonna.
I like it. That's a clean first two picks, plus you in there as well.
FPL style, huh?
Okay then, what are we thinking?
Yeah.
Yes,
I
yes,
think we go for
yes.
Yabi.
I would love a bit of Yabi as
That's
well.
why he gets stage fright, you know. Doesn't perform.
Okay.
Yabi?
If you say so. All right, we've got two insane riflers now. I think should we go for our pick here? Our man?
Do we go for our man, our in-game leader?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Put him in there.
Oh, you went for Snappy, okay.
I think we should go something risky that is actually like grand final material. But like they're too good to not get looked on, you know. For example, I really like Russ, and I think we should pick Russ.
So you want to go in for a face that member, just in case?
Just in case
Just in case?
something bad
All right,
happens.
so you get some extras in there, so that's fine. Now, I'm still wanting to pick a Spirit player because there's two that speak English. We got Patsy and Dexter, but we got Norp already. Oh. You down for some Patsy magic?
You're hesitating. He's one of their top
No, I'm not
5
hesitating. I'm
players
just
at
thinking
this
about
tournament, isn't he?
if the Patsy magic is gonna come to phase game, like Spirit phase game. I think they can. So if we pick one player from
we can't lose. We can't lose. We're gonna get one of them.
Okay, let's
there
go
we
Patsy.
go.
Let's go Patsy.
Back over to you guys.
All right.
Seal your fates.
All right. What do we got?
I suppose this is where we answer the question whether you're going to be our primary or...
Yes. I mean, I'm looking at the list here. I'm trying to focus.
You have got Heroic, and they do
I'm really thinking
inspire
about
something
one
for
of the
the crowd.
heroic players here. And then I think we should go with like one of the BNE players. So, yeah, let's pick Tessus.
Okay, Tessus. Oh. So Tessus is our pick, and then we got one final just in case pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is the just in case pick, so we should go for like
extra chances.
Robs.
We're trying to be helpful to them.
Oh,
Considering
okay.
their chances are so bad.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Robs extra pick.
We've highlighted that in the orange. So
Because
just
he's the
in
extra,
case.
yeah?
He is our
Right.
extra. He's that extra factor.
It's a pretty good option in there. Who are we thinking? Well, not Cadian. So what Nika does already, yeah. Well, who would you say could potentially be better?
Okay, so imagine if phase wins, right?
Yep.
So Twist doesn't go, and we have only one spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like, doesn't matter if like Spirit wins or phase wins.
Yep.
It's Patsy and Twist, right? So we
Okay.
have only one real spot.
One of them's gonna go through. Okay.
Yeah, so we only have one real spot, and
You've
we
got to
need
make one pick. You've got to make your first reserve pick.
1, 2, 3, 4. Then
No.
he's the fifth.
Yeah. So you need to make your first
But we
reserve pick.
picked-
So
Yeah,
Fox
we
is our
picked
first
already
reserve.
the teams that are like in semis. Twist and Patsy are
Yeah,
in
we got
semis.
2 players, so basically one of them has to be in the final, so we lose one anyway, so we need 2 subs.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Selfish.
Just we played the game smart way.
it's-
All right, so we do refresh, and then so GX is your boy.
Yeah.
So you can go with Flatro as well, Mr. Hype.
Yeah, but like GX is like.
Yeah, we do GX.
We should
All
put
right,
that,
cool.
you know, like, he's
I'm gonna rely on your ability to play with him, your skills together.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
cool.
Right,
Now,
so
let's
just in
start.
case
Yes, we need 2 picks just in case.
that goes on.
Exactly, in case Ents goes on. So, we're looking at. We're
I
looking.
mean, I picked some really strong players there, so like, I'm thinking there's a good chance they go on. Just in case our boys fall short, I think we go with the hype man from BNE.
So we're gonna go with Juan Platro and
Take my boy.
Synapsy.
Synapsy.
And,
Okay.
Yeah, Banks is not allowed to
I
do
love you
some kind of
guys.
inside job. There's no inside job here, Banks.
So Yeki, I'm gonna just tell my boys, if you want a contract, if you want a job, you best throw that show match.
No,
so you made
no,
a mistake.
no,
You
no.
made a mistake, Esther.
No, no.
Oh. Well,
we're gonna do
won
some
the
fist bumps, or do we leave it until after the match when we've beaten you?
Fist bumps.
Yeah.
You're too nice.
It
My
doesn't
man,
matter.
We got this.
It's fine. Right, let's go talk tactics.
We're
All
done.
right.
Come on.
Still nerves, you know.
See you on the server.
We're back for another CS 1.6 AIM map challenge, and this time we're putting the analysts against each other. Devil Walk, he has won a major. He's also won a major as a coach as well. And then Blair, he is the king of Asian Counter-Strike. Are you a major Counter-Strike Asian champion in any way, Blair?
Not in any way whatsoever,
Okay.
but I'm here to show that Swedish Counter-Strike into the dumpster.
Oh, you also did play 1.6 though, right?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. So, Devil Walk, what's your experience with 1.6? You're old enough to have played some of it, but what level were you at?
Played some cash cups.
Okay, some cash cups, so nothing too serious, a bit of fun with it. But I'm sure you got the ability still. You still competitive? You still feeling like you got this?
No.
No. He's setting expectations early on. It's 1st to 10. Boys, take your fight. Let's go. Who's going to get the first round?
All right, let's go, Devil Walk. Let's see what he got. Never mind.
Wait a second. Who's older?
I think I should be older.
Devil Walk, how old are you?
I need to change my name.
31.
Oh, you're same age as me. Okay. Me and Devil Walk 31. Blair, you are 40 what?
45.
45.
Imagine losing to me. That'd be embarrassing.
Oh, you're bursting rather than tapping, Blair. Ooh!
It's been a while.
Devwalk 2-0, 2-0.
Devwalk 2-0.
Remember the 1.6 tap was the one.
Oh, just rounding.
Blair with the M4, running and shooting, running and gunning.
Running and gunning, old school, let's go. Channeling the old WNV.
Now I'm going to say one thing here, Blair. Your mouse pad is curling. Is it as old as you?
It is pretty old.
It's literally curling up from all your travel. Not many pro players would be happy to play on that, but you're obviously rocking out with it.
It's all good. I have a pretty high sensitivity, so I don't need to swipe so wide.
I will say one thing. You bought your own mouse and keyboard. Devil Walk came with absolutely nothing but himself, and he's still winning 3-1
I'm still playing with mouse acceleration.
And he's got mouse acceleration he's not happy about.
That sounds like a you problem, Devil Walk.
Oh! That was an awkward spray. Now you've got a Glock out. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, shit!
He got you with a Glock! He pushed you and got you with a Glock!
I was low, all right? I don't have sound here. I rely on sound.
He even had an AK. Devil Walk, man. Focused, intense, showing Swedish CS is more than just NIP. Fnatic Devil Walk still exists.
At this point, someone just pick him up. He's still got it.
Yeah, still got it. He's showing it. How weird does it feel to play Devil Walk, to play 1.6 again?
Well, I don't got the M4 spray down.
I've forgotten how to spray. I've forgotten how hard a recoil is.
I still spray in Go like 1.6. That was sick.
Okay,
That was sick.
I got deleted there. I got deleted.
That was not a good time there. That was not a good time.
I'm not having a good time. I'm not having a good time.
Oh, he's 7-2 right now.
Drawing
Devil
me.
might go for the record here. No one's won by this large.
He's got
amount
0
just
ping,
yet.
by the way. I have 8. I'm just saying.
You're on land. There is no ping. You guys are equal on that.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That, I do not have the tapping down.
Oh, Blair swung on him.
Let's go. Let's
Right,
go.
comeback is
Starting
potential.
to.
It's
nerves-
happening, boy. It's happening.
Nerves are starting to creep in.
Nerves.
Oh, damn it. When did he even
8-4?
get there? 8 and 4.
You lost track of him, Blair, you know.
I know. Got
My
too
eyes
hyper-focused.
Not working the same anymore. Oh, the M4 fight, the M4 spray, a lot of damage done, blood on the wall, Blair. Putting the pressure onto him.
Oh, he
he waited. He
Oh,
waited
you rat.
for you to make a mistake, and he's just there, crouched
Have to
down.
prove there's some talent. In
Headshot delivered. Devil Walk 1 round away from getting it done. Face is pretty close to the screen. Intensity is high. Devil Walk believes that he can get the damage done. There's less trash talking than I expected from you, Devil Walk.
But I actually believed he would win, so that's why I'm keeping it calm.
He's got no faith in himself, just like Swedish CS.
Oh,
Nice.
9-6, 9-6.
That's the perfect number.
See,
6-9.
the pressure. The pressure.
This is where I need to close out.
Oh, that's where I need to close out.
Yeah!
Boom.
Swedish CS!
Doesn't even type GG. Doesn't even type GG. Classic Swedes.
Wait, he's doing it now. Let's just make sure we know what he's
I
typing.
don't even know. Oh, I didn't understand the chat was up
It's
there.
up the top. It's not down the bottom
GG.
anymore. Yeah.
And then well played.
GG, well
wait,
played.
wait.
A little smiley face. He's done it. He's giving you the he's giving you the smack that you wanted. What did you write
It was
there?
close. It was close. It was really close. I haven't played. I've thought this game in 10 years. You know.
The clock is so bad. I'm trying to kill you and you're standing.
I can't move.
Did you enjoy that Devil Walk? Do you like 1.6 still?
I love 1.6. I think it's the greatest game ever created.
I love you even more for saying that. Blair, you still at 1.6 Stan, or do you wish you could go back to Go?
I generally do still love 1.6, right? Like it's still a fantastic game. I feel like at this point, CS:GO's reached. It's going to be 10 years this year, right?
Yep.
And 1.6 when it finally met its demise, so to speak, it also lasted 10 years. But CS:GO right now we can see it's going to last more.
It's
So
bigger.
it's going to be 50-50, but this game still will have a place in my heart.
You need to shake hands. You know, you've had this win. Devil Walk was victorious this time around. Respect has got to be shown. Blair,
This is my classic. You know, if I don't like my opponent, this is my handshake.
Oh, this is
Just
bad
a stare
handshake. What if you
down,
like
just
someone?
stare down. Yeah, go, give him a liking one. Oh, like,
No eye
slight look
contact.
away. I love
The
it.
respect look away.
Good game.
That's another 1.6 or 1v1. Devil Walk got the win this time around. Let's see who gets the next one.
Welcome back to the PGL Major live from Antwerp, Belgium, where FaZe has held up their end of the bargain, and now we will find out if Navi will join them tomorrow in that final or if ENCE will stop them in their tracks. My name is Shox, and I'm honored to cover this best of three together with Pimp and Maui Snake. We've been a bit spoiled already in terms of the CS we've seen, and we're hoping that this one lives up to it too.
Yeah, it's going to be tough though to top what we just saw here between FaZe and Spirit, to be completely honest. That was a banger of a game. Absolutely fantastic to see that go into 4 overtimes. And honestly speaking, you know, if you weren't in the arena, I really, really hope you guys at home could feel the atmosphere in here. It was absolutely stunning.
The energy has been electric here at the Sports Palace. It is so fun to enjoy these games with the fans, to jump into the audience and see the emotions coursing through the entire arena. I love it here, Shox.
Yeah, absolutely. Big up to the fans that have come from all across the world right here in Belgium and Antwerp to recreate this magic that we have seen now for the entire major, but now getting it even higher up as we get into these decider games. Before we get into Navi versus ENCE, we do have a very, very special guest joined by Banks on stage.
That's right, we do have a special guest. Antwerp! Make some noise for the Navi legend, Edward! Now, Edward, a brilliant crowd here. Navi about to try and make it to a grand final. But let's talk a bit about you, right? Think of where you started and the crowds we had back then. What do you think of this and how big it is now?
Well, it's absolutely fantastic. Seriously, it's getting bigger and bigger from year to year, and now it's just unbelievable.
We could have never imagined it years ago, right? We would have never thought it would end up like this. But for you, right? You obviously have played on some of the biggest stages, won some of the biggest tournaments going on. But how proud were you to see Navi win the major back in Stockholm?
Well, I think I really do believe that Navi can win second major in a row and become one of the world, I think, the best team in the history.
Oh, I like it. High praise. So what do you think of ENCE, though? Yeah, you just told me what you think of Navi. What do you think of this version of ENCE? Got a few young, talented players on there.
I like their play style, the snapping, always calm, you know, his calls. Yeah, I like them, but I still feel like I feel like Navi can lose only to ourselves, you know? So I really do respect ENCE, but I really want to Navi win.
And when you're here at tournaments like this, when you're watching, does it make you want to go back on the stage and be back competing at events like this?
Well, it's hard to explain, but I really love the game. I mean, the engine, dynamic, everything like that, even more than what comes outside of the game. So I just love the game, no matter what, if I see it at home or on stage. I just love the game.
We all love the game. Antwerp, do you love Counter-Strike? All right, I want to do a quick test and see how many fans we have out here for ENCE. And what about Navi? Who do you think wins that one, Edward?
You can hear the difference.
One more time. ENCE! Navi! All right, Navi win. Edward, thank you very much. Shox, let's get back to you.
Thank you very much. You did say Navi like a bit louder. I think we all heard that. But yeah, so many fans for both teams in the arena. Lovely to hear from Edward as well. Now let's get into this matchup. Navi versus ENCE. It could as well be a final, right? When we look at where these are placed in the world and how these teams have been playing throughout this major. Let's start with the big perspective about these two. Navi looking to repeat what they found in Stockholm, to win another major. How far are they off from that level that we saw there now, Pimp?
Oh, I think what we saw yesterday against Heroic was a bit of a mixed signal in a way, right? The first 2 maps they really had to fight for it. Heroic played a great game of Counter-Strike, especially on the second map being Ancient. That's 16-14. It required Simple to wake up all of a sudden in order to push Navi over the finish line. But what we saw on the third deciding map on Nuke, that was more Navi like we saw it in Stockholm. If they can replicate that kind of performance in potentially a semi-final and a final tomorrow, then I believe that Navi can win 2 in a row.
It does feel like Na'Vi is a bit more stoppable this time than at Stockholm, where they were coming in as the massive favorites in that tournament. This time around, I'm not going to say that they have decreased in quality or skill. I just think that everybody else has gotten better. And that's where it's incredibly scary for Na'Vi, because FaZe waiting right there on the other side of the bracket, they're coasting. They're watching this match back at home, back in the green room. But ENCE, this is a formidable opponent that Na'Vi can't take lightly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love what you said there about the level of competition rising, with also new challengers stepping up. And I think ENCE is one of the most beautiful examples of that, right? With some new players making their mark on the scene, led by Snappy.
Yes, we have a couple blossoming stars on this roster. The one name that, if you don't know it already, you will know it, that's Spinx. This guy has been one of the top 5 riflers in the world throughout this year thus far, and I love the way that Snappy has crafted this roster and this style to support people like Spinx, to support high-flying fraggers like D-Haw as well, because there's a lot of talent on this roster, and what ENCE has done with kind of a mix of different players from different regions has come together beautifully.
This is the guy that came out of nowhere. You look towards some of the other players in Duha, in Hades, in Madden for that matter as well. They've been around for quite some time. Spinx is a new guy who's come into the scene, and as of right now, must be considered as one of the best riflers in the entire world. We keep raising the bar for this guy. We said, can he do it at a major? Sure, he could. Can he do it at a stage? He did yesterday. Now he goes up against Na'Vi, which could be the final boss potentially for him, but let's see if he can do it again today. You see his stats right here for the tournament as well. He is topping the scoreboard. He's topping a lot of these charts. He's playing an absolutely fantastic tournament, and he's a major difference.
It's crazy. The numbers speak for themselves. In a piece by HLTV I read earlier that they're running out of superlatives to talk about him, and when he was asked about it, he actually said, well, I actually think I'm more like a top 20, top 30 player. I definitely am not where I can be when it comes to that, and that is a scary prospect. It's all about Maui for me, about ENCE, about can they find another level to everything they've already shown, because they have been an incredibly solid squad, but to beat Na'Vi here today on stage, you'll have to be even more than that.
The humility from Spinx is endearing, but everybody else from ENCE needs to believe in themselves a little bit more. I need some more fire from some of these players. People like Modern, who've kind of had a rocky time on ENCE thus far. He's kind of taken over that secondary caller role, but what he did on his previous rosters with FPX, with Godsend, that's when he came onto the scene and people were impressed. But at this event, it's been D-Haw, one of their entry fraggers, incredibly strong player. When I talked to Snappy and Saul, the coach of ENCE, they said that this guy is actually more mechanically talented than Spinx, so he has to activate too if they want to have a chance against a formidable opponent.
Probably feels that his thunder is stolen a couple of times around, but it's true. When you look at the scoreboards for ENCE, more often than not, he is also at the top of those in Diha.
He's played fantastic, and the only reason we're not talking about him a lot is because of Spinx, right?
Yeah.
He's the big star, and he is the guy that we've seen for the vast majority take over the server, but this guy, he's fighting a lot of impact as well. Look at this chart, right? He may not be number 1 in any of these categories, but he's top 2, top 3 in some of them, top 4 in the ADR department as well, and guess what? He's one of the best in the pistol rounds. He's been an absolute beast in pistol rounds. He's often getting dropped the P250, which is also a signal from Snappy and his team that we trust you with that gun, right? We're willing to, one of us is willing to carry grenades, no armor, in order to give you a P250 in order to get the job done. So yeah, we're talking a lot about Spinx, but we got to give an awful lot of credit to Diha as well.
Yes, we do. Let's talk a little bit about some of the players on Na'Vi, of which also we could talk just about anyone. Yeah, let's talk about Bit, perhaps, who has had a stellar major so far, I think, right? Even when it wasn't going that well yet, and we know that they have on record, hey, not necessarily practiced as much as we would have liked to coming into this major, Maui, but he has always kept them afloat when they needed it, and is now really rising to the occasion.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think Bit is the most mechanically consistent player in the world when it comes to rifling. This guy just takes people's heads off, frequently topping the world rankings in terms of headshot percentage. And the thing is that they give him a lot of space to work with. And when Bit has that sort of opportunity to run in at his opponent, that's where he shines the most. The fact that he can be aggressive, doesn't have to wait for his opponents to come to him or anything. He can just charge on forward and take heads away from his opponents.
He has elevated himself at this major. He was actually in a bit of a turmoil in the sense that people were questioning, have we seen the best from Bit? He wasn't performing up to his best abilities, but at this tournament, as you see right here, he's up there with the very best, and the only player better than Duha with the pistols as well. So Bit, you know, we had this conversation, he had this transition period, winning the first major, winning basically everything he was touching in the first year of his professional career. Then he had a couple of months where he didn't play too well, and now he's coming straight fire back into the major. This guy right here, a simple set, a future MVP at a major.
Yes, he said that even last week, right? And then we didn't even know what we were going to get here this weekend. I want to talk about Electronic a bit as well, because he has been a guy who is always solid, but seems to find a new gear when it comes to playoffs and big games. How much have we seen of him, and how much can we expect him to step up versus ENCE?
In a playoff situation, you have to think the world of Electronic. He's a guy that seems to save himself for moments like these. Doesn't always actually have to deliver too much in the group stage, as we see the differential in statistics right there. Much better when it's a bigger moment. He's a guy that when the spotlight is on him, he will deliver. Some of the rounds that he had yesterday were fantastic. The clutches coming out from him, the sight holds, everything that Electronic does is amplified in a bigger moment.
That's a scary prospect. It's a scary prospect for ENCE. It's a scary prospect for FaZe potentially in a final. The fact that this guy now is activated.
Yeah.
The fact that he joined the server yesterday and was by far the most influential player. His ADR was outrageous, by far the highest on the server. And we'll talk about him, right? Yeah, he's been in a bit of a rough period as well. A lot of circumstances going on that perhaps make it hard for Navi to fully focus on the game, which is completely understandable. But when it matters the most, when he is on the stage, we saw yesterday what kind of damage he can do.
They're just absolute stage beasts. Let's talk about something maybe a bit more controversial in that regard. Simple, the juggernaut for Navi, who had a little bit of a rough time getting onto the server yesterday, right? What do we make of it, Pimp?
I'm a little bit scared, in the sense that we haven't seen Simple really play as well as we expect. And that's because Simple has been raising the bar, not only for himself, but for the rest of the players in the entire world in the past 3 years, to be completely honest. He's having a decent tournament. I believe he's ranked number 13 and number 14 in terms of all individual players. So by no means is he playing a bad tournament. We're just not seeing him take over games like we used to. Yesterday, when it was needed the most, though, on Ancient against Heroic, he stepped up on that CT side with the AWP. I remember that ridiculous no-scope where he was turning 180 and hitting it, right? Those are the simple moments we need to see, but there's been very few of them so far.
Unfortunately, that's just been the case at this event. Does seem like Simple is letting some of his teammates do the dirty work. People like Bit, people like Electronic that we've already highlighted are the ones that are stealing the limelight away from Simple. And to me right now, what it resembles is kind of like a Master Splinter meme, where basically Simple was the one that had to carry everybody at the beginning of this roster. But now, sometimes there's just not as much room. Sometimes Bit and Electronic are going to be the ones that pop off. And that's not necessarily an indictment on Simple, but if they want to have championship aspirations, he needs to show why we call him the GOAT.
Listen, he's been carrying this project for a very, very long time. The past 3 years, he's had the entire team on his back. So if he needs to take a couple of games off and just be activated from the semifinal and perhaps the final as well, that's going to be enough for him.
Yeah, I was going to say, as we do have a little bit more time to explore this here, Maui, surely this is kind of an excellent situation then. You're still getting through, you're still getting into that semifinal matchup because you just have some members around you that are able to step up consistently. Electronic in the playoffs, Perfecto when you need him in the clutch, a Boomage actually when you need him in the clutch as well. So do you have any reason for concern?
Slightly.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that Simple can power up, but we need to know why. He needs to know why. He said yesterday to James Banks on that stage, the fact that he knows he got carried a little bit, that he needs to up his game, up his level, but does he know what that takes right now? Because he was so good for so long. I don't want to believe this is the decline for Simple. In fact, I don't believe it's the decline for Simple, but he needs to bounce back today because ENCE are just so disruptive with the way that they play Counter-Strike and the way that they're going to just take space away from Simple.
It's going to be always hard to quantify how much the external factors are impacting anyone on this roster, but we do know that when they step on stage, they're going to give it their all. And as you said, it's going to be difficult for ENCE. Now, when we look at ENCE and where the opportunities are, right, do they have enough to be a danger, to be a threat to Navi as they step onto the server today?
I think saying anything else would be a lie. I think ENCE have shown us that they are a very, very good Counter-Strike team. It's a top 3 team in the world as of right now. They've been very consistent. They've been very steady. They do lose games once in a while, but they always bounce back as well. So yes, you look at the paper, you look at the players, and you think to yourself, nah, that's not a team that is supposed to play a major final. But the way they play on the server, Spinks, Hades for that matter, has stepped up a little bit recently as well. Duha, it would be foolish not to say that on a good day, they can beat Navi. And one of the few areas I think are very interesting for me, and one of the things where they have improved a lot recently, is the map pool. They have a very strong map pool, something we used to praise Navi for, especially during the Stockholm Major. ENCE right now, they have a very strong of their own.
It's tough to even see where this veto is going to go, but I think the way that ENCE have to approach this is that they need to recognize that there is a talent disparity in the server. Navi do have the heavier hitters in total, so I think it has to come down to Snappy a lot in this one for the calling, the way he's going to just put strats together on the fly, and the mid-rounding too. This is where people have been praising Modern relentlessly on the side of ENCE. The fact that he brings so many ideas to them when they need it most. So I need to see those two guys use all the brain power that they have in order to to circumvent whatever Simple is doing, whatever entry Bit finds. Everything needs to come out of the bag today.
Yeah, talk to me about Snappy. We did, I think, specifically when he was up versus Cadian in that heroic matchup and in terms of the history between them, but also the fact that he's been around for a while and that he deserves credit for what he's been able to do with this roster, Maui. This is a unique opportunity for him to kind of leave everyone in the dust and show what he can do with these unexpected players that are rising up to the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Snappy right now is that he calls a style that's very much making a plan at the beginning of the round, but still having contingency plans. I think we actually have one round we can show that actually demonstrates how well, even when the first thing doesn't go well for Snappy, that he can move around, that they can actually adapt in the mid-round.
Yeah.
So if we can roll that one from Nuke, I mean, this is a really cool opening play from ENCE where they go for their A exec. This looks very standard, nothing too crazy about this. Modern even goes 1-for-1 on the site, but they recognize that all of the players have rotated in. Hades with a lurk out solo by himself, but quickly traded, 3-on-3 situation. What ENCE do is they actually immediately go to ramp. Look at how much time is on the clock. They made this decision in a split second, and Snappy trusts his players to get into lower, so he tucks. He waits at the ramp, expecting the next move, thinking ahead of Copenhagen Flames, and they're able to steal one away from the team with the very advantaged buy due to a great thinking on the fly.
When we talk about, what areas can ENCE potentially win out against Na'Vi? We talk about, firepower, well, we're leaning towards Na'Vi. We're talking about experience, we're leaning towards Na'Vi. We're talking about the AWPs going toe-to-toe, we're leaning towards Simple, of course. But in terms of raw leadership, and in terms of how much do ENCE believe in their in-game leader, as in how much do Na'Vi actually believe in Boomage? I'm not going to discredit Boomage in any way, but I feel like that's more like a joint leadership. Simple has a lot to say within that lineup. Electronic chimes in as well. Where in ENCE, sure, Snappy is listening to his players, but I bet you, if you ask every single ENCE player, they trust him with their lives. And when you have that synergy, when you have that feeling on the server that you're willing to go in and you're willing to go in and die for your leader, you're willing to go in and die for your team, you just elevate yourself as a Counter-Strike team. It is undescribable how much that means to a team.
Yes, the thing with Snappy rosters in the past is that usually after 6-8 months, they hit this ceiling where they're kind of a quarter-final finish team, and then they just kick Snappy. They look for a different leader. That's kind of been the story of his career, and now this is finally one, like Pimp says, that believes in him. They finally are working together to move the pieces around. The fact that from the last major, they benched Dodo, they brought in Madden, they're trying to upgrade the firepower around Snappy for once, instead of saying he's the weak link on the roster, and that is such a fruitful sign for the future of ENCE because it means that they understand in terms of tactical prowess, Snappy is at the top of the world.
Yeah, it's also nice to see in terms of the organization coming out of ENCE, who had the easy for ENCE days, right, with that incredible run. It is hard to get back to the top when you've been there before and you're not like the established ones like the Na'Vis of this world. I find that very, very impressive. And I think this is why they are now kind of on the brink of making something insane happen. You're laughing at me.
Yeah, I just can't help to laugh. I'm thinking of Vitality. I'm thinking of G2.
Yeah.
Imagine the amount of money they spend on their rosters. Imagine the amount of money they're just throwing at the players left and right. And right now, it's ENCE who are in the semifinal. Yep. Right now, we're actually talking a case where ENCE could potentially give Na'Vi a fight. And there's a world where ENCE go into a major final, while G2, Vitality, two of the most expensive teams ever to be put together, they didn't even make the playoff, right? So there's something to be said about ENCE having done a very good job.
Very good job indeed. Well, there are tons of Vitality and G2 fans still in the crowd today. I don't think they'll be mad at you. I mean, I think they will show ENCE the respect that they deserve. And I think that's going to be key here also for Na'Vi. But I think generally, Na'Vi is a team that doesn't mince with those things, right? They will respect the opponent in front of them in the server, especially when it comes to that date they have with FaZe tomorrow. I mixed them up there.
We all talk about it. We all dream about it. Obviously, from an objective point of view, right, in terms of the fan bases, having Na'Vi playing FaZe, the team that dethroned them, took away the first spot, that'll be a fantastic final. But I will say, the way ENCE have played so far in this tournament, if they can replicate a performance like they did in the quarterfinal, like they did in the group stage and beat Na'Vi, I think even a FaZe versus ENCE final would be absolutely banging as well.
Especially given the fact that ENCE has already defeated FaZe. They beat him in the opening of the Legend stage. Very convincing Mirage, as a matter of fact. So this is nothing that Na'Vi can take lightly, but there's one guy I know behind Na'Vi that is not going to let that happen. Blade has been a maestro in terms of his coaching prowess. He has put together spreadsheets, just papers upon papers that are in front of every Na'Vi player saying, this is our reaction, these are our strategies, strategies. These are our protocols, and everybody's on board. And in terms of tactics, you might think that you look at the individuals of Na'Vi and not think that they're always the brightest of the bunch. But the thing is that they have a unified structure and goal thanks to what Blade has brought in terms of his system.
And he's helping out Boomich so much, right? If you compare Boomich to Snappy as raw in-game leaders with no coach behind them, I'm pretty sure Snappy would do a better job. He's also been playing Counter-Strike for 15 years. He has an awful lot of experience, but Boomich have probably one of the, if not the best coach in the entire Counter-Strike world, Blade helping him out. So that kind of elevates the playing field a little bit here for Boomich and Na'Vi.
Okay, and I think you'd be amiss to say that for Na'Vi, because they often have such flashy moments, they have such insane clutches, they can bring situations back from the brink of defeat, but maybe that's not giving them enough credit for, as you say, the system that is in place that has netted them all these trophies.
I think so. That's part of this solution. That's part of the reasoning for why Na'Vi is never a team you can count out. I also do think Boomich, from time to time, individually speaking, can show up on the server. We haven't really seen it in this tournament, and if you really want to nitty-gritty it, I think Snappy as an individual so far in this tournament have played a very, very good one. A 1.01 rating right here, better than Boomich, better than a lot of different in-game leaders. So in terms of raw firepower, sure, we lean towards Simple, Electronic, etc. But in-game leader against in-game leader, Snappy's going to win a couple of duels against Boomich.
Snappy's first bullet accuracy is kind of scary fast. Yeah. it's a little strange. When you watch his POV and up close, yeah, he'll run in, maybe make an aggressive play, kind of sometimes that space taker like Kerrigan wants to do for FaZe. But the thing is that I think actually Snappy's raw abilities are a little bit better than the remaining 3 IGLs in this tournament, in Boomich, in Kerrigan, in Snappy. So that's just off of current form, though, of course. Boomich used to be the star back on some of his old teams, but as it stands today, Snappy has been the one delivering.
Big what's?
Boomich did make a couple of clutches, luckily, when Na'Vi needed it the most yesterday as well. I want to talk about the Oppers a little bit more in depth as well. Of course, we're always going to be talking about Simple and what we want to see. Let's talk about Hades as well. I think it's no surprise to anyone that we're going to say that he's been inconsistent at times and looking for that consistent form, mostly against the best in the world. Yesterday, when he had to get it done versus the Copenhagen Flames, it was great. Now, though, this is a completely different ballgame.
It doesn't get any harder, right? Having to shoot down Bit, Electronic, Simple on a server, it doesn't get any harder in terms of moving targets for Hades. I will give him the credit that we've been talking about him pretty much throughout the entire tournament as being perhaps the weak link within ends, but he hasn't really shown that so far. I think he's been relatively consistent. Yeah. He's having some good maps, but that's another point I want to make right here, and I don't know if you agree with that. It's very map dependent for Hades. On a map like Nuke, he feels super comfortable, always performs well. When there's other maps where he sometimes falls through, and I guess that's the biggest strength when it comes to Simple, there's not a map he's not good at.
Right. Simple can always make something happen. And the thing I would say to describe the two of them that's different is that Simple is much more creative. Sure. He'll always find a way into a round, even if there's good utility, even if there's a good system behind whatever the strategy is against him. But Hades, I too frequently see him get blocked off in an execute, just letting the nades push him back, just being too passive after that, and having a hard time finding a way back into the round. Whereas Simple, he can make absolutely any situation into his own.
I fully agree, and I just want to add another perspective to that as well. You often see Simple being caught off guard in a way, right? And you may look at a player like that has happened a lot of times. Yeah. I saw it many times against Heroic yesterday, but he's so individual skilled, so smart, and such a fast thinker, sort of like Saivu in many moments, that he can always find a way out of it, and he does do that with his creativity, with the raw skill. And for Hades, you know, if he gets caught off guard, it usually tends in him dying, and that's probably the biggest difference right here.
Okay, do you think that's a keyword for today? And usually when you have two teams that are playing to the best of their ability, it is, but specifically in ENCE versus Na'Vi in this situation, creativity?
Creativity is going to be difficult for a team like ENCE, which just has a little bit less stage experience, holding your nerves in those kinds of moments. What we saw from Copenhagen Flames, or in that matchup against them, was impressive in that they did have a couple of nice mid-rounds, but I think that in the pressured moments, it's going to be tough for people like Modern, who don't have as much stage experience, to come up with ideas as he would normally as the secondary leader.
Okay, we'll keep talking about that in just a second, but of course we need our teams, and Frankie is ready on stage to introduce them to us.
Yesterday, Na'Vi found themselves tested by Heroic. But bit by bit, they came alive on the server, and now they look ready to set the Sports Palace on fire. It's Navi! Any fears for Ence's young players were quickly put to rest in yesterday's quarterfinal matchup against Copenhagen Flames. This is a team with a lust for LAN, and this matchup is their perfect date. Antwerp, make some noise for Ents! Okay, Diha, come to me, and Coach Blade is going to be coming over to me from Navi. Diha, I noticed you're wearing a Polish flag, and I think we might have some Polish fans in the audience. Is there anything you'd like to say to them as you're representing them today?
Can I say it in Polish?
You may.
No, dziękuję wszystkim, że tu jesteście i no, postaramy się zagrać jak najlepiej.
Dziękuję, Diha. Do you mind giving me a quick translation?
I just said that I'm very happy that they are here and we will do our best.
We know you will. Thank you so much. I'm going to also come to Blade. Now, you've said Ents are some of your toughest competition. Would you say they're on your level?
What's that?
Would you say that Ents are on Navi's level?
I think they are really strong contender and it's not going to be easy.
Are you the strongest team left in the major?
I don't want to say like that because it's going to be cocky and I think we need to respect all our opponents.
Well, I appreciate that. I like teams that respect each other, as long as they disrespect each other on the server. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Sports Police, are you ready for a show? I think they are, Shops. I think they are.
Of course. I expected from them that they are ready as we are getting closer to this epic matchup. And as said already by Frankie, yeah, respect from both sides. Obviously, right? I believe some of them are also quite superstitious, and I get it, right? Pimp, you've been a competitor as well. Don't leave anything up to chance.
I've never touched a trophy, man. I've never been close to touching a trophy, so
That's a
I
good
can't
point.
be superstitious in that regard. Thanks for setting me up in that regard.
Apex,
Wait,
Apex
you-
brought that up.
True. I think I have
You
one.
did that to yourself. Can we have that on tape? I was not insulting you.
Nah, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Listen, the players are a little bit superstitious, but I like it. We saw Art say that Spirit got lucky just to get reamed out, and then we saw, these guys trying to be super polite about it. I think Blade believes that Na'Vi is the best team in the tournament. I think Blade firmly believe that they are supposed to win this major, and that's a point I want to make up as well, right? You say win 2 majors in a row. That, of course, is hella impressive. Teams have done that before. Astralis is a great example, but win 2 of the most competitive majors in history of Counter-Strike in a row would be a massive statement from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Maui, talk to us about that a little bit indeed, about getting that first trophy. Incredibly difficult. Tons of respect for that. But you already touched on it, the fact that the level of Counter-Strike is rising literally every day in the competitive spirit, and how hard, no pun intended, that has made it for Na'Vi to replicate that once again.
I think that one thing that people are maybe underrating about what's going on with this era of Counter-Strike is that teams get to ramp up into LANs with studios first. The fact that so many big tournaments are happening in another stage so that they can get comfortable, they can get some wins under their belt, that is really help teams like ENCE. But we've got the veto coming up here. We'll see ENCE banning out Inferno. Na'Vi always ban out Vertigo. And ENCE's pick here gets a little bit tricky for me. I think they've been liking Nuke a lot in the early phases, Pim.
You should be scared though, right? You saw Navi's performance yesterday on Nuke. Now ENCE is going for it, and I love it. Again, a move right here where Snappy and the boys from ENCE are saying, sure, you Na'Vi, sure, you played well yesterday, but we're going to pick Nuke, and then Dust 2 coming in from Na'Vi. We have criticized that from a lot of different teams in terms of, like, can you pick Dust 2 as your perma pick in a best of 3? Well, Na'Vi are one of the few teams where I feel comfortable saying, yes, they can.
Yeah, the thing is that Na'Vi have so many weapons on that map that every part of it feels untouchable when they switch to the CT side. Decider on Mirage. I'm almost a little bit surprised that Na'Vi didn't pick Mirage themselves. So in terms of this veto, I'm really liking how even it is, but I also give a very slight edge towards Na'Vi overall.
I fully agree. I think the Na'Vi we saw yesterday in Nuke should be a bit of a scary, prospect for ENCE, especially considering they most likely will start on that T side.
Yes.
And we saw Na'Vi shut down Heroic on the CT side yesterday. The third deciding map, though, in Mirage, if we were to get there, that could be a banger, man. We have ENCE who are playing such explosive Counter-Strike. Out of spawn calls Counter-Strike, and then you have Na'Vi who likes to drag out time, play with the time. The contrast between those two teams, I'm getting ahead of myself right here, but if we do get to a third map in Mirage, that could be a banger of a dimension.
It's going to be incredibly exciting, and the thing is that I love how ENCE do play Nuke. I really think that even though it's scary to play against Na'Vi, what was a 100% win rate, one of the best in the world at Nuke is of last year. The thing is that ENCE have a deep playbook, and the fact that we showed it earlier, the fact that they can mid-round. If the first thing doesn't go right, they can turn it around in a split second, and that kind of confidence in Snappy for the rest of the team, everybody believes in him. They believe in his calls, they believe in this pick, and they think that they can take Na'Vi down on it. I'm pretty split on it, but I think that this is going to be a fire first map.
I mean, it's a great sign of confidence, right? Because you don't want anyone who's on stage right now who can't deal with the pressure, who crumbles under the pressure. You have to relish it and step up your game because of it. And as we get closer to that game, I think we have about 5 minutes left to go. Let's get into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty. You talked about turning around situations, 4v5s, Pimp, and I know that you dove into that for the two teams.
Yeah, I did, because you have two teams who are exceptionally good at doing that on each their side. ENCE right now are the best team in the entire tournament, and I guess in the world as well, at winning 4v5s on their CT side. In fact, they're winning more than 50% of their 4v5s. They have a higher chance of winning a 4v5 than losing it as of right now in the tournament at a major, which is absolutely crazy. You look on the other side, in Na'Vi, on their T side, 4v5, they're winning 41.1% of their 4v5s, which is also absurd. So you have two teams who are exceptionally good at playing from behind, and we're going to see that a lot in this game. You see the stat right here for you. It is insane what Na'Vi is able to pull off on the T side.
Yes, I mean, those kind of stats right there show the caliber of these teams, and in which the way that they were finding some of their victories, that they can come from behind and still be able to pull it out of a hat. That sort of stuff is magical.
And for both teams, I think it's all more that you're telling me is giving me the inclination that this could be an extremely close one, right? Because we have two teams that are willing to go deep and that are willing to never give up when it comes to these situations. And that are some of the most important factors that you can have on your team when you're playing a major semifinal in front of 14,000 people.
I think ENCE right now is smelling a bit of blood, as you said before, right? Na'Vi is not unbeatable. We've seen them being beaten lately. It's not a team that right now is playing the best brand of Counter-Strike, and even against Heroic, there was a world yesterday where they would have lost 2-0 if they wouldn't have pulled that comeback back against Ancient, right? So, if you're ENCE right now, you're in a major semi-final, you're relatively unexperienced, sure, but you're smelling blood right now. There is a chance that you could put yourself in a final against FaZe, who have a bit of a repetition for choking in finals, at least when it comes to major. So, let's put it at that, I'm just trying to build the case right here that ENCE right now, they're smelling a lot.
Smelling blood in the water.
The Org's taken them down before. ENCE versus Na'Vi, this has happened before. Obviously, very different lineups back then, but I think that this is Snappy's best chance of his career and going into even the rest of his career to punch in a ticket to a major grand finals. And I think he has the deepest strat book that he has ever had in order to make this possible.
So incredibly close to this matchup. I think the anticipation is almost becoming too much for us. So I'd like you both to summarize why we should be so excited about this match.
We have some of the best players in the world of Counter-Strike right now. We have some of the best riflers, in fact, the top 3 riflers in the entire tournament on the same server. And it's not electronic, it's not simple, it's Dyha, Spinks, and Bit, right? If you add in simple and electronic to that mixture of players, there's so much individual skill. So you're prone to see 1v3s, you're prone to see chaotic rounds, you're prone to see sick clutches. And if you're not loving that, if you're not loving the atmosphere you see in front of you right now in the crowd, well, you're not loving Counter-Strike. So I am excited as of right now.
I am just so excited to see how Na'Vi wants to deal with the fat playbook that Snappy has, because so many teams have fell victim to all of these calls out of spawn. There's so many little tricks that are up ENCE's sleeves, and we saw how Heroic, when they played against Na'Vi on Nuke, they couldn't find anything on T-side. I will tell you right now, that won't be the case. Snappy is right now doing a better job leading for the T-sides than Heroic did, and I really think that Na'Vi, they show it in crunch time, they pull out some magic, but you have to get to crunch time first, and there's a chance that we could see a slaughtering on the T-side, because ENCE truly believe in their offense.
I think we're at a point where analysts have to stop talking and we have to start the options.
Oh, that's I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go for it. Na'Vi up versus ENCE. It's going to be one for the ages. Let's head over to our casters.
Good evening, Antwerp. Thank you. Here we are, folks. Second semifinal. FaZe await whoever pick this one up. And obviously, it's not going to be all too easy because these are two hot teams. ENCE looking better than ever, brother.
Yeah, the story right here is World's number 3 versus World's number 2 for a chance to play against World's number 1. FaZe have already done their part. Na'Vi have this entirely hard bracket to run through. And ENCE, in a lot of ways, are doing better than they are.
That they are. So, take a second, look around, and appreciate what you see. We got a full house on a Saturday night. Everybody here because of Counter-Strike. And I think it's about damn time that we all start to lose our minds. Let's go, Antwerp. Make some noise.
That's the energy we love to see. ENCE out main fast.
Perfecto double kill. Electronic right there. Already ENCE crumble. If you're gonna come for the best, you better not miss.
Yeah, they stop him at the 10-yard line. No chance of a plant. All headshots in for Na'Vi. Na'Vi right now have far less reps than ENCE do on Nuke. Nuke for ENCE has been a homestay, and Na'Vi out of last year, it was a team that kept winning, basically versus anybody. But what we saw versus Heroic last time, the 16-8 match, they stopped them dead in their tracks. And that's after 2 losses on Nuke. Just to remind us that this was the best team in the world on it. And when it comes to high pressure situations, they will deliver.
Already kind of getting out that hut. Perfecto dives back, Boomich on the floor, double kill with the SMG. Spinks has got something, a little bit more than what they had in that pistol. Some kind of an opening, something to wiggle around with, and Snappy wants to kind of get in with this. Spinks takes down a second, Fent gets shut out. Snappy's gonna find that upgrade, finds another kill, and all of a sudden, just like that, it's Bit. Snappy locking horns with him. And there's so much time, but that bomb's in the open, and so is the CT. Snappy still knows it. He takes his fight, and he will answer back.
Oh, man. The leader of the team, the leader of men. Fragging like a star between the two. I can't believe it was Snappy to close that out in such convincing fashion. And the way he was emphatically peeking into heaven, you knew he had the confidence. And what has Snappy said? If a rush doesn't work once, then rush faster. They go back into round 2, another upper hit. They do it with conviction, they believe in it, and they crush Na'Vi.
Walls of smoke, coverage. Had a chance to breathe, but Simple looks to take that back. He gets shut out. Dyha, who has been so sharp across this series, across this entire run from ENCE.
Yeah, man. Dyha has been on a 7 series, over 1.0 rating streak, just coming into the major. Top 2 performer alongside Spinks. It's not been quiet. He takes control of maps.
Flash to the top, quick peek. Ooh, Boomich. Oh my God, he's just trying to hide in that coverage, but he will find himself a little bit of room to work with. Even more top that damage.
Wow, the adjustment. They
Not
smoked.
bad.
Yeah, they got main smoked off. The lurk has been shut out. Dyha has to wait 50 seconds. Now they're worried about getting flanked. Look who's here to refresh Bumic's position. It's Electronic.
Yeah, these SMGs lethal. A second door gets shut down. And what goes around comes around by the looks of things, unless Diha and Hades can draw this one back from the 2 versus 4, and Diha's hunting for those heads. Hades peeks wide, thinking maybe Electronic's still here, and sure enough, there was nowhere to run. So it falls onto the 3 other players of Na'Vi, and they've been moving. They've been mobile. Bit doubling back around that lobby. Hades, there's the first, but he needs 2 more! And Bit's gonna stop that with the 5-7 headshot.
Wow.
The Force Wars go on.
What an electric start here in the first 3. Bumic with the jumping MP9 kill. Electronic, 2 frags on his SMG, stopping that squeaky burst. 3 rounds in a row they've tried this. This is insane the way that this has gone, and we got 4 players dead from ends the last round. But the money is back in the hands of Na'Vi. They have control of the situation once again. They know the buy is poor right now for Mens. And it looks like they're gonna feign like we're doing the same thing again. Honestly, the level we're seeing already from both squads is alarming. I mean, I was wondering if we were gonna get a slow start from either team. It doesn't seem like it. Who will get their claws in first?
Smoke fades, Flash takes its place. A bit of an invitation to come and challenge Bit. One of the few players of the expected rosters to be in the playoffs that is still putting up those performances, still carving his place in this space. Simple doubles back around from hell, but one player will get through. Simple able to deal with that one and with Spinks, both the tail end and the front runner. Electronic comes to help out. Na'Vi's members bailing each other out of these sticky spots, and well, that only opening that goes the way the Ents is downstairs. Madden headshot, bomb plant should come with it. Bumic though, he's gonna pressure this, and sure enough with that, now suddenly things get sticky. Diha has his hands on that M4. There's only 24 health between Bumic and Electronic, and for that reason, you'd think just for a second he could pull this off. But as those doors swing wide, there's just too much pressure. Na'Vi pull ahead.
Yeah, they can maybe take a rest now. That's a huge win, right? They win the Force by Wars. Na'Vi come out ahead. That moment from Maddie opens the door, he has to get control of control side. If he goes for a plant, they'll open that door for him and take him out. So smartly tries to take that fight, but unfortunately, the round also rested on that fight. Losing bomb in control made that way too hard to win for Diha. Na'Vi 3-1 start, and again, they have been trying to avoid Nuke in their vetoes for some time. Teams don't want to play it against them, but they have been fallible until what we saw yesterday.
Frag sails over, Madden able to still get Simple. Electronic tries to put some space between him and this onslaught. You don't want a second victim. Frag on top, great call. Wow. But that metal, it gives a little bit of cover, and suddenly Electronic, he loses his second teammate. So this opening outside, ever so slightly wider. Electronic still not able to get these kills back. A1S kind of betraying him, but Perfecto comes in with the help. Man advantage still for Ents. And all the while, outside, compromised, so ramp, an open space for him to push through. And Bit, he could sense this, of course, but Spinks, sharp as he is, it's just that Glock, and Bit well aware. Electronic back at the outer fight, and things seem to stabilize here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Bit's a little bit too reliable, isn't he? Leave him in a spot, he'll make sure to clear everything out. So now, these final 2 pistols, seen some great mid-rounds and completely losing situations, and Ents have been able to squeeze water from Stone, but this is a stone too hard. This is a diamond. I don't think they're getting anything out of this.
Diha dodging the frag again this round. You just can't find him. Oh my! Dangerously close with the wall bang, but sure enough, Electronic sets up shop as he loses those 2 players outer, deals with the threats. 3 stand for Na'Vi.
We move into the second half. Ents have basically beat everybody without them getting double digits. Their CT sides stand far above their T sides, so they always have that to look forward to. Looking at Na'Vi, the interesting thing about this game is Spinks is the #1 player, and recency matters the most, right, in this tournament. But Simple is still the #1 player of the year. And that is a storyline that's clashing right here in the semifinal, and will settle a lot of arguments about, who really is the king at the moment. Even if right now Spinks is doing so much work with the rifle, Simple has a chance to quash that storyline, right? As soon as he makes it to grand finals, if he's the one to do it, that's all that's going to matter. So much on the line here for Ents to prove. Neither side of the bracket would have been fun.
We already said sayonara to one of our upsets, one of our underdogs today. Hell of a run from Spirit, but the expectant winner pulls ahead. And right now, Na'Vi have done the same thing on map 1.
Yeah. One thing about the way that ENCE have been playing CS is a lot of their low buys are extremely quick, and that's going to be a tell for Na'Vi, of course. So being ready for what we saw in these first couple of rounds with the upper pops is going to be paramount. They have done a good job of dealing with it, though, if you ask me.
Nade's gonna soften up D-Hub, but that will not stop him.
Oh, too many players come close to that box and clear it incorrectly. D-Hub's perfect.
And he skates back to look to join the pack. Remember, we started this half with the A hits from ENCE. They gather their numbers despite lower health on 2. CT setup's actually looking outside, so Perfecto, no eyes on that A floor. This could be a good chance for ENCE to get in. He now has support from Simple. That's going to fall him down into the back of those silos. Flash and a smoke over towards the doors, but Snappy, he's ahead. And that insta headshot from Madden is big. D-Hut delivers one of his own. And just like that, with a crack of the whip, ENCE take that A site.
God damn, they got assassins. You had no time to shoot back. One between the eyes on 2 players. Na'Vi lose the site. There's no chance for the retake. As soon as ENCE get on guns, they put it into a default. They throw a lot of their outside utility, and what's becoming more favorable these days is getting that utility out, but not committing with a whole bunch of players. But D-Ha is the guy to trust. You know, between him and Spinks, there are 2 players from ENCE that are in the top 5 of all the players at this event right now. Na'Vi don't have any, which is crazy to think. So a hard-fought round 1 here from ENCE. And it comes off the fact that they open up with a 5v4 clean. It doesn't need to be that much support for Electronic. He has shadow advantage versus D-Ha, but D-Ha, he had confidence. And what's most important is they cleared it properly and with conviction. Instead of coming close around that box, giving Electronic that huge advantage to see a shoulder first, he went nice and wide. That's the one.
Right there. Presence of mind. Madden, same thing. Knew exactly what his target was, killed it instantly. Tactical timeout here from Na'Vi early on.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. That was such a decisive round. We talk about Blade, we talk about him off tax. He almost always delivers. I mean, we'll see it's CT side. There's not so much that you can do in the way of making the round as convoluted as possible. Of course, might be 1 or 2 opening tactics they want to employ here. We saw the Heroic match actually, some of the starting locations for Simple were countered by Katie, and overall the map wasn't that good for him, but in general, the fact that they could game plan that well versus Na'Vi will probably have them on guard coming into this match versus ENCE. You know, clearly one of the hardest working teams in pro right now.
An all-time high form. Snappy doing a fantastic job of getting these players primed for top-level play. Frags over just in case something quick comes out, but ENCE, no sir. They're gonna throw that wall of smokes. D-Ha, yeah, check it again, just in case. Nobody here this time, CTs concede.
Oh man, it's so cool to watch this. We're getting 2 different rounds. Same clear in that position. Na'Vi are gonna see the same smokes, but now it doesn't start off 5v4 instantly.
That actually gives a bit more room for D-Ha. He's gotta follow his processes.
Look how smooth that timing was.
Last time with the kill, he fell back to the lobby, and we saw just how instrumental he was to that easy A-take, quick headshot into the heaven. But this is different. He's deep. There's somebody downstairs awaiting him. Util starts to go out onto that A site. That will draw Boomich away from Secret, which could open up doors for D-Ha, but for now, they don't panic.
Man, this is the thing about Simple. He's starting off ramp.
He's ready. Bit's right there to try and help. ENCE decide to fall back. That 1 kill, just enough to turn them back. D-Ha's gonna look for that opening elsewhere. He's been set up for this since the start.
Yeah, he's become kind of a contingency plan now that they've been exposed, trying to open up the ramp, getting locked out.
Oh, that's gonna be audio. Then Electronic comes out from behind vent, kills Snappy. That's still 2 players downstairs, but of course Boomich and Bit, they've been here the entire time. 20 seconds, Bit looking for the frag.
Oh, Jesus.
But it's actually Boomich to come in with both.
Okay. He'll grab them, they lock it up. That's beautiful. I mean, the fact that Simple starts ramp in that position, I think that's something that best player in the world all through 2021, maybe his best year on record. we saw, especially on ramp, he was a #1 player on every single map that they played, okay? So the only map that he wasn't #1 on was Vertigo. But in Nuke, the one thing that made him the most special was he would have committed rotations beyond the first kind of fake that would come through from the other team. He knows where you want to end up, and that's the scariest part. You better believe no one is telling him what to do in those positions. He's the one who runs with autonomy and makes it happen. We got Antwerp for Na'Vi, we got Brazil for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Where the hell are the Eds fans?
None?
There are none.
They're saving. They're saving themselves.
They're saving, okay.
They wait. They wait. Boomich, clean as can be with that second kill. Very good job from him, but we're right back into the action. Deagle and a Galil, so some concessions here from Ents. Diha over top with a good flash. That actually gives him a chance to get past that scope from Simple. Oh, but Simple's quick. Takes Madden down in the background. Oh, and suddenly, Simple has just gotten away here, but he really does not know. He is a dead man crouching.
Oh, he's taking this carefully.
Diha taps him down from above, then that contact over towards ramp. We get the double kill here from Ents, and they're looking to puncture through.
Yeah, this
Electronic. Oh, he's going to be throwing his grenades. And maybe Boomich can attack him from the back. He was so key in that last round, but he has to ask himself, where have they gone?
Oh, I think they might know that there's still another, he'll fall out. This is a 2-on-5 situation, but it somehow feels recoverable. Let's see if Spinks has anything to say about that.
Patience. Patience.
The map falls completely quiet as we cross the 45-second mark. Ents will be forced to make a decision. But will they find out where the CTs are?
Perfecto's done a great job of staying tucked in. Now they know and he drops Spinks. 2 versus 5, turned 2 versus 2. Diha's able to get by into the bomb site. Perfecto, he'll have to come up from that vent. And now the lower player in Hades moves that bomb into the back of the site. Perfecto trying to set this up. Boomich comes upwards.
Wait, they're off the plant.
They've still got time, so it's going to go down. Diha's position next to the smoke. That one gets caught by Boomich, who drops both bodies.
Oh, and they do the impossible. The 2-on-5 is 1.
Numbers advantage means nothing.
And that just shows you how good the rotations were. Every single time a kill got traded, even when Simple got caught off guard in such a compromised spot, which gave so much space to Diha, there was a player nearby at another choke point, ready to refrag. And that was all about Boomich. I think he's 12-3 right now, and he is somebody that you could point to as one of the players who's is one of the most inconsistent on the team. Of course, a team filled to the brim with talent, but Boomich does have his odd carry map. Perfecto can smile ear to ear knowing that this is going to be one of them. Tack timeout called here, a second already for Ents.
Now that the Na'Vi fans are done, are there any Ents fans?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
They exist.
Good to know. Good to know.
Man, at this point in the game, Na'Vi can really, pat themselves on the back. If they take out Ents, this will be 3 losses for Ents in like the last 15 or more wins on Nuke. This is a super sound place to go. But right now they're not meeting their quota.
Oh, made sense, but you are taking on, of course, the prior major champions.
Yes, that is the thing. If anybody can visualize a trophy right now, it's Na'Vi.
Yeah, they've been here before, they've done it before, and they're looking to do it again. Just versus Armored Pistols, it should be a breeze for Simple. But with those smokes down, it's the spam from Electronic to find Snappy at the least. But there is far more than just Snappy going downstairs. And Boomich, he's about to get his hands full. 3 kills from Boomich.
Chew him up.
Electronic finishes off what he started, hunting down Snappy as that pack attempted to push through, leaves Spinks on his own.
Oh, Boomich is just powered up on their blood.
Half by, not enough. Tech9 taps to the backside. Spinks doesn't even have that bomb, and Simple arrives from the heavens as Na'Vi continue to rack up these CT rounds.
Yeah, just over halfway done the first, and Boomich is far and away the best player on the server, controlling that spray, of course, just versus the Tech 9s. And try to do something quick on the cross, running that rotation, and didn't lose any players in the process. But once they got downstairs, they got called out. Na'Vi knew exactly what they wanted to try to do, and Boomich smartly laid down that smoke to make it as hard as possible to try to trade it out. What are the outs here for ENCE in this position? Another buy of Diha has provided them solace in a game where they only have 2 rounds. Seeing his outside plays could inspire the most hopeless, but can he keep it up?
Repositioning here from Electronic, trying to just find that little bit of a gap, and as he goes in off of Simple's flash, he will take man advantage.
Yeah, a bit of revenge here for Electronic.
But he didn't get away, and they know it. He seems to understand as well. He is still compromised. Simple looking to lend him a helping hand, but as Electronic fires off, that welcomes back through. Simple's finding Snappy.
Oh, do they want to come back for this? That's the question. 3 different ends here for ENCE. All on their individual islands. Utility is a problem.
Flash was good, but Simple better.
All right.
Down goes Hades and Madden. And a missed shot there with a little spice on it. Spinks responds. 3 still standing here for Na'Vi, but Bit comes back from ramp.
Yeah.
He's getting bored over on the ramp.
There's just so much more than Simple right now, but all his kills are so damn impactful. And that was a position where ENCE ran out of utility, no smokes remaining for the cross. They were forced to take those dry duels. Simple was hitting quick ones. 3 on the round for him, and an 8th for Na'Vi. Oh, he's got his hands off. 15 and 3 so far in the half for Na'Vi. For Boomich, I should say. Back to the half buy. They're demanding a lot of Snappy here.
Oh my, Boomich. Whew. Fire all around him. Vent looking strong. Perfecto falling downwards. He is as blind as a bat, and the Tech 9s connect to the head. Then the A1S of Electronic comes through. A frag from the depths of that vent.
Yeah, they actually made a mistake in rotation. They didn't expect it to be an upper play. Bomb is in a good position here for ENCE.
2 players thinking about coming in through that mini, but with the smoke down, they can still reroute. There'll be time for ENCE to make their move off site. They're going to keep 1 underneath the heavens.
This is one that will end in blood. They know that ENCE don't have much to work with.
A fight to the death for all 6. CT's posture up outside of that heaven. Util starts to go forward so that they can peek, and the guy in sight's just tucking, hiding, waiting. Hades, Diha, both with 1. Simple comes down and goes down to the hands of Diha.
Oh, wow. Some beautiful crossfires right there. And again, utility disadvantage that came out with just a light buy. And they get away with the upper hit one more time. These continuation flashes. They had Perfecto blind for half the round right there. I don't think he even saw his opponent when he died. And in this post-plant, individuals were trusted. Diha spun on a pivot perfectly. They got shooters. And the timeouts are coming like a water fountain right now. We've got already 2 used from both teams.
Yeah, you can feel that posturing, the back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking each other very seriously, and for good reason. And again, when we look to the second half, Na'Vi have something to be scared of, and it's doing incredibly well on CT side. They need to meet a quota. Even when Na'Vi had their nuke streak, that was unbeaten for so long until the Blast Fall final versus Vitality. It's such a big win. Even at that point, they always had oddly poor T sides. They had great rounds in there, but they never had these 8-7, 9-6, 10-5 T sides. So it makes sense to exhaust these timeouts now.
Oh, Boomich finds that one. Snappy's able to get himself down into the secrets. Quick cross. With no smokes up, he just simply gets past their lines of sight, and he waits perfectly to catch Electronic on that peak. Nicely done by Snappy, anticipating it, and now looking to go even further. He gets down to the vents bit. He's going to be a little bit more hesitant. Of course, ramp will be held by Simple.
Yeah. It has made some good rotations so far. Again, it looks like he can get into a good spot, but what we don't see is how early he got there.
And they also won't know numbers, the CTs. Did Snappy cross alone? Were there more?
Oh, that's
Bit.
good. That's enormous.
Nice position. Just sits back, waits.
just to have the awareness to play the off angle that deep.
It's exactly what Snappy did to Electronic inside of Mini. Bit gets revenge for his fallen comrades. Smokes start to fade on that A site, and we still have Ents all over this map. There are booby traps set by Ents. Counter-terrorist starting to wiggle. Diha sees the barrel, slides wide, gets Perfecto's head. Boomich looking to answer, and he will fall to Diha once more, who has been the best so far from Ents.
It's been nothing but headshots for Diha, and the bomb gets planted, and Bit's heart sinks. Sitting inside a lower after taking down Snappy. I don't even think there's a way back in for Na'Vi. This is a round locked up.
Drawn down to that lower bomb site.
Oh man, it's crazy because they were spotting the outside of Squeaky. Perfecto was waiting and hoping that his teammate on the back of the site was going to cover that for him, and it was being checked. Diha got the perfect timing. And this is where Ents show their range a little bit. Not only do they have some of these fast tactics and they can pull off a very strong default, but Snappy is totally willing to allow all of his teammates to lurk whenever they want. So they can have 5 lurk rounds, and that's where the T-sides gets even scarier. It's very hard to know when you should hold grenades or not. There might be a meter stick between Na'Vi and Ents right now.
But at least they take that one step forward with this most recent round.
Yes.
And it looks good because it's the mid-round too.
I don't think he sees anything but heads right now, Diha. Yeah. That's frustrating for Perfecto. He knows his teammate was watching that.
We got limitations here for Na'Vi. Limitations to that MP9 Informus. Still double the rounds of Ents. Na'Vi comfortable.
Jeez. It's asking for some util damage, and they can make these smokes expire if they would like to. Looking to molly the cross halfway after the smoke is gone. Got something new in this position. They haven't got to kill. Lots of unconfirmed damage, of course.
Trying to press up with those numbers. Util starts to come in. Perfecto. MP9 good for that first, but what about Boomich's position? He's up close, and he drops that bomb. Na'Vi across the kill feed. Madden finds no footing inside that site.
Ooh, they didn't want to work hard for that one.
Total lockdown on the doorway.
Yeah, they throw some of their nades outside. Last time that they faked with upper, they ended up going towards ramp. So this might have been a play off of their own rounds that they've seen not work versus Na'Vi. Oh, wow, what a shot from Simple, where they decide to, instead of throw that fake, just go forward with it. It's interesting because they used a fake first. So both could be hard to read, but Na'Vi have been right there, especially when the set tactics have come out. It does feel like Ents are a bit scarier in that default, letting Diha work a little bit more, trying to let him get his kill. But you can't do that every single round. They can't be riding off of Diha's opening frags.
Luckily for Ents, there's still that rebuy. 2 more rounds to play for here on the T side. Electronic's been such a nuisance, changing up this position outside consistently.
Yeah, this is topping off after 30 straight for Heroic.
Yeah.
Completely controlled the map in that game.
Ooh, frag for Electronic, but it misses. It actually hits the door frame and doesn't go through.
Yeah, that could be damage that matters.
Another smoke down on the door. Boomich just playing lights out right now, 17-5.
Yeah, and he's got the most important position. We've seen how many plays have come out of Squeaky, and he has been the doorman. Ents looking to repeat with a caveat. Will it be red?
Simple on the open floor. More than one on the other side. Spinks gets dropped first.
And look where Simple is.
On the exit. Weapon doesn't fire fast enough for 3, but Boomich is always nearby. And as he sees that peek towards Mini, Diha again. Who else is going to get these openings for Ents? Perfecto. He gets outwards, but look at the bomb. It's fallen down into the vent.
Oh
Snappy,
my God.
he's chasing Perfecto, and that opens it up for the Heaven Peak. Na'Vi take 10.
Oh, the coordination is absolutely incredible right now. Na'Vi look fully moisturized. Look at the places that Simple is going is where Ents are ending up, right? If your Opper is sitting inside of Heaven, they weren't sure if it was going to be a ramp hit outside or upper. Once Simple makes that rotation where he drops into the site, his only next move is either to go down the vent or to retake hut or go into lobby. Nothing is easy from that point on. So it says a lot that he plays there that early on before ENCE had thrown any nades upper.
Maybe a little bit faster. I feel like we've seen kind of ENCE slow down.
Wow, that's a dangerous cross from Electronic, but whew, we've always seen the position where Diha has been clearing out the back of Mini over and over again, so he cheats out here really quickly.
Gets the fight he's looking for, fumbles the frag for a second. Doesn't go deep enough to deal damage to Diha.
Utility gets drawn out here. Last round of the first half. I don't even think 10-5 guarantees it here for Na'Vi. They're looking for 11-4.
Perfecto peeks off top hut, Spinks with a nice double. Keeps himself swiveling around, and down goes the MAC-10 of Madden. Hades trying to fight versus Heaven. He's being swarmed though, and now the mini player gets in with that final round from Na'Vi. A dominant CT side here on Nuke.
There's no other way to characterize it. That's what it was. They got away with everything. The reads were on points. Simple was in position to stop their execs wherever they went, and he had teammates this time around with Boomich in front of the Squeaky. The number of times that ENCE had tried to implore something to do with Squeaky, it actually had to be Boomich to be able to multi-frag over and over again to guarantee that they'd win. They lost 2 times versus half buys from ENCE, so that does say a lot. Now we move into the second half, and yeah, ENCE have an amazing CT side, but now they don't have that extra padding. Think of the terror that sets in if they end up losing this pistol. So much pressure on them in this moment. Their map pick, and they're down 11-4.
It's definitely not how they would have envisioned this first 15 going. Can they cool off what looks like, what truly looks like, 5 major champions?
Na'Vi let the losses in the group stage roll off their shoulders. They say don't get excited about those wins. Those aren't the tournament wins.
Here and now, that's what matters. Retta's on Spinks. Smoke, no kit to the CT side. Bomb plant could be huge. Oh, Madden, quick kill on that outer side.
Oh, but look who's still shooting, Boomich, and he's making progress. And he makes so much noise that you think he's going to be aware of everything. He actually gets away. There's a position here. Boomich, he's not stopping.
I mean, this
like
guy
a Mack truck. He's running through the outside. He's actually coordinating with his teammate inside of ramp, and they're hitting lower at the same time.
That's 4 players to hit this B site. Snappy looking to cut off one end. Double headshot in from Snappy. Now they know that bomb's back sight being planted. Man advantage here for ENCE in a critical pistol. Snappy looks to lead by example, but here he is. The wonder of Bit. 16 health in the 1v3 will not be enough, and ENCE will kick this off with a little bit of life.
Yeah, the crazy part about Snappy is this high fragging IGL. We look at his all-time stats, and they don't make sense when we look at the recent form. It's crazy that he's elevated both his roster in terms of how good they look on both halves on so many maps, but also his individual level. And we see him in positions where I think he reinforces himself sometimes. He'll pick up a gun like the AUG, for example, in a map where maybe he's not playing so well, and then deliver on that front. But he clearly can keep up in terms of the aim, and he's proving it today. One of the oldest players that we've got at the major, but looking yet the youngest.
That third kill just as clean as the first 2. Majority SMGs from ENCE. Roll the economy, get the momentum going, and take back this first map. That is their goal.
Yeah, this is kind of risky for ENCE. They know that an investment is likely to come here for Na'Vi.
They set this A site on fire. Flashbangs follow. Boomich, he gets that one, but Madden!
No way!
Blind as can be, still connects for 2, and then yet Na'Vi back with a response. Hades from the heavens.
But
the AUG makes a difference.
Yeah. But they've left their post, and here's an opening. They move quickly.
Wasting no time, they get downstairs. Bomb will be planted off of the back of that. Weapons are what lean the way of ENCE. But talent, oh, well, that's Simple. MAC-10 above them, single point of health on Electronic.
Simple jumps on the railing to dodge that spam.
Incendiary.
Oh my God, he killed him!
With a nade! Diha does him dirty, Simple dies! And with that, the clutch comes in!
1 HP to the chest with the can, and he kills him. No way.
Dunked on.
We've seen that twice already.
Unbelievable.
This major. That's ridiculous. You know, it's funny, but he would have died to that molly. It was placed perfectly in that spot. They get a bit panicky. What is this spray from Madden?
I don't know how he gets that second kill.
Who memorizes the MP9 spray pattern? He had that blind. Damn, Electronic got nut checked with that molly and died. That's not how I'm trying to go out.
You're not getting tired, are you, Antwerp? I don't know. It kind of sounds like you are.
Yeah, Shock said you guys can keep it going all night.
She said they do it bigger in Belgium.
Yeah. Promises were made. The stadium is absolutely rammed.
Na'Vi in full control. A little bit of a test here to start the second half. But if we get more of what we saw in the first 15, then they should be able to break through with a bye like this. Time to tell for Na'Vi. Rounds to gain for Ents.
Smart for Ents to only invest in those MP9s. Still ends up being expensive, as we can see. The buys right now, I mean, both Na'Vi and Ents know the other team is going to be spending every bottom dollar. Snappy's already had a massive round for only having 8 kills. One of the 3 rifles here for Ents. So Na'Vi last year had the best upper execute that almost everybody tried to pick apart and analyze. Yet to show their game plan completely here to Ents.
Big pop. Spinks dives into the cover. Oh, but in comes Madden. Just that one. The lesser weapons work out.
Oh, they split their aim so badly. Up in heaven. Could be crossing from either side. Ents were not totally prepared for that situation. Doesn't mean that they're out of this round, though. There is still a chance for them. I don't know if they're even going to go for it, but look who's in position now.
Snappy May. He's at least going to force them out with the util. That's a freebie for Hades. Diha trying to find that timing. It is that MP9 pressed close in the hands of Bit. And as he swings, he gets the kill. They've now taken backman advantage. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Electronic looking to cut them off, but he also dies. And now if it's not Perfecto, it's going to be Ents with a 7th. But he waits, and that defuse comes through. It's a denial.
Oh my God.
A 7th for Ents. They make that work.
Did Simple overplay his hand there? He walked into mini 4-on-3 situation. Maybe they felt a little insecure. Maybe they thought that Ents were saving. That is uncharacteristic. I don't know if that was because he thought he was on the hunt, or if he thought we needed to get more space and he felt like he was not in a good position to be comfortable. But that patience from Ents, the Ogden play from the back of Big Rush, that saves the day. And Ents make this a 4-round game. So little action from Bit so far in this match, as Ramp was barely played by Ents in that first half. On the T side, more will be in his control. He'll play a pivotal position inside of Squeaky. Lots of action will come his way. And he'll be able to forcibly take kills. Now as we swap over, we saw Electronic play outside on CT side. Same will be said from T side. One of the best players to clear out positions in the game.
He pushes ahead. Goes down, Hades falls to the hands of Simple.
Yeah, he was here just floating, and they've taken out who should be the AWPer on the map, right? The AW goes down in Big Garage. They immediately call out that Ents are not prepared to deal with that situation and take it fast to lower.
Though, in position, falls back, fakes it, jumps up, sees that there's 2 more heads inbound. Perfecto over towards the ramp. Snappy's looking to hold this line, but he's outnumbered. There's 2 Ts here, and Bit finds the headshot. The opening and the ball now rolls downstairs. Simple getting Diha means B-site is clear for the taking, and unless Ents can pull off another lesser player retake, they won't.
Yeah.
They let this one slide, and with that, Na'Vi find 12.
Yeah, they pull that together. That was pretty hot. After taking out Hades in Big Garage, I mean, they felt like the map was theirs. It suddenly felt like the entire setup from Ents was obvious to Na'Vi. Not worried about anybody inside of Heaven, not worried about a mini player on the cross, didn't stop to throw their smokes, put so much pressure on Diha, who didn't even have time to pull out grenades. fell back into his death in the B site. And Snappy made the executive choice to sit on the ramp. Of course, oftentimes when you see somebody take your first few bullets, you shoot. If you get a kill, great. If not, you end up rotating down. And they know that with the lower pressure, the ramp hit coming in, that part's not a fake. If Snappy stays and wins his duels, of course, we might have a different round. But he could have also tried to join up with Deha and try to connect and defend the site that way. But maybe he felt like Deha left control side, Deha left decon. This was a losing battle. He had to get it done. Either way, Na'Vi were perfectly ready for that.
Oh, wow. Simple, so sharp. Hades going to be a little frustrated, understandably, getting caught in the open like that.
Oh, it's okay to patrol with the AUG. It's a tough way to die, but at the same time, it's also a moment of timing. Ents had a couple of moments of timing in that first half to go their way. They can't be too salty about it.
Third timeout called here from Ents. Trying to smooth out that game plan, find their answer. All that love for Counter-Strike, I'm sure. This guy here, Spinks.
He's been
so good.
Complete anomaly. I mean, just trying to figure out Spinks is opening Pandora's box, really. Yeah, this guy has done so much.
Problem is he's not there where we expect him so far here on Nuke. You know, it's like the joke is 20-5 every single start, and not here tonight, not this evening versus Na'Vi.
Even though he's got higher highs than Deha, Deha's been more consistent than him every single game. I think in the last 5 or 6 maps, he's had over 22 kills. I think that was the lowest.
Better late than never. See if Spinks can get active. Another round where Hades could be essential to the start of it.
Oh, this beeline. I don't know if it'd be heard, but Hades might clear it. No, electronic, wow. What a move.
Step ahead.
Yeah, using that molly to cover the noise. This is the position we see him, and we saw him get to in classic Na'Vi T sides on Nuke. Taking over C control, waiting. Sometimes without a kill, and that's where I think some of their T sides would fall apart. But in this spot, 5v4. Low guns here for Ents. I think Na'Vi have shown their confidence. We've got Wrap Smokes coming out. Big Garage getting cleared out. Na'Vi are letting Ents hear every single footstep. They're not super concerned about that.
Another element to that confidence.
Now the natural rotations here, Na'Vi know this for Ents taking over the huts. But is that a position that they can go to? Can they retake the upper site? I think they have to take a more risky choice. We see that from this position of Deha. And again, Na'Vi let him know what their intention was. It doesn't mean that Ents can stop it.
Spinks in a very critical position now that Deha's gone down first. Madden's going to draw the attention. Spinks still locked in, expected to the heaven play. 10 seconds left! Oh! Spinks with the double kill, and that means it falls onto Snappy. 6 seconds as Na'Vi get their footing inside that site. He goes over, and he doesn't stop the bomb! They plant! In the midst of it all, the frag goes down, Snappy goes wide, and he's lost both those targets. The fire forcing him forward as Na'Vi take 13.
Oh, if he had stopped that bomb from going down, there was no way to get it back. He could have disappeared just as quickly as he did appear inside of heaven. Wow, that was insane. They planted backside because they didn't know if he was rotating through lobby, as you naturally would be, or if he'd be up in heaven. I thought he got that frag. Ended up hitting them both twice. We see a little X factor out of Spinks with his attempt on the hold. And these days, you feel like you look at Snappy and you think, yeah, he does have it on to win the 1v2.
He's got that clutch.
Yeah, he's putting up clutch rounds sometimes.
Right now, Na'Vi 3 away from victory on Nuke. And around 21, should be shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, this is the least fun round to call, right? You don't invest anything. You have to get as creative as possible. You know, you have a 99% chance of losing. But the map is your canvas. You can do whatever you want. As for Na'Vi, you can see they'll circle you like sharks. Make the map incredibly claustrophobic. Do it super slowly and understand that they're trusting protocols so that everything is watched, everything is tradable, and eventually you run out of space. So the CTs respond.
Long range fright from Simple, easy. Target spotted, that's going to activate Simple. He wants to duke it out. And Spinks answers back with that P250.
Oh, okay,
easy
Boomich.
cleanup from Boomich. He's going to continue to rack up those kills, taking over Simple as Spinks responds once more.
Man, Na'Vi are looking at a statement map here as they get that 14 rounds.
Total stomp so far, 14-7 and 2 away. Just an easy day in the office tonight thus far.
I think I heard the 2-minute bell there. "16 maps played here for ENCE. They picked this nuke and have lost it twice. Once a long time ago back at the beginning of ESL Pro League to FaZe, and a second time to NIP at the European RMR. Outside of that, 14 wins, have given up double-digit rounds 3 times in the last 7 or 8. Very clean stuff. I mean, they've taken down Heroic, they've taken down NIP, they've taken down Astralis, the Flames, all very competent nuke teams. This could be their worst loss for some time.
Probably the hardest loss to swallow when it comes to the context of the match. This is the one they really wanted to show up in. To do it from here would be a massive burden, but they will try their damnedest. Off in the hands of Hades. Spinx starting to come alive here. We've seen a couple of impactful kills, and sure enough, there it is. An opening from Spinx, 5v4 for ENCE.
Is he awake too late is the question. Also one of his worst maps in some time. And oh, Diha will lose out to Electronic.
Hades.
Let's test that 4v5 win percentage for Na'Vi.
Oh, Spinx in with a second. Looking to stamp his name on this round. There's 3 players still outside for Na'Vi, and they're all trying to skate by silently, looking to get into that B site. Numbers unknown to ENCE. And the rotate hesitates.
Yeah, as we can see, it's not committed just yet.
We do get Snappy downstairs. He's come from that ramp room.
Yeah, looking to slink him to position.
Everybody else from Na'Vi, they're just going to wait until everybody's by this doorway. Snappy, he's going to be pinched behind.
He's on the floor.
Door swing. Oh, nice snap.
It's
that
in the name.
One at least. Molotov thrown over towards ramp. CT starting to scramble downstairs, but you leave Simple and Perfecto in a clutch, and you can get fireworks. He waits. There's a couple delayed here from ENCE, and Simple just wants a target. Give him something to shoot. Where is his next victim?
Oh, he might have found that timing.
Yes, he does.
Oh, that's for free.
AK to the side of Hades' head. Perfecto deep in the corner, gives himself away.
Okay.
And there's a response from Madden. Does he get past the scope? No, sir. Simple shuts it down. 15 to Na'Vi.
Oh, don't give him an off. That's 4v5 and also 2v3 at the end. As Na'Vi slowly get downstairs, and Snappy puts himself in a position to make me multi-frag, right? To kill someone as soon as they open the door, and it's an incredibly hard shot to do so.
Clean.
To start things off, but the trades are perfect. I mean, Na'Vi surround the perimeter. They take both decon and control. They open the doors at the exact same time. There was no real way for him to multi.
Oh man, look at this act of desperation, forcing in with everything they can afford. ENCE, a single rifle, and they put it into the hands of the hero who got him here. Spinx, what can you do?
This map has been like Leonardo DiCaprio versus a bear so far.
Gutting loss for ENCE.
Yeah.
Simple hunts the head and finds it. Snappy, he does good damage, but again, it's the weapons that are going to make the difference in this one. Diha's trying to chase outside. Electronic ready for it. 5 versus 3 to close out Nuke, to take away the challenge of ENCE.
Oh, and as good as Diha has been, the kill matrix starting to lean now towards Electronic, who's been his nemesis. His mirror fight outside.
Boomich waits with Simple. Another player walks in, and you can see as ENCE just fumble and stutter their way into each of these kills. Slowly but surely, Na'Vi lock in 16, and on the cusp of this A site, it is Spinx and Madden, or map 1 win to Na'Vi. Bit on the doorway, finds that rifle. Madden able to help, but as he falls down, he's gonna get a chance. Oh, the player tucks, they wait perfectly for the mini frag, and then everybody comes after him. Na'Vi with an easy first win.
Okay, it doesn't get much scarier than that. I read off the statistics all map. That's an unbelievable performance from Na'Vi, taking down 2 teams, the best teams in the world, on Nuke, here in playoffs, in front of a crowd. Despite what happens in the group stage before this, any other time, Nothing else matters. Simple has reminded you of that already. Ents are a contender at this major, but all Simple cares about is playoffs.
That's where the diamonds shine, and so far it is Na'Vi uncontested. And moving into Dust 2, I mean, how do Ents shake that off? If we look over towards Na'Vi, losing a map, pushing this one into the close series, that's where they can recover. But this is such a new territory for Ents that there's a massive question mark over top of their heads already. We saw Spirit deliver earlier, and I feel like maybe that raised the expectations. But now they have to shrug off everything that just happened on Nuke and somehow find a way back into this series, or else Na'Vi will be in the finals. We hand this back to the desk.
Nerves on Nuke, no more for Na'Vi, not against Heroic and not against Ents either. After what was a scrappy beginning, and we need to give that to Ents as well, Na'Vi just completely came online. And every single member we may have had question marks around in terms of Boomage, in terms of Simple, they were here today.
That is a very, very scary looking Na'Vi we just saw here in Nuke, right? 2 days in a row, they bring out the Nuke against Heroic yesterday on the third deciding map today against Ents, where they pick it into Na'Vi and they just demolish their opponents. The CT side is strong, the T side this time around, we didn't get to see much of it, but it was strong what we saw, right? And as you said, Simple turning up. This is what Na'Vi looks like when Simple is playing well as well. We gotta give it to Boomage though. He was the big difference maker in the beginning of the game together with Electronic, but when Simple shows up with 28 kills and the rest of the team is playing well as well, then what the hell are you supposed to do?
They heard you talking smack, both of them.
I thought Ents was going to do more on that offense. I thought they had some opportunities there. They definitely did, as a matter of fact. But the thing is that Na'Vi are so good at containing whatever opening play Ents wanted to throw out there. That needs to be stated, because you can tell Na'Vi has been a team that has so much history of having good prep as soon as Blade was integrated into this lineup. They definitely didn't take this lightly. We heard it from Blade before the game even started. The fact that he's not taking this opponent for granted, that it is not a free road to the grand finals. But after what they just did, it sure looks like it.
Yeah, Maui, you were hyping up Ents' T-set, and I think rightfully so because of what they've shown at this major so far, right? But you said they can't find the openings necessarily, or they can't get the steps that they need in order to make their plan work. Are you disappointed in the fact that they didn't find more solutions against Na'Vi CT side?
I actually saw them a couple of times in the mid-rounds attempt to find something. But the thing is that Na'Vi was just so airtight. They kept everything so compact. The teamwork was on display for Na'Vi. And the thing is that the trading was excellent. Anytime there was a Na'Vi player that looked like they might in a moment get isolated, a player was rotating in to help him out just in the nick of time.
I think we saw a few examples that Ents had a couple of good ideas in terms of how they wanted to approach it. We also talked about the individuals, and I think we should have a look at it. Round 6, right? At that point, I thought to myself, okay, there's a chance for Ents on that T side. We saw Durha play some exceptional Counter-Strike. You see it right here, finding the opening kill right here, just destroying Electronic. Well aware, read the situation. Again, an aim duel going the way of Ents. You see it one more time in here, pouncing towards the inner bomb side. Perfecto going down, Simple in Heaven going down. Durha with some fantastic entry kills. That was a point for me right here where I thought, okay, if you can play with this sort of confidence, if you can be so explosive on the server, if you can win your aim duels like you did right here, then there is a chance for you. Then you can pull off a good T-side. The problem for me is we only saw it, in glimpses, not consistently.
And it was very short-lived at that. Yeah. I mean, that momentum, they could not carry on forward. They had some opportunities even to carry on forward, and I want to look at round number 8, and this is where I feel like there was a little bit of a mental break in terms of Ents. We saw a 2v4 being pulled off by the Na'Vi players. Early pick coming out from Simple. Ents, though, they're able to recover this situation. D-Haw was able to get the better of Simple with some nice positioning, some nice movement to get up there. Spinks even gets this entry onto ramp, and you're thinking, all right, Ents are putting this one together. This is the mid-round I was talking about. 4-on-2. How could you possibly lose that? Well, when Boomage is in the server, there's always a way, because Na'Vi find a way back in. Snappy takes down one. Perfecto recognizes the opportunity for a one-on-one duel onto Spinks, and then at that point, 2-on-2. Ents just look shook at this point. They're moving out of position. Boomage is able to take both players down on the site.
Yeah, and when we talked about Boomage before, I think he definitely shut everyone up, both in terms of the frags, in terms of the clutches, and also you saw just after those rounds, the way he was talking to his squad. And that in general is something that struck me at seeing this Na'Vi play, not only today, but also yesterday, even when they got on the back foot versus Heroic, there was still the playing with the camera and the antics, and it started to go better for them on the server. I think it was already a difficult opponent for Ents. Obviously, obviously, but I feel like there's a couple of things notched onto that by Na'Vi because of the way they played Nuke.
Yeah, there's so many elements they have to concentrate about, right? Obviously, they get to start on this rough T side, but we did give the credit to ENCE. They are a very strong Nuke opponent in general, one of the best teams in the world, but I think Na'Vi's making a case right now that the doubts we had in terms of their map pool, we even heard Simple say it yesterday, Nuke, not necessarily a map they found a lot of success on lately, but on LAN, now in a quarterfinal and now in a semifinal as well, they've just demolished two of the best teams in the world on Nuke. So Na'Vi's map pool seems to be back on track, and that is a scary prospect, not only for ENCE going into the second one, but also for this potential face lineup tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll talk about it when we talk about Dust 2 as well, but we were talking about Spinks, right, who's been this heavy hitter for ENCE, and you said, well, it's a bit trickier for him to find what he needs on Nuke.
But the thing with ENCE is that they usually put a lot of trust into Spinks on maps like Ancient, maps like Overpass. He has so much freedom. He has so much ability to roam, find entries, find ways back into rounds. But on Nuke, it does feel like they do trust Snappy, and that as they should. There's no reason you shouldn't trust your captain and in-game leader, but it does seem like Spinks' playbook is shrunk on this map, and I think that he really doesn't have as many options as he would otherwise, and that's something that we couldn't see him get activated, and so the star power, the man we were propping up most for ENCE could never really get into this game, unfortunately.
And I just want to give him that excuse as well, right? Because we saw the opening duels going 16-7 in Na'Vi's favor, right? They didn't find a lot. Duha found a couple, Snappy found a couple, but both Madden and Hades didn't get a single opening kill throughout the entire game.
Right.
Your AWP player just played more than 20 rounds on Nuke and didn't find a single opening at any point. Of course, Spinks can't do anything. Of course, ENCE can win a game like that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. We do have round 18. I believe that was quite an impressive retake from the side of ENCE. So I think here we're trying to build on anything we can, right, for ENCE and the formidable opponent they go up to next, because you can never count them out because they pulled off this when they were on the back foot already.
Yeah, the fact is that Na'Vi had that 4v3 advantage in this one, and we wanted to talk about just how ENCE had a chance in this game. These kind of rounds that they put together were simple, swinging dry into mini garage, and then Deha winning the 1v1 against Bit at the top of this ladder. These kind of moments felt like, wow, ENCE is punching in a chance right now. But the thing is that this was just a little bit, it was just too infrequent for the heroics of ENCE to come into play. We saw the moment that Pimp showed earlier, we saw that round there, but other than that, it felt like a lot of the duels were being run by Na'Vi, and the thing is that a lot of the trades were there for everybody for Na'Vi too.
Listen, even round number 3 as well, you lose the pistol, you win the second round, and then you lose the break force attempt coming in from Na'Vi again. So we can definitely find moments in this game where ENCE could have done better, but they're playing a formidable opponent right now in Na'Vi, so we can't really blame them, but there was options for a close game right here.
Is this something we see often when these teams go up against Na'Vi, the fact that they don't allow you to get your momentum going?
I would say so, and we also saw it with ENCE yesterday on their Nuke game when they played their quarterfinal. The T side against Copenhagen Flames was pretty poor as well. They were down 9-3. It took them a couple of moments in order to get going. So yeah, they're just facing a much stronger opponent right now, and I really want to hit the point right here. The Na'Vi, the way they're playing right now, they're playing as they're winning the major. So you really have to play good Counter-Strike if you want to make a fight out of it.
All right, we'll see what they bring on Dust 2, and if ENCE can bring us back and bring us to a third map, or if Na'Vi is sailing into those finals against FaZe tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. where a mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Antwerp! I have braved the nest of the Golden Hornets and I've received an incredibly warm welcome from the boys and girls in this corner of the Sports Palace. And I've grabbed their representative, Nico. Nico, tell me about how you all came together and have basically dominated the stadium ever since with your voices.
I don't understand the beginning. I didn't hear the beginning.
So, how did this all come together? How did you all end up here as the Hornets?
I don't know. Ask them. Why are you here, guys?
I felt like you were pulling a Zai Wu on me there. No, I don't know. What I do know about these guys is they've got some moves. Some of you might be familiar with a certain Secret Lab chair advert. And literally, the guys start breakdancing, the drums come out. I do have to ask, gentlemen, who were the ones outside my hotel at 2 a.m. this morning? It was just you, Nico. He's incredibly loud, this one. And who are you guys supporting tonight? I think any team is incredibly lucky to have these fans. So I have a feeling Vitality with this support is going to be making it to the stage next time round. Merci!
Oh, those Golden Hornets. You know, we're even going to forgive them for... I know you sent out a tweet that you were angry that they were...
I wasn't angry. I said I got it.
They weren't loud enough. They weren't loud enough. I didn't hear them.
Yeah.
What? Oh my God, don't say that. In any case, awesome that they're here. I do feel a bit bad. Come on, some people have to be supporting ENCE because they need it right now. They are on the brink of elimination after what has been a beautiful major for them, but now they really do have to show if there is another level to this ENCE right now. They're going on to Dust 2, which, yeah, is a comfortable map, I would say, for both, but I think we are going off tape of when they played before. And I feel like for Na'Vi specifically, they have turned a page coming into this next one.
It's interesting to see Dust 2 in this matchup, to be completely honest. It's interesting to see Na'Vi pulling it out because we haven't seen them play it at this tournament. So it will be the first time you see Na'Vi take on the server on Dust 2, if I'm not mistaken here. Going up against a team like ENCE, they've had a couple of shaky results. They lost to G2, they beat Bad News Eagles, so they had a bit of playground on the map, which means two things. If you're Na'Vi right now, you are going in with a decent amount of information as to how ENCE is playing. Vice versa, if if you're Inch, you have no idea what Na'Vi have prepped for Dust 2 coming into this tournament.
Exactly what Pimp just said there. The fact is that this pick coming out from Na'Vi is a surprise pick in some senses.
Yeah.
You would have thought, if you were Ents, that Na'Vi were going to come into this veto picking maybe Ancient, as they did yesterday, maybe a Mirage. Both of those indicated by win rate that they would be acceptable. But the last time that Na'Vi played this match, they lost it. This map, that is. They lost it to FaZe in the quarterfinals of ESL Pro League. And when you see a team that lost a map, moved away from it, if you're Ents, you're not going to expect them to pull this out in the semifinals of a major, but that is how much Na'Vi trust themselves in that they can pull together a plan on the fly.
Yeah, and all theory crafting aside, right, it is a map in which you have to hit your shots and in which usually the team that is more confident in that regard will do well. And I think that kind of speaks for how Na'Vi has entered this arena today.
Yeah, there's a lot of individuals right now from Na'Vi doing a good job. Simple being one of them, of course, coming alive, having one of those Simple-esque performances on Nuke right here. Specifically on Dust 2, we've seen in history, we've seen in the past 3 months, that is his home ground, that is his playground. If you are an AWP player, you have all the freedom in the world to move around, roam around, and do whatever the hell you want with the AWP. And a guy who can do that to a very high level is Simple. He's averaging a rating of 1.40 in the last 3 months on Dust 2. So if you're Hades right now, and you just pulled off a 0.39 rating on Dust 2, and you're going up against Simple with the AWP on Dust 2, you are in deep trouble.
It is the biggest mismatch in the server, the op diff. That is where Na'Vi clearly are the favorites, and that is where Hades will have to perform well above and beyond anything we have seen from him. Even his good performances it'll be a test for him. Even if he pulls out a life game, that will be a test for him, because Simple is simply, as Pimp put it, one of the best, if not the best opper on this map, period, in the world.
We saw a beautiful display on Dust 2 a little bit earlier in the day, of course, between FaZe and between Spirit, and we saw Spirit really pushing it to a situation in which maybe not a lot of people would have given to them. How does Ents do this? Hades, of course. What else, Maui?
I think the thing is that right now, Ents at least get to start on the CT side. That's something that they'll probably pick here, and I think that enables people like Spinks, who didn't have much of a say on what went down on Nuke, to have one on Dust 2. The fact that he plays the B rotator position, he's going to be responsible for the entire half of that map working in tandem with Deha. And if Spinks can rise up to the performances that we have seen him produce in the Legend stage and even prior to this event, that's when this team, Ents, finally have a chance.
We flipped the page coming into Nuke. We talked about Spinks, we talked about Hades, we talked about Duha playing well, we talked about them being the driving force behind a potential, Ents upset. On Dust 2 specifically, it's actually been Madden who's been the highest performer, right? It's Hades up there as well. So we need to see towards Madden now. Duha, one of the best players in the tournament so far, is notoriously struggling for Ents when it comes to Dust 2. So I'm worried, I've seen Bit play well, I've seen Simple play well, I've seen Boomage take over the server on an individual level. And now Duha, one of your best cards in the entire tournament, is struggling a little bit on Dust 2. It is honestly not looking good for Ents.
It is worrisome, and I think Ents have to take that in stride, turn the page, and show that they are worthy of taking on Na'Vi on Dust 2. So let's get onto the server.
Yeah, I think it's about time we jump right back in. Dust 2 lined up between Ents and Na'Vi. We need to see something spectacular. We need to see a 180 from Ents, or their tournament life ends now.
Yeah, Antwerp, you've seen so much great CS, and the match yesterday is incredibly hard to follow. You've been through so much. You've been such a fantastic crowd. I want you to give it up for yourselves. Thank you for joining us in the second and final semifinal. The winner of this game goes on to play against FaZe and can etch their name into history. Winning the ever-elusive Major, that's what it's all about. Number 2 and number 3 going head-to-head on Dust 2 of all maps.
Yeah, classic. Dust 2, as old as time itself. CT is fully armored.
Almost
Nothing
as old
special.
as Jax.
Almost. He's out there somewhere. The Eternal. Na'Vi with the util. Boomage hanging onto that smoke double flash, and it was massive impact from Boomage on that last map. What a performance from him. Perfecto, he doesn't even turn. He doesn't give a damn. Spinks gets shut down inside of the doorway, opening kill the way of Na'Vi, but there is a ton of damage here versus the T side as well.
Yeah, one of the rounds where it sometimes matters less, with the headshots coming in, but oh, the headshots are coming. Instant delivery there from Snappy, and he's been so good on the CT pistols. Shots in from Madden, he deals with that threat in Simple, and now it is just Bit suddenly.
Finds one inside spawn and dies right there towards doors. Ents will draw first blood.
Yeah, and they have been struggling on their Dust 2 pistols, 25% in the last 5 maps. Na'Vi won 75%, so that could be something that dictates this game. Both these teams have some interesting losses. Ents losing to both G2 and FaZe, and Na'Vi losing to just FaZe, I believe, in their last match. So they're coming off a loss into this map pick, which just goes to show you how strong the veto is for Ents. But they've seen something that they can exploit. We know those Na'Vi game plans run deep.
We had that back and forth at the start of Nuke. The force buys dealing damage both ways, and Ents need to avoid that problem right now. Best chance, convert. Madden, insta headshot versus Bit. That's a good threat to take down. Simple continues to fire that scout. Warning shots whizzing by. One of them hits, and with it, Electronic's gonna swing straight outwards.
Oh, he's waiting in the grass for that moment to pounce, and
Util
he's found it.
Starts to kind of pepper towards Diha. Spinks comes in from window with a clean headshot. Double kill from Spinks, in fact, and Diha shuts down the tunnels. It's only Simple left over. He's gonna cross paths with Hades. What is this? Now they've got that bomb and they've swarmed all around him, but Simple just minimizes himself.
I mean, they literally cannot know he's here. First shot's missed, scouts out. 4 CTs peeking him at the same time. Cohesion from Ents is fantastic. And they will convert as well. So this is as good of a start as you could ask for. Minimal deaths. 2 clean ones coming back from a 4v5 in the pistols. Ents seem to do very consistently. And Madden, he has not shown fear. I think he is an absolute playmaker. He might not be cut from the same specific cloth that Spinks seems to be cut from. I mean, that's 1 in a million, right? That is a factory new blue gem. But Madden, at the same time, he plays like he is, and I think that's opened him up. But, oh, wow. Just as I talk him up, he gets taken down.
Yeah, Perfecto just drop kicks him back down into the lower tunnels. Diha, who was his escort, decides to also fall back, not wanting to give away more than they already have. Bit will grab the MP9 though, and with it, he finds the better of Diha. Spinks gives good cover towards mid, but that's 2 SMGs offered over to Na'Vi, and they should be giving them nothing right now, Ents.
Yeah, it's a touch messy already. Hades patrolling, and once again, Na'Vi kind of patiently waiting for their opportunity, as they're known to do. Hades, man of the hour, where he rotate next. Stuck in the spawn, now spotted. Does he want this?
He starts to chase just as they leave, giving them no space to breathe whatsoever. Hades catches Bit with the back turn. Boomage, Perfecto, 2 versus 3. Desert Eagle in the hands of Perfecto. But they're gonna get up Cat.
No one is really culpable in that situation. I mean, Hades played the space perfectly. Snappy in a checkmate position here. Enough time to clear it, but will they?
Nah, and with that, bomb hits the ground, and it is that 3-0 start for Ents. So a little life on Dust 2, but now the challenge begins as the guns come through from Na'Vi.
Yes, absolutely perfect positioning there from Snappy. If it comes to a long play, you might not want to be stuck over a Goose, not without pit control, but in that situation coming up Cat, you've got such a favorable fight, placed a multi-frag, and one of those positions that's so tucked in, nowhere to fall back, but still is the perfect spot to be in, sometimes even if you're spotted. No utility there for Na'Vi to get him out of that spot. Hell, they don't even expect him at all. Hades on that AWP. Down a map, looking for a statement from Hades. Thing was, because of how dominant that first half was, we didn't even get to see what Ents could do on CG side of Nuke.
A couple lost rounds and it was over. Flash towards doors, no close contact. Bit, he's fine. Just going to continue to skate by the mid presence that could have been. And if they round that cat corner, then Hades looks to lock them in. And Hades, he was questioned last round, last map.
Right now, Na'Vi are dominating inside of middle. I mean, Hades is the next man up, but it's not going to be something they don't expect.
Flash will confirm it though, at least getting a little information off of that utility, better than nothing. They run boost, and Hades misses his shot on Boomage, who now just tucks into the staircase. Madden instead is going to be that front runner, and both the CTs falling back onto the ramp as we find that 45-second mark.
They hold a little bit extra utility, right? They use a run boost instead of sending and he flashes over on the cat cross.
Smoke goes in. Incendiary as a response. Bit trying to toy with the side of this one. Scope right there for him. Oh, and it's a quick headshot from Bit. 5 versus 4, equalized by Madden. He locks down those 2 kills in mid. Bit tries to get himself onto that A site. Flash comes in from long. Frag follows suit. Snappy giving away his position. But with those utilities, we have the T side back to the 3v3. Simple offers something. 10 seconds. And that bomb will be planted. Simple peeks wide. Dies. D-Hug comes around the side of ramp and sprays. Bit with the double kill. And just one more. He needs the reload and he dives into the cover. Spinks goes over top and it's Big Bit with a big clutch on the big stage.
What a statement from Bit. That round was done. Simple double scoping over top of his first enemy, and D-Ha turning 1 spray into 2 kills. Bit makes up for all of it. And he's the guy who, starting this year out, it seemed like was half asleep, but now the headshots are rolling in. Back to the 70 HSP. Consistency across maps. Oh, a shot on the cross, even with the utility down.
Down goes Spinks. Head cracked. Hades back on flat. Misses his second shot and falls. But here comes D-Hug. Again, just one and done's the way events. Not going to be enough to hold man advantage. Madden gets active.
Yeah, that's a round-winning trade. The bomb
he got
is
passed.
Still, yeah,
no. He got past that off. They don't know about it.
This is ridiculous. I mean, in this position, it's going to be heard.
What the
hell?
Now
he's just back in a regular spot.
My man Madden just ran through long doors, down mid, and through to the CT side, and never got spotted in the process.
Oh my God.
Electronic stays perched on top of the catwalk, gets the better of him, and will leave the IGL of Ents in the 1v3 clutch. Bomb down long, that open route offered by Madden's push. How in the world did he get no contact from long doors to CT spawn?
I think right there, Madden had the opportunity to look for a bit more. As soon as he crosses back through the doors, he's no longer in an unexpectable position. Every T is looking forward to that half of the map. So as cool as it was that he was able to run through without getting spotted, it was maybe the only advantage there for Ents in that spot where he was lurking. Of course, he doesn't know what he missed. But and Na'Vi don't care at all. They'll take that every day of the week. Boomic goes down. It doesn't feel like this 1-on-3 is any more on than it was before that kill, but Snappy at least will be able to hold on to this gun. I mean, it looks like Simple's about to take a timing peek on the door cross, and he'll get by. What a crazy round. But once Madden goes out of the door, Na'Vi handled that situation beautifully with Simple taking a shot from back, allowing Ents to come forward. It's almost an invitation, and Electronic waiting to punish that exact peak. Perfect cohesion here for Na'Vi to seal up round number 6. 5 moving into 6, I should say. The Simple's just thinking about his nails at this point. He knows he has his map locked up.
Feels that way, right?
Just kidding, of course. We don't know that. And again, there is so much to be learned about Dust 2 between these squads.
Solo AK for Snappy, saved from the last round. Not much bought around it. Some utility to stop the potential A rush, but Hades is now just going to look to slip into the big pit. He's about to have his hands full. Boomic leads the charge. Multiple players already getting through that doorway, and the rotate will not save him. It's a great dink, all things considered. Boomic will back up a bit, but unless it's Snappy, it's nothing, you'd assume. Simple tries to flick that one down into the CT peak, but no sir.
Yeah, that was how they're trying to set up Snappy for an opportunity to get back into this round. You see the bomb gets left back, and the CTs actually gamble towards mid. They can reclaim space here, but they don't have the ability to pull off a successful retake on the site. They were hoping to find something before they get that started, but in this spot, the T's want to get comfortable. Simple, so confident, looking to switch over to just the Glock, and he'll actually pay the price of his life.
Remember, this is that one threat.
Oh, how much can Snappy get out of this?
Oh, not much more than that one. Boomic insta headshot. Jeez. Electronic right there to just clean up these pistols. And now those individuals of Na'Vi from Nuke are showing up on Dust 2.
Yeah, they're shooting hot for sure.
Headshots all over the place.
Think about that weird 3v3 situation. That was Boomic denying the trade in the door. If he gets dinked and dies, then suddenly it's Ents who are in the power position. Absolutely. Still finding out whose story it is to tell here. But so far, so good. Even though ENCE won that pistol, Na'Vi won 3 pretty quality rounds, 1 total anti-eco. Some initial nades down mid. There are some really interesting change-ups. They actually sneak out to blue, and that punishes Hades. That Molly and door doesn't often get disrespected.
Oh, tons of damage. Smoke actually bounces too far. Perfecto burn.
It didn't explode on first contact. The refrag is in.
And space taken away from Na'Vi.
Yeah, did Perfecto do his job most of the time on T-side? You'd be happy to go into a 4-on-4 situation. Dust 2 feels like a small map, though. Rotations are nice and quick. There is still counterplay here left over for the CT side, and Snappy might burn first bit of it. Oh, not enough bullets to make that kill happen.
But here's that dangerous game you want to play with Na'Vi. You leave Electronic and Simple on such little HP, they can still take you down. You must cut the head off the snake, or they'll slither their way into this 7th.
We have yet to see if this mid-B smoke is an empty threat. And congeal into their favorite spots.
Should be easy from Snappy, but he has to go for that reload. Oh, he's playing with grenades, and Boomich gonna follow suit through those doors. Madden looks to take up the helm, gets the first and second, sprays them down on long. And now Bit will be pushed back into the clutch again, jumps into the snake pit and dies as ENCE find 4.
Yeah, Madden has been quietly reliable as hell. Stopping a mid-B, picking up the pieces there, even though Snappy, he does a good job. First of all, Snappy has his name on 2 frags, right? He refrags blue bin with his molly, and then he takes him out on that door, holding hard as well. If Simple had cleared that, that would have been the player to take him out as the rifler. But he read into that situation, trusted it, and knew he had somebody to fall back on.
Oh, landed shot from Simple.
Oh, always getting punished for not using utility on the door cross. CTs don't want to challenge us that often with the opposite. We can see from Hades, he's trying to crush him in the defaults. He's actually taking some risks here. He has been very good at calling them out in these positions. But Simple is happy to look for that fight too.
Look how hyperactive this is from Simple, just dancing around and spawn, knowing eventually he's going to get that impact, and sure enough, Hades a bit more subtle with his peek, a little more passive, a little more nervous, and understandably after Nuke, he was dismantled.
Oh, we've got a bad smoke here off the corner of this. Madden, will he punish?
Boomich still alive.
He does, he gets the kill.
He gets it.
But the B site, it's been compromised. They're all over at this point, inside the window. Bomb gets dropped at the end of tunnels.
We still have another nearby just in those doors as Spinks. Smoke comes down as Bit takes cover. That's trying to tuck himself in so that Spinks can't spam away. Electronic, though, caught on catwalk by Madden. Man advantage here from ENCE. They lost that B site. They tried to plug the hole in mid when they lost Hades, and it gave Na'Vi this, a post to hold on to. Bit looking to cross back, Util flying over, CTs. What is their move? Bit finds Snappy as that smoke's not big enough. Bit with a second, and as he pops back up, Spinks takes him down. We've got Perfecto back sight. Half of the health gone from Spinks. He's hunting for his frag, but Perfecto drops it, plugs him full of holes, and ties this game at 4.
Yeah, when you see Spinks in that 1v1, you think it's going to lean towards him. But then there's Perfecto, the guy in his rookie year, made his name as a clutch player, playing a lot of support positions, but when left alive was often the guy to bring home the 1v2s, make huge plays over and over again. And I can't help but feel like Bit on the up is like Rob's on the up. Insanely composed, light flicks, man. Simple has basically not missed when it comes to this door.
He goes right back at that challenge.
Snappy wants to get hit twice. Simple's happy to do it. They've tried all combinations when it comes to this door cross. Even with a full smoke down, they've gotten hit. The life of a B player on Dust 2, it's one of tragedy.
Madden just trying to tuck behind this car. He's got so many players ahead of him. Oh, Bit right through the window. But that scout shot, look at the HP here from Na'Vi. Simple waits, he gives support, and with it, an open door. ENCE leaning on just a USP, a Zeus, and a Deagle. And Spinks is trying to run over. Diha already inside of that bomb site, and that op is such a threat. Oh, Diha's with the Zeus. Oh, he takes his, yeah, that's what the people want. But Perfecto's gonna take him down up close and personal, clears that site, leaves Spinks 1v5, an insurmountable challenge here on A. We have Na'Vi in the lead on map 2.
Yeah, they're fighting really hard for these rounds. They're doing well inside of mid. A lot of mid dominance, I think, is the big thing. We are having Hades take liberal peaks, having a lot of autonomy about how he peaks with the op, and looking for the duels. And I think in a couple of spots, we've seen him get that space back real fast, punish people for being out of position. But at the same time, we've also seen Simple just straight out win. We've seen him tag people who aren't even Madden, or come back and kill Madden kind of at his leisure. He's had his way with them. Yeah. Ants will take their first attack time out of the game. And I think it's one where, you know, they might want to try to employ some more different CT options. In their default setups, they've been kind of good to rely on their individuals when it comes to stopping mid-B pressure, especially when it comes to Madden later on. But right now, they've got to plug a few holes. Opening kills are a huge problem. We've seen the B site relatively evacuated in a couple of spots where Na'Vi have taken that space. And whoa, we've got the suicide run here with the cover of an HE.
Hades glass cannon.
He's trying to break a timing.
He's trying to creep around from the side of Cat. Simple looks so powered up right now. But Hades, I mean, this is such a tough challenge.
Yeah, he corroborated
the
information.
Head-to-head, he'll find it. Hades getting the better of Simple. Finally, Spinks in the back sight, stolen. What? But he just sits and waits and dies. Perfecto finds the headshot. Diha with the one. Madden's nade finds its mark, and Madden comes in with the spam. Perfecto, all that's left over. Another clutch attempt. Oh! Madden can sense them. The monster of Montenegro.
Now we're playing ball. Touchdown after touchdown for Madden. He is putting together the kills. He is the glue of the team right now, figuratively and literally playing the middle of the map with this rifle, contributing both to the A site holds and B. He's been a man to trust and one to watch. And a player that has come alive in the 2 rifles that we've seen, one from Ents.
You can't hide from him. They tried their damnedest. Ents gonna fight tooth and nail to the end of this second one, to the end of this run in Antwerp. Maybe this is just the start. But if Spinks is still going to be absent, then it's great to see Madden up there with Diha. You know, Maniac did a really good job every single match of just hammering home this consistency from Diha, this next level from him. He doesn't have the highest highs compared to Spinks, but damn it, if he's not there almost every time.
Absolutely.
He needs a right-hand man, and right now the man is Madden.
My favorite story about Ents is the fact that their floor is so insanely high. You know, if you want to talk about Madden, he could probably be a star player on another roster. There are just players right now that are above him, but only good things to say.
Snappy. Oh, under pressure. Boomich, quick trade.
Oh, wow. They set up in a position to actually come through with a B-split to come fast, and Spinks is up here with the op.
Looking to shut down the Cat
play.
Dry. Perfecto's there. He gets the better of Spinks. Here comes Madden from Carr again, but he's exposed to Perfecto with the double kill from Cat. A 2v2. And the bomb in the hands of Simple needs to cross.
Yeah, they've seen this. This will force activity out of the T's, right? They aren't in a position to
What's Simple up to?
Put it down. I think maybe looking for some utility if he can find it. Yeah, got one in his hands. Hades starts to encroach. Off in play, and he puts one in the body of Perfecto.
But Simple, he's got that cross. 10 seconds to the clock. Knows that there's a CT down below. And the bomb plant is instrumental. He'll punch in the digits. And with the CTs close, Simple needs to shine brighter than all the diamonds in Antwerp, but dinked by Diha, he dies. And with it, Ents continue on.
Yeah, they keep that pressure on thick at all points in the round, and that is huge actually from Spinks. If they had slowed down on the Cat play, Spinks would get more and more nervous. His long control has already been conceded. Snappy getting killed inside the door means that his position sitting on top of the railing is exposed. He'll have to fall in the CT and fight long, but they come through with the dry peek off Cat. He's ready to punish it there. And this time it's not Madden up there, it's Spinks. Maybe the op is what he needs to get back into it, but we've already had a poor nuke where we haven't seen that very often from Spinks. And a rough start to Dust 2, but not the worst.
Faster fight set for long.
Oh,
excellent
my
flashbangs.
God.
Tech 9, tons of damage. Perfecto hits that headshot, and Madden falls back on 12 health.
Okay, they actually have just seen 3 at long, and it looks like they're running fast up with the cat control, but they know that there's a gaping hole inside of mid, right? This is what happens on a 3 long control setup. The rotations have not been made smartly here for ENCE, believing the play will come to them. The T's disperse once again. But they leave a question mark inside of long, and the CTs want to investigate. Oh, there was a moment of timing.
Simple gets by. Now you're talking an entire pack of what's left of Na'Vi. Boomage to be sent to his death. Oh, Steppy gets the headshot midair, but here comes Simple. Deagle is alive! 2 already, and 2 more to go. Remember, Madden low health.
Whew. He just got an answer. There's guns left on the floor. Simple would generously donate one over to Bit, even though he's got more HP, trusting in the gun that's already brought him 2 frags.
Yeah, he knows what he can do. The capability is there, the probability, maybe not so much, but oh, contact versus Spinks, who jumps up and does great damage, but Bit gets that kill. The A1S goes out, and now Madden with that op, he's gonna go for the save.
Oh, the contingency plans.
Leaning on Simple's 2 Desert Eagle frags will tie the game at 6.
Oh man, that is half defining right there, to get him back to 6 rounds. ENCE maintained a lead for just a second. Simple, the absolute animal that he is, never fails to surprise. Another unbelievable showing with the bare minimum to work with, and another great contingency plan with him and Bit. Even though Spinks is jumping up and shooting Simple on the site, Bit knows that he has to activate as soon as Simple takes contact. Spinks is exposed when he doesn't realize it, and it looks so easy for Na'Vi.
That's the X factor, that's the round, sprinkled in. Tactical timeout here from ENCE, 2 of 4.
Na'Vi has set the bar at winning the major now, coming in as favorites last time and actually performing the act that ultimately you could doubt. Na'Vi, the organization, had not won a major until Stockholm. In the entirety of CSGO, even though they've been one of the most prominent, biggest, well-respected and renowned organizations, they never put it together. And now their expectation here is to be in the major final. They know that they're going up against a team that is rated higher than them, so they might be more reserved about how they feel. But ENCE, they're just another notch in the belt.
Hades versus Simple.
Oof. And it's been very dangerous to try to approach him. It feels like that's where the CTs have been trying to get their opening over and over. It's been a losing game for the most part.
Mid more than ever. Madden fully flashed.
That's such a huge call, though. We've seen them make this play before.
Oh, and then the double down through the doorway.
He just doesn't stop winning there.
And those are the 2 best weapons that ENCE had in their hands at the start of this one. Now, 2-man disadvantage on top of a rough start. Oh, but Diho will respond. And at the very least, that's bomb. So things do have to slow down for Na'Vi. There's an electric spark here for ENCE in round 13 with that answer.
And there's always actually the thought that that bomb could be watched by the op when they don't have one in response. So it does slow down the round dramatically here for the T side. They'll have to work harder than they like, and they don't throw a smoke here on Xbox.
Boomage gets across. Diha sees that player top mid, and now the bomb has been grabbed by Electronic, and he's looking to challenge this. Look at that.
Yeah, he's flirting with fate in this position, but they've actually made the progress they're looking for.
Diha's still here. Util starts to come over. He gets nervous, anticipates that mid play, and sure enough,
but look at the lead.
They're trying to come at him. He gives up the window for a moment, and as he doubles back, he's going to be under pressure. There's a world of hurt coming from Diha from all directions. He's the last man standing, and he only finds one on that B site hold. Every piece of the puzzle left from ENCE was in position.
Yes.
But that's just way too easy.
Yeah, it is. It is. They had one behind the CD smoke. They were leaned towards B. Diha. He could sense what was going on right there. There was going to have a lot of targets coming his way with a ton of utility to make it as hard as possible. So he gets into the site, looks for a position where he can sequence the best, misses his first opportunity in the window, and goes down. This will grant Na'Vi the lead as we move into the final 2 rounds of the first half. Finally, someone doesn't get killed on the cross, even though they continue peeking him.
Yeah, with USPs of all things.
Yeah, are they just feeding him is the wonder.
You don't feed the beast.
Well, that's a lot of mushroom caps popping up.
It's just a shooting gallery, a carnival game for Simple. But those USPs continue to tag him, and they're getting all the closer. He's just going to set up Boomic, knife out, no business going back in for Peaks. It is a colossal shutdown top mid for Na'Vi. 2 rounds the lead here as their T-side takes ahead.
And for people who are just watching the game for the first time, you watched that Blade interview at the beginning. And when Blade says something, you have to take it as extremely literally, right? If he says, oh, we are kind of worried about this team, he's not being facetious. He's being direct and completely honest about how he feels. He has a lot of respect for ENCE, and I'm sure there's a respect across the table. But they've taken it seriously. They slammed him on Nuke. They have a lead here on Dust 2. Another round where a player gets hit on the cross.
Poor Hades.
And Simple has been way more active than any of the CT opping. Look how aggressive he's being. We had that tactic to run down Suicide. Lots of footsteps being made inside of spawn as cat control has been taken quickly. They've skipped the op here. Or there is no op even for ENCE to work with. And it feels like Na'Vi know this.
Smoke on the doorway, but look at the attention that's being given to middle as opposed to this A site. Remember Hades, he was tagged at the start, that omnipresence from Simple. Felt, and Hades doesn't even have his trusty op to try and hold this off. 4 members of Na'Vi looking for the headshot on that ramp. Frag goes beyond. Matting comes in with a kill at the very least, and Hades just tries to tuck himself for the time being. Electronic does the exact same thing, and he cracks it open on A. These CTs desperate to get into the mix. And Madden back from long, ahead of the curve. But ENCE nearly kicked to the curb as Simple comes in with that Deeg in hand. Diha finds Electronic trying to pry his way into the round. Boomich looking through the barrels, lights them up, and the spray is there. They're slaughtered. They stop. 9 rounds for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that retake was going on way faster than they anticipated. And Electronic looked like he might have gave him a chance to get back into it. But Boomich cleaned the plate. Not a crumb left. ENCE lose this. 7 rounds away from getting eliminated from the Antwerp Major. And some would say a fantastic result. But if I was Sappy, I would think the momentum our team has, the teams that we have beaten to get to this point, the fear aura that they have from other rosters, the honesty from Blade in talking about how good they are. All of these tell us they should believe in the victory.
You said a 25% win rate on pistols here for ENCE, correct?
Yes.
Well, they won the first. To pick up both would just be a little bit of pressure, but here comes Electronic into the tunnels already with 2 guns in hand, ready to rock them. Matting goes down first, wide swing for the second. Guns a-blazing from Electronic, and Simple's right there with him. A collapse from ENCE in mid.
Yeah. Oh, they get shut down. That's a snowball right here. And the CTs don't stop. 75% win percentage, only bolstered even further by the dual wielder of Electronic. Paired with the nade, that was a nice touch because the dualies, they don't have to hit you in the head. They can tear through your body armor, no problem. The timing was exquisite. The contingencies continue for Na'Vi. There's always something a little bit more from behind that first player that takes contact. And now we swap over and we get to see ENCE try to take control of mid. Let's see if they can control what Na'Vi had such an easy time doing. Well, that's the scope down. Na'Vi, the fastest team to get through the Legend stage. The team that, honestly, if we're being honest with ourselves, nearly lost to Heroic, losing, you know, coming close to losing Ancient to a T-side comeback. Coming back on Nuke and showing us why this team was regarded as the best in the world, with the best player in the world. If ENCE aren't careful, there will be one more step in that story, one more page turned, and one more team that's forgotten.
Whoa, nah, a little too early here from Na'Vi. And that would have just shredded ENCE if they were a couple steps forward.
Here's where ENCE have to rely on Snappy more than ever.
Diha and Hades, they've got to give us something. They've got to perform. They're starting to encroach on that now or never type situation. Electronic's going to play this patient. Simple to support. Both players ready to roll this cat push as it starts to come inwards. Simple, great damage, but it's actually Spinks with the deke to stop the one inside of sight. Boomich looking over top, and Simple right back at it. Hades cowering behind that smoke. Bomb hasn't been picked up, and Simple hunts them down one by one. USP's out. Snappy responds. 8 seconds, and Perfecto arrives from Cat.
Oh, they know just how to keep that pressure up. Even though they lose their first rifle, they got 2 more on long. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. We have to turn to Snappy here in this position. T side. This guy might have more ideas on these maps than any other team right now in terms of the different modes of aggression, the defaults, the lurk he plays, and the trust in his teammates might not be there at this moment. Like you mentioned, there are players that need to be alive that just aren't. The fearsome trades, the 2Ks in positions where they're caught out, we're not seeing that right now. All those are leaning towards Na'Vi. So can the tactician of ENCE make up for that?
Simple getting closer. Oh, Snappy dead. Hades follows suit. And he can smell them. He can find them every time. No space given to ENCE. They can't even catch their breaths at this point. Na'Vi are on them.
They get shoved out of spawn. Na'Vi absorbing their power. The Eagles carouseling around the map. Looking for an opening once again. No reason not to play out the rest of the time with these Deagles. At this point, they're in a mode where they're looking for damage. A kill or 2 if they can find it. And I don't know if they will. Simple with another MP9 kill. That, of course, speaks to the money. He remains on the hunt.
Everything.
Yeah.
The ace from Simple.
Okay.
Way too easy, huh? Just a walk in the park. Yeah, that's right.
All 5, 3 grand made. My money is your money. Bad goes to worse here for ENCE.
Guns back. The T side needs to come alive, and Hades.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna stick it to bit. Boomich gonna get dangerously close here. Snappy, he's not hiding. He's waiting for that peek, waiting for that angle.
Oh no, he crosses just as Snappy turns, but now he gets tagged. That's enormous. Timing there in that situation for Snappy as he looks down to line up utility. Going forward with that boost was huge. Now it allows them to take over long. Ooh. The rifles here still want some action, but now they've got to fall back on protocols.
Yeah, looking to hold on to the car.
Oh, this is an emergency setup, an opportunity here for ENCE.
Hoping to hang on to the cover.
They can't forget about their mollies, but they've only got 1 on Diha. If ENCE wait too long, Na'Vi's 1 smoke can buy way too much time.
Oh, the fire, it forces him out. Look at this. Boomich, he's running up. The 1 and done.
Oh my God.
But if they forget about Simple, if you forget about Simple, then you pay the price. 2 kills from behind car. Another player locked into long. An insta-dink to Spinks as he fires back. The gun goes dry, and Hades with a little more life. Electronic cuts that down. And with 25 seconds, the chiseled beast needs to find his way through CT and into this clutch. But he has been so quiet. He has been nowhere to be found on the big stage. Spinks, what can you offer?
Oh, he has to trust his reads in this situation.
He has no bomb. He needs the kill. He's playing simply the frag. Oh! And it's Electronic to deny it. Na'Vi continue on.
Yeah, he's fully plugged in. He's on the right frequency. 2 of my favorite streamers right there.
Antwerp, are you ready for the FaZe Na'Vi finals?
Trying to bait out some boos.
We're not there yet, but it sure feels close. AK for Madden. Scout on Snappy. This is God form Na'Vi.
Yeah, Kerrigan may have his work cut out for him. And if Ents brings us back, it'll still be the case.
Yeah, even better. Bit. He gets that first one through the doorway. Simple, nice off angle. They may never see this coming.
Oh,
and
man.
you know what? He's just going to go to them because Simple does what Simple wants. And Spinks will make him pay the entry cost. A single point of health on him.
Yeah, they're at the point, and Na'Vi are losing composure, but in a terrifying way. They're now taking peeks at Ents, are just hoping for some space.
The gloves are off. They see red. And every step of the way, Ents' player's dead. 2 left, 4 on the side of Na'Vi. Both bomb sites bolstered, Scout in the hands of Spinks, but remember that measly single point of HP. It's 1 bullet from Perfecto to close it as Hades goes down and Na'Vi 2 away from the grand finals.
Yeah, with a straight 5. So close. Don't even have to rest. Another tack timeout here called for Ents, 3 of 4. It is the optimal time to call it. It's pretty much a necessary thing. They don't use this, they might not be able to use all of them at this point. But what can Ents do? They always have the ability to play off spawns. They haven't done a set B just yet. We haven't seen too many buys or chances here. And I know right now, Snappy has to inspire confidence in his roster, but they also have to give him something back. You know, he can put up his head into the bargain, but this is a team that the storyline continues. They do not have an Opper that can hang with the elite Oppers, but they still have a very good player and a very high floor. But we've seen peaks from Spinks that we haven't seen from many riflers in the world this year. And right now, it isn't there.
Right now, it's a crater. For the greater good of Ents.
And it's his first time playing versus a team of this caliber with this much pressure. Oh, okay, and Hades will find a good one.
A couple shots from Hades in these last few rounds that show us a little sign of life, but Simple gets dropped by it. Flash was right there, and Hades still finds it. Perfecto locked into the 1v1, dies to the hands of Spinks.
Okay.
And a 4 versus 2, that's a good look for Ents. They've got a little more left in the barrel. Boomich, not anywhere near this B site, will not stop the bomb plant.
Well, they've extinguished the flame for just a second. I mean, the embers still burn. There is a chance, of course, for Na'Vi to snap right back. The money is good enough. A great round, though, for Hades. Just as we call him out, he makes something happen. But it's always the question of if it's a drop in the bucket or not.
It's got to be more than one at this point.
They need it to happen every round now.
Every round.
Every round they have to do something like this.
Near 0 margin of error.
All they did was win a default versus a team that is running up mid, right? That is the first step. Maybe Na'Vi don't try that again. What's level 2?
Hades powering up like Spinks did in the first map, but it was again towards the end when it truly felt like it was too late and far too little.
The idea here, it looked like called right away, was to take this out long if they got the opportunity to get that kill. A lot of trust relied on Spinks, but the nades were just perfect for Na'Vi. There's nothing for them to consider. Spinks would have had to get lucky to get that kill, and now they spread out into a default. We've already got some time burned off the clock, right? Now a position where they don't have a tunnels play, and we don't know if Na'Vi have pushed it, so this will slow down Ents. Maybe too much rested on that one tactic, but again, this is Dust 2. The clock is almost always on your side. Rotations are quite quick. Na'Vi don't feel compelled to respond too heavily. No over adjustments, no hefty rotation. Simple sitting into a nice position.
Down goes deep.
It's right as the molly lands.
Madden's gonna try to crank that dial. Tons of utility damage. Boomich insta headshot. And as he gets dinked down to 38, Electronic takes to the front of this fight. Simple pops up from pit and ends this one for Ents. Spinks outnumbered, outgunned, outdone. Up close, you'll find Bit at the very least. And there is this route that he could try to push. He has the bomb. Oh, and he has a second as well, but he is very much swarmed. We've got players on cat, top, mid, and tunnels. And Spinks is figuring this one out, but finally Simple gets him. 3 kills in a 1v5 is not too bad, but when Na'Vi are this close to the finish line, this close to grand finals in Antwerp, it is not nearly enough.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful round from Na'Vi from start to finish. I mean, and the thing was, ENCE were just slowly beating themselves. They were looking desperate at the end, running through that cat smoke, not dealing with long control, peaking a little bit too early for D-Hot, and Simple being in a smart spot, nice and deep into long doors with an op in play in an unusual spot. And again, the proactivity from him on both sides has been paramount to Na'Vi's success. His ability to, as you mentioned, treat middle like this jungle gym, peeking mid whenever he wants to, taking out Madden, taking out someone on the door cross. Completely innocent victim got hit almost every single round in that first half. And in the second, he's showing ENCE what they need to do. Appearing like Houdini inside of the long doors, ready to run up mid early on. They got some of the aggression out early as well. They can slow it down, and now ENCE have to look for new ways to win. And they have to bring back 8 rounds to do it. Antwerp, ENCE will need you right now if they're to do this.
Dia burnt out a second. That's going to force him back. Snappy, though, nice timing. Gets through mid. Finds his kill versus Electronic. And now they start to come in from this B site. It's going to be Perfecto swarmed from all directions. His support not yet nearby. Oh, but Boomich and Perfecto able to get kills. A 2v2 to separate Na'Vi from the finals. And Boomich knocking on the window. Softens himself up, give him a little bit more of a chance, but it's Boomich and Simple versus Snappy and Hades. And as that bomb slowly ticks, the sweat collects on ENCE's brow. Snappy on that back plat hide. Simple seems to be honing in on him. Hades pops up, gets his kill v Simple. Boomich with the first one, and he just needs to figure this out. Where has Snappy gone off to? Round 24.
Oh man, it comes down to the patience right there. He believed that if there was somebody K-Sharp, he would have peeked tunnels earlier. That was the move. Snappy had such low health. Left it to that op kill again, and there is a spark. Of course, a good round from ENCE. Some of that X factor, it's a simple round, and they leave the mid-B smoke open. There's a chance they could lose there. But what do we see? A situation where Na'Vi start off 3A. They punish with that fast mid-squeeze. That's some very fundamental stuff, but it works out really well from ENCE.
Ooh, Diho blinded. You see a round like this, Simple swinging an A1S. Yeah, look at the support. As him and Electronic are boosted up into their bomb site. No round is free versus Na'Vi when they play like this.
We know that long control has been taken. We also know that T's feel comfortable with just long control alone. Simple drops this alert smoke on the corner of Cat to make it seem like he's playing around it, but he's actually going really committal here.
Simple pushes through, shut down by Snappy, great cover. But now all these pistol players try their damnedest. We've got a frag for Perfecto, another for Electronic. Snappy senses that presence. Can't quite finish all of what's left with Boomich, but it's a stall from ENCE. And utility out of the CT side. They're all trying to come up from their spawn.
That smoke is huge. It allows them to boost and not be worried, but
shut
Madden
down.
covers
Madden
Snappy.
Gets the headshot. Snappy off of that bomb plant, looks to deny these CTs any further footing, and sure enough, one by one they fall. Perfecto's still close. He's got a smoke. He doesn't have a kit currently on him, and Snappy's gonna just rock his world, comes around the corner, and keeps things rolling for ENCE.
Simplicity may be the answer. ENCE building brick by brick, playing slowly, playing carefully. They've won a fast round. They needed that for the confidence. Now they win an anti-eco. They're in control most of the time. They had one anti there to make sure Simple doesn't get more than he should. And now it is a 6-round game. They perform bigger comebacks from this point. They don't have to look back on how much it took just to get here.
And these rounds, easier and easier. As the economy of Na'Vi falls shorter and shorter, but Simple is never an easy kill. 29 on the scoreboard as he blasts Dia into the next round. Spinks will catch Boomich at least, and you'd think B-site is the perfect target. Spinks looking to power up towards mid, but all he's done is give them an AK.
Yes, and the man advantage.
And of course, they immediately hand that over to Simple.
The resources may not be there right now, but it's always terrifying just seeing the kills that Na'Vi are getting, even with just these basic weapons.
Yeah, they retrieve 2 AKs.
Yeah.
Go ahead, save this one. We've got Ents on double digits.
Na'Vi could go to Value Village and come out looking fly with how resourceful they are. There is just something about double digits and dignity that go together. And Ents can drop their shoulders again.
Oh, and Snappy's gonna punish that fallback, but it's neither of the AKs. No big deal.
Yeah.
Ents one step closer.
Yes, they are. Hey, we know Na'Vi like a close game. And showing us a little bit of sheen here, a little composure. Some resilience versus a very well-prepared Na'Vi. Impossible to know how ready Ents were for this specific map in this pool, even though they play it. What are the ideas?
Fast B. Oh, but a missed flash. It bounces off the back of their teammate and they immediately halt. They call it quits.
Yeah, they like going into the set stuff, and yeah, here they get shut out. They don't overcommit this time. Neither do the CTs, as we can see from the setup.
It's not the way they wanted to start the round, but we'll see how they decide to end it. Second counter-terrorist of Na'Vi tucks into that B site, and Ents are going to go through the procedures.
Keeping tabs on Simple is a big one. As you can see, layered up in this position with a teammate. And it looks like maybe Ents have just saved it for later. Will there be timing? We know how explosive they can be.
Fire goes deep, Bit in position, finds one, Madden's got that answer, and so does Diha. Ents' rifleman starting to power up. When push comes to shove, an 11th for Ents looking likely. At this point, Na'Vi, they're gonna concede, and slowly but surely these rounds rack up.
They already look better than they did just a few rounds ago, right? The quality here. The explosiveness is there. They didn't overcommit on this play like they did earlier when they tried to split cat and long and just got opt and rifled down running through smokes. Here they get shut down initially with the smoke. Na'Vi don't know about it. They keep 3A the whole time. Mid is the escaping wound in the setup, but Ents don't expose that flaw. They don't even put on cap pressure. They don't want Na'Vi to think about anything. They want them to sit in that position. Then they just come through with the B play late, and it can come down to a 2-player hold, but at the end of the day, it's 5v2. Diha has been incredibly consistent on the T-side entries. Again, it's about the amount of help they have between the 5 players. And while still some are waking up, it seems like they are doing it together. They have to hear this terrible sound of match point every single time they spawn in the next round. But now they know, 4-round game, and Na'Vi are not going to be able to buy in every single one of those rounds.
But this one they will. Another high hurdle. We saw that B commit early get canceled in the last round. Maybe this time they do decide to commit. Nope. They face 80s at the helm. Snappy takes up the mantle. And Bit, he's not yet inside of this bomb site. Smoke starts to go down, but Spinks still able to get that burst. Perfecto lining him up. It's good damage, but not enough to stop him. 10 HP between Diha and Spinks. And once again, Ents carve their path forward in this semifinals and into this B site. A deep wound versus Na'Vi back to back.
An incredibly brave call, right? To do the exact same thing twice, to put that much pressure on. And Na'Vi actually set up in positions to hold that. That looked like they used the appropriate grenades early on. They kept it in their mind that this could come through. But they trusted in Spinks. He's delivering now up to 15 frags, not totally silent. Still only 1 player on the team with a positive scoreline in Madden, coming off so many important victories in duels won in the first half so long ago. Those were all puzzle pieces that are fitting into the greater picture. And now with Ents getting that out of the way, I mean, we probably won't see that 3 times, but we know that Na'Vi have to respect it. This can draw out utility. This is where now conditioning can come into play.
Something has to change.
We have attack timeout. Money is going to be a bit lower for Na'Vi. Ents can recognize this opportunity. And this is where it gets easier for your caller. At a certain point, we had Na'Vi running up mid with MP9s versus full guns, peeking everything, swinging off Cat, not worrying about whether someone could trade. They didn't believe they could get out-dueled. Now ENCE have earned that respect back. They slowed Na'Vi down. There are less aggressive openings that we've seen taken from Simple. A lot less progress early in the round on Cat. And now Na'Vi are going to be the ones guessing. What do ENCE want to do with us as opposed to what we want to do with them? And that's never a fun spot to be in. They'll feel blessed, and we can see the frustration start to set in a little bit as ENCE get 5 straight.
Yes, they do.
Na'Vi can rest on their laurels, but they'd be fools to do so.
Hades is going to let that first player cross. Oh my god, the 3-peat. Again, they're going to run at this. Perfecto with the pre-fire trying to stop it. Will get one, and then they get bottled. Snappy kills Spanx and Bits big inside sight. It's Hades versus 5.
They tried to copy and paste it 3 rounds in a row, but Na'Vi won't be fooled.
Perfecto ever present. Hades in a world of hurt. The Undertaker on the other side of this door to put the cherry on top.
And that's it for ENCE. Na'Vi have fulfilled the prophecy.
That they have.
FaZe versus Na'Vi.
Grand finals.
2 back-to-back finals for Na'Vi. But this one, they're not the #1 team in the world. But now taking names. Heroic down, ENCE down, the hard side of the bracket.
We're very deep in the center of the City of Diamonds. Antwerp, give it up for the crown jewel. Counter-Strike, it's Na'Vi!
We saw fantastic CS out of ENCE, but of course, this is now about telling Na'Vi's story and how ENCE fit into it.
It has to be.
They lost on Nuke, they got trounced, man. Like the fact that Na'Vi were able to do that to Heroic, who beat them in the best of 3 in the group stage, and then as soon as we get on stage, Na'Vi literally get better, not worse, in front of the crowd.
Exactly.
That's the scariest prospect.
ENCE breakthrough, new territory, new ground, but this ground belongs to Na'Vi. And that finals is where we see them attempt to take it back to back. We pass this over to Shox.
Thank you so much. Amazing cast of you guys in that wonderful arena. But we get the final that we were promised. That is just the way it is. FaZe versus Na'Vi, because Na'Vi was too strong for ENCE today. For ENCE, unfortunately, to the limit of what they would be able to show here. And a semi-final berth is by no means a bad way to end it. Na'Vi was just too strong.
Unfortunately for ENCE, they weren't a match for Na'Vi today. There's no doubt about that. You know, how they played in the tournament so far, you cannot put a finger on whatsoever. I think when they get a moment to settle down, you know, and realize what they've achieved so far in Belgium, they're going to be satisfied, they're going to be proud, but let's be completely honest right here. Tonight, they couldn't match the firepower, they couldn't match Na'Vi.
This was a wonderful run for ENCE, but it had to end here. Na'Vi and FaZe, I mean, they are just a tier above everybody else right now. I think I can say that for certain. I don't think there's even really any argument with that.
It's interesting because we talked so many times about how open this major was and how the possibilities were everywhere. But at the end of the day, we get a FaZe Na'Vi final all the same. We're going to get some words from Na'Vi about making it to that final with Bax on stage right now.
That's right. Na'Vi have done it once again. They are in the major final. Now, Sasha, you said yesterday you were not so happy with your individual performance. You said your team were carrying you. Today you delivered, you popped off. You put some extra hours in last night?
No, I just decided to spend more relaxed time, you know, and prepare. Okay, so yeah, I just decided that I need to be more focused and everything will come. Because yesterday, like, they didn't come on my side, you know, I was just doing my role. And today I did the same, but it was a bit different.
Now, this was quite not an easy game against ENCE, right? They're never easy, but this was a convincing victory for you guys, right? What do you feel is the difference now? Because when I spoke to Blade before, he said you guys are maybe like 10, 20% away from being at the major form you're in Stockholm. How are you feeling right now? What's the difference?
I think first of all we had a much better map pool than yesterday, because yesterday it was pretty hard maps and Science Ends not playing Inferno, it was a bit more better for us. But yeah, just we're just getting better form by every game, especially on stage and playoffs.
Now, last time when it came to the major, you guys were the clear favourites. You were the #1 team in the world. This time around, we've seen a couple of shaky events already this year for you guys. But does this feel more special that you've made it this time around? Does it feel like a greater effort?
Yeah, it adds a bit more pressure because we're playing #1 team on national TV. I mean, I missed how we missed this spot, but they definitely play really strong. And last time they beat us, and they have a really good individual guys, and the guys who deserve a major as well. But we'll try to take the second in a row.
And how much does it mean to you to try and grab that trophy one more time?
In these hard moments, it means a lot for all our team.
And now you've also, right, I saw backstage, you've got the sports psychologist with you. How much of this have you been working with the lady and doing all the work you can to make sure you guys are mentally prepared and in the best shape possible for this?
Oh, just every day. We're every day trying to fix our mistakes, fix our some angry moments in team, but overall, yeah, we understand that that's really important in our life to win trophies right now.
Well, that's what we're going to see if you can do tomorrow. Simple. Thank you very much. Antwerp, one last time, make some noise for Navi! Shocks, take it away.
Thank you very much, Banks. Wonderful interview with Simple once again, and a different demeanor from yesterday when he was markedly disappointed with the way he had played on the server, but that was not the case today, and I think specifically on Dust 2. Also, the guy just starts to sing songs on the stage, much more in his element, right, Pim?
He seems to be very more focused. He seems to be happy. He seems to be the Simple that we want to see on the server. I'm just going to list up some numbers, and you need to listen carefully right here, because this was his performance tonight. An absolute monster of one of a kind. Plus 27. 58 kills in total, an average ADR of 113. He won 14 for 19 opening duels and finished with a total rating of 1.76 in a major semi-final against one of the better playing teams in ENCE. Simple right here. You get the stats on your screen for the second map. Simple was an absolute unit tonight.
Numbers don't mean anything to me because usually I can't follow, but what I did see on the server, Maui, is just beautiful moments out of Simple. We're going to get a highlight package in just a second, and you said it was one of the win conditions, right? To determine if they would be able to win this major, yes or no?
Yes. This is the Simple that Navi needs going into the grand finals. Everybody else could stand back a little bit more this time around. We didn't even need that great of a performance out of Electronic or even Bit to make this a convincing victory for Navi. And ENCE there at the end, they put up a great fight, but it was too much to withstand Simple. I mean, this guy was just nailing people through middle. Every time ENCE tested him, he punished. And after a while, you got to think for ENCE, maybe we shouldn't challenge the greatest opper that has ever played CSGO.
Maybe just not go mid.
You want to hear another fun fact about Simple, right? We spent 2 weeks talking about how he's playing decent, but he's not on Simple's level, right? Coming into this game, he was only ranked number 13 in terms of all individual players. After tonight, he's now the highest rated player at the major. And monster performance, right? He's straight back at it.
Yes.
He's going into that level of form. He's going in with that confidence going up against FaZe tomorrow. If you're Brokey right now, you better squeeze your butt cheeks, man. It's gonna be tough.
I love it because it's also like climbing up that ranking by taking down like fantastic competitors in Heroic yesterday, in ENCE today. By no means did they have kind of an easy, clear path when it comes to that final. Maui, I would like to close the book a little bit on ENCE as well, as we take a look at the stats once again. And the way I'd like to phrase it is that we saw a lot of good things for them, and despite them not being able to match Navi's prowess, particularly in this semi-final, they have a lot to be hopeful for when it comes to the future.
In terms of where ENCE can pivot from here, where they can bounce off of this performance, it is a bright future. We saw a great tournament from Spinks and Deha. They didn't have the best semifinal in particular, but the quarterfinal, they beat Copenhagen Flames in what I thought was a fairly comfortable fashion, and that proved themselves on the stage, and what Snappy was able to do showed that he's a competent leader in that sense too, and that with this lineup, I don't think you need to do too much with it. The second place finish at Pro League, a top 4 finish at the major, the future for ENCE is very bright.
They are not in the final, unfortunately. That is reserved for FaZe and Navi, and I know you have something prepared in terms of getting us warmed up for that one.
I mean, what do I need to say, right? I don't think I need to say anything, to be completely honest, right? You have the world #1 right now in FaZe Clan. They took over that spot from Na'Vi, having played some fantastic Counter-Strike in the majority of 2022. Now going up against the defending champions from Stockholm in Na'Vi. And we talked about Na'Vi. We talked about them having really not lived up to the expectations in the tournament. They've seemed a little bit slow, but the last two performances, heroic yesterday, and now the way they just dismantled the ends today, that gives me hope that tomorrow we could have one of the best grand finals of any major of any time.
Na'Vi has found themselves peaking at the perfect time to give themselves a shot at repeat champions. This is so frightening for FaZe because many thought it was Kerrigan's destiny to win his first major here, but there's one giant final boss in the way, in the form of Simple, in the form of the rest of Na'Vi. He's got his work cut out for him. It's not going to be a cakewalk.
Simple makes his own destiny.
Yeah, you could say so, right? He could say so, but so does Kerrigan, right? It's meant to be. He's been in a final before, and yeah, we remember what happened in that one. I don't think we need to talk too much about it in Boston, but let's be completely honest, right? You see the two rays right here. Both of them had to take down a couple of underdogs. Spirit today for FaZe, ends for Na'Vi, and now they get that grand final. And to be completely honest with you, I'm standing right here feeling that's a 50-50 game. I could not point on one of the teams and say, FaZe, you're the favorites, or Na'Vi, you're the favorites. They're both some phenomenal Counter-Strike teams, and they both have players who can write their own destiny.
Yeah, what I would love for this match is it to go all the way, go to OT whenever we can.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
No, I don't think jinx don't exist. Only your team throwing or not playing well is usually what I say, because we're talking about world-class teams. They don't get jinxed. When it comes to playing on that stage, I hope we get a wonderful series, because I think also the crowd here deserves it, and the Counter-Strike fans around the world deserve it.
You've seen how much Simple plays with the crowd at all times, and now going up against Kerrigan, who is Mr. Crowd, you know?
Yes.
It's gonna be so good, man.
Two showmen on both sides of the stage, and I think that this crowd has really earned it. I mean, they are lighting it up. It is so electric, and we haven't even hit the grand final that everybody has wanted. Tomorrow is going to, I hope,
blow the roof off.
It sets Counter-Strike history. I want to see viewer numbers broken. I want to see the decibels in that arena blow some eardrums out. I want to see people get injured, man.
Okay, I think that's going a bit too far.
In the server.
In the server.
It's okay. It's Counter-Strike.
Yeah, of course. I do want to also tell people about the show match we have tomorrow. We'll have a show match at 6, I believe, and it will be, of course, some of the suckers that flew out of the major, but also some legends. So we'll see what happens.
What's wrong with you two, man?
Okay. But that's going to be
getting
fun.
injured, and you calling people suckers? I was supposed to be the mad one up here.
I know. Hey, it's a bit of a loosey-goosey weekend. It's the end of the day, and we'll be warming up for the final tomorrow. As said, we'll have a show match. We'll have a long pre-show. We'll have a fantastic introduction to both of the final teams, and then at 8 p.m. we are kicking off with FaZe versus Na'Vi. I don't know if we will even get some sleep, maybe also depending on the Vitality fans, because it's going to be so incredibly exciting. Thank you, Maui and Pim, for a wonderful desk again today, and we will see everyone tomorrow for the grand final of the PGL Major Antwerp.